Alright, my flour-dusted champions of late-night snacking. I see you pretending this is research. I'm glad you're here by the fire. It's burning low and steady, the kind of warmth that makes even stone kitchens feel inviting. Because tonight, we're easing into daily life as a baker in medieval times. That's right. The early mornings, heavy ovens, and quiet rhythm of feeding an entire town before most people were awake. So if this calm, slightly boring reflection helps you relax, feel free to follow, drop a like, and tell me where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now dim your lights, let your head sink into the pillow, slow your breathing, and turn on a fan for noise. You wake up and it is still dark. Not the kind of dark where you can see outlines and shapes and maybe the cat sleeping on the chair. This is the heavy, woolly dark of a world that has not yet remembered it is supposed to have a morning. Somewhere outside your small window an owl is finishing its shift. Somewhere far off a rooster is clearing its throat but is not yet committed to the performance. Your name does not matter much. You're a baker in a town whose name most maps have already forgotten. Somewhere in the year 1200 and something, give or take a decade. You live above your bakehouse, which is a generous way of describing a room with a straw mattress, a wooden chest, and a lingering smell of yesterday's rye that has soaked into your hair, your clothes, and probably your dreams. The room is small. You can stand in the middle of it and touch both walls if you stretch. But it is yours, and it is warm, heated from below by the residual glow of the oven, which means that even in the deepest part of winter, your bedroom is the warmest room in the neighbourhood. The tanner across the lane would trade his best leather for this arrangement, and he has told you so, more than once, usually in January. You swing your legs off the mattress. The floor is cold. The floor is always cold. You have lived in this building for 11 years, and the floor has never once greeted your feet with warmth. You have stopped hoping. You have made peace with cold floors the way sailors make peace with the sea. It is simply the cost of doing what you do. There is no alarm clock. There is no clock at all. You have trained your body to wake before the church bell rings for matins, which is the monk's way of saying 3 in the morning. Your body does this reliably, which is both a blessing and a quiet tragedy. You have not slept past 3 in the morning since you were 14 years old, when your father first pressed a wooden peel into your hands and said, "This is your life now." He was not being dramatic. He was being accurate. You pull on your tunic. It is the colour of flour, which is to say it was once brown and is now a sort of ghostly beige. You tie your apron, which is stiff with dried dough and has developed a personality of its own over the years. If you left it standing in the corner, it would probably remain upright without assistance. You run a hand through your hair, dislodging a small puff of flour that has apparently been living there since yesterday. Flour gets everywhere. It is in your hair, under your nails, in the creases of your elbows, and between your toes. You have found flour in places where flour has no business being. Once, you found it in your ear. You did not question how it got there. You simply accepted it, the way one accepts gravity or taxation. Down the narrow stairs, one hand on the wall, because the third step has been loose since autumn, and you keep meaning to fix it. Your dog, a brown and white creature of indeterminate breed and unshakable loyalty, lifts his head from his spot by the bank Tavern, thumps his tail twice against the floor in greeting, and immediately goes back to sleep. He has the right idea, honestly. The bakehouse greets you the way it always does, with the faint warmth left over from yesterday's fire, and the sweet yeasty breath of dough that has been sitting overnight. There is something living about a bakehouse at this hour. The walls hold heat like a memory. The air has weight and texture. You're not alone in here. You're surrounded by the invisible work of millions of tiny organisms doing their job in the dark, turning flour and water into something that will rise. But first, the oven. Your oven is the most important thing you own. Your Sunday shoes, clothes and bed are less important. The oven is a beast made of stone and clay, built into the back wall of the bakehouse like a dragon sleeping in a cave. It is roughly the size of a small room, dome-shaped, with a mouth just wide enough for you to slide loaves in and out on a long wooden peel. The stones are blackened from years of use. If you pressed your ear against the outside wall, you could feel the memory of 10,000 fires. You kneel at the mouth and begin building the fire. This is not a task you rush. A baker who rushes the fire is a baker who burns bread, and a baker who burns bread is a baker who loses customers, and a baker who loses customers is a baker who starts thinking about becoming a farmer, which is a fate worse than cold floors. The air outside is perfectly still at this hour. You can hear the town breathing in its sleep if you listen carefully enough. A horse shifting in its stall somewhere down the lane. The creek that runs behind the tanner's yard murmurs along its muddy banks as it has for centuries. In another hour this silence will begin to erode. The roosters will start, then the dogs, then the people. But for now, the world belongs to you, and the fire and the quiet. You start with kindling. Small sticks, dry as bone, arranged in a loose nest. Then larger pieces, oak mostly, because oak burns slow and even, and does not spit sparks the way pine does. Pine is the gossip of the firewood world, always making a scene. You prefer the quiet reliability of oak. You like the kindling with a flint and steel, leaning close to blow gently on the first tiny flame until it catches and grows. The fire crackles to life. Shadows jump across the walls. The bakehouse wakes up. Now you wait. The fire needs to burn for 2 hours, sometimes 3, depending on the wood and the weather and the mood of the universe. The stones need to absorb the heat until they are white hot, until the entire dome is radiating warmth like a small sun trapped inside your bakehouse. You have learned to read the oven the way some people read faces. You know when it is ready by the colour of the stones, by the way the air shimmers at the mouth, by a feeling in your bones that has nothing to do with measurement and everything to do with years of standing in this exact spot, doing this exact thing. You pour yourself a cup of water from the jug by the door and drink it slowly, watching the fire. There is something deeply calming about fire at this hour. It does not demand anything from you. It does not need instructions or supervision. It simply burns, steady and purposeful, doing what fire does, and you can stand here and watch it and think about nothing for a while, which is a luxury that the rest of the day will not offer. By mid-morning you will be elbow-deep in flour and surrounded by customers and worrying about whether you ordered enough grain from the miller. But right now, at this hour, with the fire doing its patient work and the town still sleeping, you are allowed to simply be. You drink your water, you watch the flames. The dog snores softly near your feet. While the oven heats, you turn to the dough. The dough has been working all night. You mixed it yesterday evening, before bed, combining flour and water and a piece of old dough saved from the previous batch. This old dough is your starter, your leaven, the living heart of your bread. It contains wild yeast captured from the air itself, and colonies of microscopic creatures that have been passed down from batch to batch for longer than you can remember. Your father gave you his starter when you took over the bakehouse. His father gave it to him. The yeast in your bread is older than the king. It has survived wars, famines, and at least one incident involving a goat that somehow got into the bakehouse and ate half the dough before anyone noticed. You uncover the dough trough, a long wooden vessel shaped like a boat, and there it is. Overnight the dough has risen and doubled in size, and it sits there now looking pleased with itself, round and pillowy and smelling of something ancient and good. You press a finger into the surface. It gives slowly, then pushes back. This is the sign. The dough is alive and ready, and it is time to work. You flour the table. The table is a thick slab of oak, worn smooth by decades of kneading, and it sits in the centre of the bakehouse like an altar. You turn the dough out onto it, and the soft weight of it hits the wood with a satisfying thud. Flour rises in a small cloud. You lean in and begin. Kneading is physical work. Your arms, your shoulders, your back, everything engages. You push the dough away from you with the heels of your hands, fold it back, turn it a quarter, and push again. There is a rhythm to it, a pattern that your body knows so well that your mind is free to wander. Push, fold, turn, push, fold, turn. The dough resists at first, dense and shaggy, but gradually it transforms under your hands. It becomes smooth. It becomes elastic. It becomes something that feels, underneath your palms, almost like skin. The sound of kneading is one of those sounds that is hard to describe but instantly recognizable. A soft percussive slapping as the dough hits the table, the quieter sound of it stretching as you push, the faint tacky whisper when your palms lift away. Taken together, these sounds make a kind of music, low and rhythmic and deeply satisfying, the percussion section of the bakehouse orchestra. If anyone were awake to listen at the window, they would hear it and know exactly what was happening inside. The baker is working. The bread is on its way. There is a moment in kneading where the dough stops being ingredients and becomes bread. You cannot explain it. You cannot teach it. You can only feel it, and after all these years you feel it every time. You divide the dough into portions using a bench knife, a flat blade of iron that your blacksmith friend made for you in exchange for a month of free loaves. A good trade, you both agreed. You weigh each portion by hand, tossing it lightly to judge the heft, because your town does not have scales fine enough for this work and your hands are more accurate anyway. Each portion needs to be the same size because the guild says so, and the guild is not something you argue with. The guild. Right. We should talk about the guild. The Bakers' Guild is the organisation that governs your trade, and it governs thoroughly. They set the price of bread. They set the weight of bread. They set the quality of bread. They determine who can bake and who cannot, where bakeries can operate, how many apprentices a master baker can train, and what happens to bakers who cheat their customers. The guild is run by master bakers, men who have spent decades in the trade and who take the business of bread with a seriousness that borders on the spiritual. When they inspect your bakehouse, and they do inspect your bakehouse, they check everything. They weigh your loaves, they examine your flour, they taste your bread, they look at your oven and your tools and your workspace, and if they find that you have been cutting corners, the consequences are real. A baker caught selling underweight bread might be dragged through the streets on a hurdle, which is a kind of wooden sled with the offending loaf tied around his neck. This is not a private reprimand. This is a public spectacle, and your neighbours will watch, and they will remember, and your reputation will carry that stain like flour carries the smell of yeast. For more serious offences, a baker could be fined, banned from the trade, or have his oven destroyed, which in practical terms is the same as having your livelihood reduced to rubble. So you weigh your portions carefully, you shape each one with attention. The guild is watching, even when it is not watching. There is also the matter of the assize of bread, a law that has been in effect since the king's grandfather decided that bread was too important to be left entirely to the market. The assize ties the price and weight of bread to the current price of wheat, creating a sliding scale that adjusts as grain prices rise and fall. When wheat is cheap, your loaves must be heavier. When wheat is expensive, your loaves can be lighter, but the price stays fixed. The mathematics of this relationship are worked out by clerks who have never baked a loaf in their lives, but who can tell you the exact weight, down to the last fraction, that your bread should be at any given grain price. You do not pretend to understand the formula, you simply obey it, because the penalty for disobedience is public humiliation at best, and the end of your livelihood at worst. The system, for all its rigidity, serves a purpose. It protects your customers from being cheated, which is fair. It protects you from undercutting competitors, which is also fair. And it ensures that bread, the staff of life, the one food that absolutely everyone depends on, remains affordable and consistent and available. The guild and the assize together create a framework within which you operate, a set of rules that define the boundaries of your craft. You did not choose these rules, but you have come to appreciate them, the way a river appreciates its banks. Without them, everything would just be a flood. You shape the loaves. Most of your bread is round, a simple boulot, because round is efficient. Round bakes evenly, and round has been the shape of bread since before anyone thought to write it down. You tuck the edges under, rotating the dough against the table to create surface tension, forming a smooth, taut skin on the outside. Then you set each loaf on a flour-dusted board to rise again. This second rise shorter than the first, just long enough for the dough to relax and puff up slightly before it goes into the oven. By now, the fire in the oven has done its work. The stones are hot. The dome is glowing. You rake out the coals and the ash using a long-handled iron scraper, pulling everything forward and out the mouth into a metal bucket. Then you take a wet mop, basically a rag on a stick, and swab the oven floor. The wet rag sizzles and steams, cleaning the surface and dropping the temperature just slightly, from scorching to merely very hot. The steam will also help the bread form a good crust, which matters, because the crust is the first thing your customers notice. You pick up the peel. This is a flat wooden paddle on a long handle, the baker's primary instrument, the thing that stands between you and the heat. You dust it with flour, slide it under the first loaf, and with a quick, confident motion, you send the bread into the oven. The loaf slides off the peel and lands on the hot stone with a soft hiss. You repeat this for every loaf, working quickly because the oven is losing heat with every second the mouth is open, and your arm has memorized the exact angle and speed needed to place each loaf where it belongs. Then you close the oven door, and you wait. This is the part of baking that no one talks about. The waiting. The fire was waiting. The tide was waiting. And now the baking itself is waiting, standing by while heat and dough and time do their work in the dark of the oven. You cannot see what is happening in there. You can only trust it. Trust the heat. Trust the dough. Trust the process that has worked every morning for every year of your working life. You use this time wisely. You clean the table. You sweep the floor. You refill the flour bins from the sacks stacked against the wall. Sacks that were delivered yesterday by the miller, a man named Thomas who talks too much about his back problems, but who produces flour so fine, and even that you forgive him everything. Good flour is hard to find. When you find a good miller, you treat him well. You pay on time. You laugh at his jokes about his back. You do whatever it takes, because the difference between good flour and bad flour is the difference between bread that sings and bread that sits there like a stone apologizing for its existence. The smell begins to change. You notice it before you notice anything else. The raw, yeasty smell of dough transforms into something deeper, something roasted and golden, a smell that reaches into the street and pulls people toward your shop like an invisible hand. This is the smell of the Maillard reaction, though you do not call it that because that phrase will not be invented for another 700 years. You call it bread smelling done. You open the oven and check. The loaves have transformed. They're golden brown, cracked on top where the heat has split the crust in beautiful, unpredictable patterns. You tap the bottom of one with your knuckle. It sounds hollow, like knocking on a door with nobody home. This is the sign. Hollow means done. You pull the loaves out one by one, setting them on a wooden rack to cool, and the bakehouse fills with a kind of warmth that has nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with satisfaction. The first batch is done. It is perhaps 5 in the morning. The sky outside is beginning to lighten. A thin line of grey along the rooftops. The kind of light that is less a colour than a suggestion of one. You have been awake for 2 hours, and you have already completed something. Most of the town is still sleeping. The blacksmith has not yet opened his forge. The tanner has not yet begun his unpleasant work. The merchant has not yet unlocked his shop. But you, the baker, have already made the thing that all of them will need before the day is through. You start the second batch. This is the rhythm of your morning, batch after batch, the oven slowly cooling as it gives up its stored heat, each successive round of bread baking at a slightly lower temperature. The first batch, in the hottest oven, is for the white bread, the finest loaves made from well-sifted flour, destined for the tables of the wealthier townspeople. The second batch is for the standard brown bread, the everyday loaf that most families eat, made from flour that still contains some of the bran and germ. The third batch, when the oven is cooler still, is for the coarser breads, the dark rye and maslin, a mixture of wheat and rye, the bread of labourers and the poor. This hierarchy is not your invention. It is the way things are. In a medieval town, bread is a mirror of society. The whiteness of your loaf tells the world who you are. White bread, called wastel or pandamain, is expensive because white flour requires extra sifting, extra processing, and more wheat per loaf. It is soft and light and delicate, and eating it means you can afford to eat well. Brown bread, called cheat or cocket, is the respectable middle, the bread of craftsmen and merchants. Dark bread, called horse bread by people who have never had to depend on it, is dense and filling and nutritious, and it keeps the bellies of working people full until supper. You do not judge, you bake all of it. Every loaf matters. There is something worth noting about the way bread moves through a household. A loaf does not simply arrive on the table and get eaten. It has a career. When it is fresh, still warm, still crackling at the crust, it is the star of the meal, broken by hand and eaten with whatever accompaniment the household can afford. A day later, it has hardened slightly, and now it is a different food, good for dipping into soup or stew, where the broth softens it back to life. After 2 days, it has become a structural material, hard enough to serve as a trencher plate or to be grated into breadcrumbs that thicken sauces and stretch the contents of a cooking pot. After 3 days, if any survive that long, they go to the animals, or into a bread pudding if the household is thrifty, or into ale if the household is creative. Nothing is wasted. A loaf of bread in a medieval household has more lives than a cat. This long afterlife of bread is something you think about when you bake. You're not just making food for today, you're making a raw material that will be used and reused and transformed over the course of several days. The density of your bread, the thickness of the crust, and the tightness of the crumb, all of these affect how well the loaf ages and how it holds up to dunking and slicing and grating. A good loaf should be versatile. It should be a complete sentence on its first day and still be useful punctuation 3 days later. As the morning brightens, you prepare the shop. The bakehouse and the shop are connected, the front room open to the street through a wide window with a wooden shutter that folds down to create a counter. You arrange the cooled loaves on the counter and on shelves behind you. The bread is the display. There is no sign, no advertisement, no painted board hanging from a bracket. The bread speaks for itself, and the smell does the rest. Your first customer arrives before the sun clears the rooftops. She's an older woman, a widow who lives 3 streets over, and she comes every morning at the same time. She does not need to tell you what she wants. You know, 1 brown loaf, slightly smaller than standard, because she lives alone, and a full loaf goes stale before she can finish it. You hand it to her, and she hands you a coin, and this transaction, repeated every morning for the last 6 years, is one of the fixed points of your day, as reliable as the sunrise and considerably more punctual. The customers come in a steady stream after that. A servant from the house on the hill, buying white bread for his employer's breakfast. A mother with 3 children attached to her skirt like small noisy accessories, buying 2 brown loaves that will feed her family through the day. A labourer is heading to the construction site at the edge of town, buying a dark loaf and a handful of day-old rolls that you sell at half price because they are hard as river stones. But the man does not seem to mind. You know all of them. This is a small town, and the bakery is one of the places where the town meets itself every morning. You know who is well and who is sick, who has had a baby and who has lost a parent, and who is prospering and who is struggling. People tell you things while they wait for their bread. The bakery counter is a confessional without the religion, a place where news travels at the speed of small talk. You learn that the cobbler's wife has left him. You learn that the merchant on the corner has been buying wool from a new supplier, and the quality is better. You learn that the priest drank too much ale at the harvest supper and fell asleep in the churchyard. You listen, you nod, you hand over bread. This is your role. The baker hears everything and repeats nothing, which is a kind of power, though it does not feel like power. It feels like standing behind a counter while the world tells you its business. There is also the matter of credit. Not everyone pays in coin every day. Some customers have arrangements with you, running a tab that they settle weekly or monthly. You keep track of these debts in your head because you do not read or write well enough to keep a ledger, and because your memory for who owes what is, frankly, better than any written record. You know that the carpenter's wife owes for 6 loaves. You know that the old soldier who lives by the gate is 3 weeks behind and will probably never pay, but you keep giving him bread anyway because he fought in the wars and lost 2 fingers and has nobody to cook for him, and letting an old man go hungry is not something you are willing to do, guild rules or no guild rules. There are also the customers who do not pay in money at all. The farmer who brings you eggs, the beekeeper who brings you honey, which you use to make the sweet breads that sell so well on feast days, the woman who mends clothes and who has, on more than one occasion, repaired the growing collection of tears in your work tunic in exchange for a week of bread. This barter economy runs alongside the money economy like a second current in a river, unofficial and unrecorded but deeply real, a web of favours and exchanges that binds the town together more tightly than any guild charter. Between customers, you keep working. There is always more to do. You mix dough for tomorrow's bread, starting the slow overnight rise that will greet you again in the morning. You prepare specialty items because bread is not the only thing that comes from your oven. You make meat pies when you can get the filling, the butcher saving his scraps for you in exchange for bread. You make trenchers, the thick slabs of day-old bread that serve as edible plates in wealthier households. The idea is practical in its brilliance. The bread absorbs the juices of whatever meal is placed on top of it, and when the meal is finished, the trencher is eaten or given to the poor or tossed to the dogs. Nothing is wasted. The bread has 2 lives. You also bake for the community. When a family brings you a pot of stew or a joint of meat, you put it in your oven after the bread is done, using the residual heat to cook their meal. Most families in town do not have ovens of their own. Ovens are expensive to build, expensive to fuel, and dangerous. A badly maintained oven can catch fire and take a whole street with it, and in a town where the buildings are timber and thatch, fire is the fear that never sleeps. So you are, in addition to being a baker, a kind of public utility. Your oven serves the town the way the well serves the town. It is a shared resource, a communal hearth, and this gives you a certain standing that goes beyond the simple selling of bread. You charge a small fee for this service, a penny or 2 per pot, and the income adds up over the course of a week. But more than the money, the arrangement gives you something less tangible. When families come to collect their cooked meals in the evening, they linger, they chat, they sit on the bench outside your bakehouse and eat their supper, while the last of the day's light fades from the sky. Your bakehouse becomes, without anyone planning it, a kind of neighbourhood centre, a place where people gather because the warmth draws them and the bread gives them a reason to stay. Children play in the lane while their parents collect dinner. Neighbours who might otherwise pass each other without a word stop and talk because they are both waiting for their pots. The bakehouse knits the town together, stitch by stitch, loaf by loaf. There is an old woman who brings you a pot of something every Tuesday and Thursday. You're not entirely sure what is in it. The smell suggests cabbage and possibly desperation. But whatever it is, she swears by it. And she has been bringing it to your oven for longer than you have been baking since your father's time, and you will keep putting it in the oven until one of you stops showing up. The morning passes into midday. The rush slows. The counter empties of bread and fills with crumbs. You eat your own lunch, which is of course bread, because what else would a baker eat? You eat it with cheese, if you have it, or with drippings, or with whatever the season offers. In summer there might be an onion from the garden behind the bakehouse, sharp and sweet. In autumn there might be an apple from the tree that grows against the back wall, the one that drops its fruit directly onto your woodpile every September, as if making an offering. After lunch, you begin the afternoon's work. You sift flour. This is tedious work. shaking the flour through a cloth sieve to separate the fine from the coarse, the white from the brown. The finest flour, sifted 2 or 3 times, becomes the white bread flour. The medium siftings become the brown bread flour. The coarsest leftovers, the bran and the husks, go into the dark breads or are sold as animal feed. You stand there shaking the sieve with a steady back and forth motion that is deeply boring and entirely necessary, and a fine white dust rises around you until you look like a figure standing in a gentle snowfall. You haul water from the well. You chop wood because wood is fuel and fuel is life, and you go through enormous quantities of it. A bakehouse consumes wood the way a river consumes rain, steadily and completely, and keeping the supply stocked is a constant occupation. You buy from the woodcutters who work the forest outside town, haggling over price and quality and delivery, and you stack the logs against the side of the bakehouse where the eaves keep them dry, because wet wood is worse than no wood. Wet wood smokes and sputters and drops the oven temperature and ruins the crust on every loaf. The splitting is good work, though. There is a satisfaction to it that is different from baking but related. The satisfaction of turning something rough and whole into something useful and specific. You set a log on the chopping block, swing the axe, and the wood opens along its grain with a clean crack that echoes off the bakehouse wall. The dog watches from a safe distance. He learned early on that the chopping block is not a good place to sleep, and this is possibly the smartest thing he has ever done. Some afternoons you tend to your starter. The sourdough culture needs feeding, a portion of fresh flour and water, to keep the yeast alive and active. You do this the way you might tend a garden, with regularity and attention, because a neglected starter turns sour and sluggish and produces bread that tastes like regret. Your starter lives in a clay crock on a shelf above the oven, where the warmth keeps it bubbling happily. You've given it a name. You will not tell anyone this, because naming your sourdough starter is the kind of thing that other tradesmen would find eccentric, but in the privacy of your own bakehouse, you call it what you call it, and it does not seem to mind. The seasons change the way you bake. In summer, the dough rises fast, sometimes too fast, and you have to watch it carefully, or it will overprove and collapse into a sticky, useless puddle. The bakehouse is unbearable in August. The heat from the oven adding to the heat of the day until your workspace feels like the inside of a bread loaf. You drink water constantly. You tie a cloth around your head to keep the sweat from dripping into the dough. You dream of winter, then winter comes and you dream of summer. The cold slows everything down. The dough takes longer to rise. The oven takes longer to heat. Your fingers are stiff in the morning, and the water from the well is so cold it makes your teeth ache when you drink it. You mix the dough with water you have warmed by the fire, because cold water kills the yeast, or at least puts it to sleep, and sleeping yeast makes flat bread, and flat bread makes unhappy customers, and unhappy customers make an unhappy baker. Spring and autumn are the good seasons, the balanced seasons, when the temperature is mild and the dough behaves predictably, and the bakehouse is pleasant to work in. Spring brings the new grain, the fresh harvest milled into flour that smells like cut fields and sunshine. Autumn brings the apples and the pears and the preserved fruits that you fold into enriched doughs for feast days and holidays. You make spiced breads at Michaelmas, sweet breads at Christmas, and hot crossmark buns in the weeks before Easter. The church calendar is your recipe book, each holy day bringing its own tradition, its own bread, and its own customers lining up before dawn for something special. On feast days, the bakehouse is chaos. You start earlier than usual, which means you start at an hour that most people would consider the middle of the night. You make twice the bread, 3 times the bread, working through the darkness with only tallow candles for light, their greasy flames throwing moving shadows across the walls. You bring in your apprentice, a boy of 15 who is earnest and willing but who has not yet developed the instinct for dough that separates a baker from a person who merely makes bread. He helps where he can, carrying sacks, sweeping up, keeping the fire fed, and occasionally dropping things at inopportune moments because he is 15, and dropping things is essentially his primary skill. The boy came to you 2 years ago, sent by his father, a farmer in the village 3 miles east, who decided that his youngest son was not suited for field work on account of being allergic to mornings and constitutionally opposed to mud. Farming's loss was baking's gain, sort of. The boy is not bad. He's simply green. He overkneads. He undersalts. He once forgot to put the starter in the dough and produced loaves so flat and dense that you could have used them to repair the road. But he is learning. You see glimpses of competence emerging like shoots in early spring, and you have enough patience to wait for them to grow. After all, you were 15 once and you were not much better. Your father told you so repeatedly. Your apprentice will learn. They all learn, eventually. The guild requires 7 years of apprenticeship before a young baker can become a journeyman, and another period of work after that before he can attempt to become a master. The system is designed to be slow, because bread does not tolerate impatience. A baker who has not put in the years, who has not felt the dough change under his hands through every season, who has not stood before the oven in the dark of 1,000 mornings, is not ready to bake alone. The guild knows this, you know this. Your aching back knows this. You teach the boy what your father taught you, how to judge the flour by rubbing it between your fingers, feeling for the right texture, the right dryness. How to test the water temperature with your elbow, the way you would test a bath. How to listen to the oven, because the oven talks in pops and clicks and the soft sighing of expanding air, and if you listen well enough, it will tell you everything you need to know. How to score the tops of the loaves before they go in. A quick slash with a sharp blade that lets the bread expand as it bakes without tearing its own crust apart. How to tell the difference between bread that is perfectly baked and bread that needs another few minutes, a distinction so subtle it lives entirely in the ear and the nose and the tips of the fingers. You also teach him things that have nothing to do with baking. How to deal with a difficult customer without losing your temper or your sale. How to keep accounts in your head when your hands are covered in dough and there is no time to stop. How to be polite to the guild inspectors even when they are being unreasonable, which is often. How to treat the miller with respect even when his flour is not up to standard, because you will need his flour again next week and the week after that, and burning a bridge with your supplier is a worse mistake than any bread you could bake. These are the quiet skills of a tradesman, the social glue that holds a business together, and they're just as important as knowing when the dough is ready or how hot the oven should be. The boy listens, he tries, he fails, he tries again. This is how bakers are made. Late afternoon bleeds into evening. The shop has closed. The last loaf has been sold or set aside for tomorrow's trenchers. You clean the bakehouse, scrubbing the table, sweeping the floor, and wiping down the peel and the bench knife and the dough scraper. Cleaning is not glamorous work, but it is necessary work, and a clean bakehouse is a healthy bakehouse. Rats are a constant threat in a place that stores grain. Mice are worse, because they are smaller and sneakier and can get into spaces that rats cannot. You keep a cat for this purpose. A grey tabby with one torn ear and a professional attitude toward rodents that you deeply respect. She patrols the flour stores with the dedication of a night watchman, and the ruthlessness of a small, furry mercenary. Between the cat and the dog, your bakehouse is well defended against anything with 4 legs and bad intentions. You bank the oven fire, not letting it go out entirely, but tamping it down to a slow glow that will make tomorrow morning's fire easier to start. You check the flour stores. You make mental calculations about tomorrow's bake, how many loaves, what types, and whether you need to send to the miller for more grain. The town outside is settling into its evening. Smoke rises from chimneys. The sound of children playing in the lanes fades as mothers call them in for supper. The church bell rings for vespers, the evening prayer, and its deep tone rolls over the rooftops and down into your bakehouse, where it vibrates in the stones of the oven like a second heartbeat. This is the music of your town, the bell and the smoke and the distant murmur of voices, and you are woven into it as tightly as anyone. You go upstairs. You eat supper, which is simple. Bread again, because waste is a sin and there are always leftover rolls and ends and pieces that did not sell. You might add a bowl of pottage. the thick vegetable stew that everyone in town eats because it is cheap and filling and can be made from whatever the garden provides. Turnips in winter, peas in spring, beans in summer, cabbage always, because cabbage grows everywhere and refuses to die, is the most persistent vegetable in the known world. After supper, you mix tomorrow's dough. This is your evening ritual, the bookend to the morning, the alpha and omega of your baker's day. You measure the flour by the scoop, dumping it into the dough trough, raising a white cloud that settles on your arms and your apron and the floor. You add water, warm from the pot that has been sitting near the oven all day. You add a piece of yesterday's dough, the starter, the living bridge between today's bread and tomorrow's. You mix with your hands, squeezing and turning until the flour and water come together into a shaggy mass that does not yet look like anything edible, but which, by morning, will be transformed. You add the salt last. Salt is expensive, more expensive per weight than flour, and you use it sparingly. But salt is also essential. Without it, bread tastes flat and lifeless, like a story told without any feeling behind it. The right amount of salt pulls all the other flavours into focus, brightening the wheat, deepening the ferment, and turning a plain dough into something with character. You pinch the salt from a small clay pot that you keep on a high shelf, away from the damp, and scatter it across the surface of the dough before folding it in with long, slow strokes. The dough resists the salt at first, tightening slightly, then relaxes and absorbs it. You cover the trough with a cloth and leave it. The yeast will do the rest. While you sleep, they will eat and multiply and produce the gas that makes the dough rise, doing their silent work in the dark of the bakehouse, the same work they have been doing since the Egyptians first discovered that old dough makes new bread lighter. You are part of a chain that stretches back thousands of years, baker to baker, loaf to loaf, and this knowledge sits in you like warmth. You wash your hands, you wash your face. The water in the basin is cold, because of course it is, and the soap is rough and smells of tallow and ash, but you are clean enough for bed. You hang your apron on the hook behind the door, where it assumes its customary rigid posture, and you climb into bed. The dog has come upstairs and settled at the foot of the mattress, turning 3 times in a tight circle, before collapsing with a sigh that suggests he has had a harder day than you, which he absolutely has not. He was asleep for most of it. But dogs are masters of performed exhaustion, and you let him have this moment without comment. The mattress is straw, the blanket is wool, the pillow is a folded piece of linen stuffed with dried herbs, lavender and chamomile, because your grandmother told your mother and your mother told you that these help you sleep, and whether this is true or merely traditional, the smell of them means bedtime, means rest, means the day is over and you can finally stop. Outside, the town is quiet. The last drunk has stumbled home from the tavern. The night watchman is making his rounds, his lantern a small yellow dot moving through the dark streets. A dog barks once, then thinks better of it. The moon, if there is a moon, throws silver light across the rooftops and through your window and onto the floor, where it lies like a fallen handkerchief. You think about tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the same dark morning, the same cold floor, the same fire, the same dough, the same oven, the same bread, the same customers, the same coins, the same conversations about the cobbler's wife, and the merchant's wool and the priest's drinking habits. The sameness might seem monotonous, described from the outside, but from the inside it feels different. From the inside it feels like a song with a chorus you know by heart, where the pleasure is not in surprise but in the deep satisfaction of repetition done well. Because here is the thing about bread. It is never exactly the same twice. The flour changes with every harvest. The weather changes the dough. The wood changes the fire. Your own hands change as you age, growing stronger, then growing tired, then growing skilled in a different way that compensates for the tiredness. Every loaf you bake is a unique event, a one-time collaboration between 100 variables, and no amount of repetition can make that boring. The 500th loaf is as much a creation as the first. More perhaps, because the 500th loaf carries the knowledge of the 499 before it. You're part of your town in a way that is difficult to explain. The Lord in his manor owns the land, but he does not feed the people. The priest in his church tends the souls, but he does not fill the bellies. You do. Every morning you take raw grain and water and fire and time, and you turn them into the one thing that nobody can live without. The poorest labourer and the richest merchant both need what you make. The child teething on a crust of your bread, and the grandmother softening a piece in her soup, are both sustained by the same work of your hands. In a world of vast inequality, where the distance between the Lord's table and the peasant's table is measured in courses and silver and servants, bread is the great equalizer. Everyone eats bread. Everyone needs the baker. This gives you a kind of invisible authority. You're not wealthy. You're not powerful. You do not sit on the town council or own land or wear fur-trimmed robes. But you are essential. When the harvest fails and grain is scarce, you are the one people turn to, because you are the one who turns grain into something edible. When the price of the wheat rises, the whole town feels it through the price of your bread, and you are the messenger of that economic reality, standing behind your counter while people shake their heads and tighten their purse strings. The guild sets the price, not you, but it is your face they see when they pay it. On Sundays you rest. The church requires it, the guild enforces it, and your body demands it. You go to Mass wearing your one good tunic, the one without flower stains, which you keep in the chest specifically for this purpose. You stand in the nave with the other tradesmen, the blacksmith and the carpenter, and the chandler and the tanner, who always stand slightly apart because no amount of Sunday scrubbing can entirely remove the smell of his profession. You sing the hymns, or at least you move your mouth in the general direction of the melody. You listen to the sermon. You pray, though your prayers tend to be practical rather than spiritual. Good weather, good grain, a healthy oven, no fires. These are the prayers of a baker, and God, if he is listening, has so far been reasonably responsive. The church itself is the largest building in town, stone-built and cool inside even in summer, with windows that let in coloured light on sunny mornings. You helped pay for one of those windows, not a large one, just a small panel of blue glass near the back, funded by a donation from the Bakers Guild 3 years ago. It is not much, but every time the morning sun catches that blue panel and throws a square of coloured light across the stone floor, you feel a quiet pride that has nothing to do with vanity and everything to do with belonging. Your trade helped build this place. Your bread feeds the people who fill these pews. You are part of something larger than yourself, and on Sunday morning, standing in the nave with the light falling blue across your hands, you can feel it. After church, you might walk to the market square and look at what the other tradesmen are selling. You might visit the miller to discuss next week's flour delivery. You might sit on the bench outside your bakehouse and simply watch the town go by, which is a pleasure that costs nothing and provides more entertainment than you might expect. Towns are interesting places when you slow down enough to see them. The butcher's dog stealing a bone from the gutter, 2 children racing each other down the lane, their laughter rising like birds. An old man asleep on a doorstep with his hat over his face, perfectly at peace with the world and its demands. Monday morning, you do it all again. There is a particular quality to the repetition of a baker's life that deserves more attention. It is not the repetition of boredom, it is the repetition of craft. A musician who plays the same piece every day is not bored by it. A gardener who tends the same beds every season is not dulled by familiarity. The repetition is the medium through which mastery is achieved and expressed, the daily practice that transforms effort into art. Your bread is better today than it was a year ago. It will be better next year than it is today. This progression is so slow as to be invisible on any given morning, but over the span of a career, it is the difference between bread and bread with a capital letter, between something you eat and something you remember. Occasionally you try something new, a different scoring pattern on the loaves, a deeper cut or a curved slash instead of a straight one. A handful of herbs from the garden mixed into a batch of dough, rosemary or thyme, just to see what happens. A slightly longer rise, a slightly hotter oven, a change so small that nobody would notice unless they were looking for it. These experiments are how the craft moves forward, not in great leaps but in tiny adjustments, each one tested and tasted and either kept or discarded. Most of them come to nothing, a few stick, and over the years those few accumulate into something that you might call a style, a way of baking that is yours alone, shaped by 1,000 small decisions made in the quiet hours before dawn. The market comes to town twice a week, on Wednesdays and Saturdays, and on market days the town swells with people from the surrounding countryside. Farmers bring their produce, tinkers bring their pots and pans, travelling merchants bring cloth and spices and news from other towns. The atmosphere is loud and busy and smells of animals and earth, and the sharp tang of fresh-cut cheese. On market days you sell more bread than usual, because the farmers' wives want something to eat while they shop, and the merchants want something to eat while they sell, and the children want something to eat because they are children and eating is essentially their entire agenda. You set up a trestle table outside your shop on market days, stacking it with loaves and rolls and, if you have had an ambitious week, little pastries filled with dried fruit and honey that you sell for a penny each. These pastries are popular, partly because they are delicious, and partly because eating something sweet at a market feels like a small rebellion against the ordinary. People buy them and eat them standing up, getting crumbs on their clothes and honey on their fingers, and the expression on their faces is the same every time. A brief private moment of pleasure in the middle of a busy day. You see this expression, and it makes the early mornings worth it. This is why you bake. Not for the money, though the money matters. Not for the guild's approval, though the guild's approval also matters. You bake with that expression. You bake because bread makes people happy, and making people happy turns out to be a surprisingly good reason to get out of bed before the sun. Market days also bring strangers, travellers passing through, who stop at your counter because they are hungry, and because a bakery is one of the only shops in town that requires no introduction. A stranger can walk up to your counter, point at a loaf, hand over a coin, and leave with something to eat, all without needing to know anyone or explain their business. Bread is the universal language of commerce. It needs no translation, no negotiation, no social currency. It just needs a penny and a hand to hold it. And in a world where strangers are regarded with a certain amount of suspicion, the bakery is one of the few neutral territories where anyone is welcome. No questions asked, as long as they can pay. Some of these travellers bring news, a war in the east, a new bridge being built 2 towns over, travelling fair setting up outside the city walls. You collect these scraps of information the way you collect flour dust, passively and constantly, until they form a picture of the wider world, the world beyond your town and its lanes and its fields. You have never travelled more than 20 miles from the place where you were born. You probably never will. But through the stories of strangers and the gossip of neighbours and the occasional pronouncement from the pulpit, you know that the world is large and complicated and full of people who, regardless of where they live or what language they speak, all need bread. The afternoon of a market day is for accounting. You count your coins, separating the pennies into neat stacks on the table, calculating what you have earned against what you owe. You owe the miller for flour. You owe the woodcutter for fuel. You owe a small amount to the guild for your annual membership, and a larger amount to the church for your tithe, which is 1/10 of your earnings, and which you pay with the resigned acceptance of a man who understands that arguing with the church is like arguing with the weather. You also set aside money for maintenance because ovens crack and peels break and roofs leak, and the 3rd step on the stairs is still loose, and will presumably remain loose until the end of time, or until you hire the carpenter, whichever comes first. What is left is yours. It is not a lot. You're not rich by any measure, but you're not poor either. You're somewhere in the comfortable middle of medieval economic life, a skilled tradesman with a secure place in the community, a roof over your head, food in your belly, and work that, while exhausting, gives you a clear sense of purpose and identity. You are a baker. It is not just what you do. It is who you are. In the evening, you might visit the tavern. Not every evening, because you need your sleep and ale is the enemy of early mornings, but occasionally when the day has been good and the bread has come out well, and you feel like sitting somewhere that is not your bakehouse. The tavern is warm and dim and smells of wood smoke and ale and the combined efforts of 20 people's suppers. You sit in your usual spot near the fire, but not too near, and you drink a cup of ale, which the tavern keeper brews himself and which tastes, frankly, like something brewed by a tavern keeper and not by anyone with formal training. But it is wet and it is warming and it costs less than a loaf of your bread, so you drink it and you do not complain. The tavern keeper is a large man named Hugh, who laughs at everything, including things that are not funny, which means the tavern always sounds more cheerful than it probably is. He has been trying to get you to bake trenches specifically for his establishment, slightly larger and denser than the usual kind, to absorb the truly remarkable quantities of gravy that his stews produce. You are considering it. A standing order is a standing order, and Hugh pays promptly, which is more than you can say for half the town. The other tradesmen are here too. The blacksmith, whose hands are even more damaged than yours, is scarred and calloused from years of working with hot metal. The carpenter, who is quiet and thoughtful and builds furniture so beautiful that you sometimes wish you had chosen a tray that produced objects that lasted longer than a day. The chandler, who makes candles and soap and whose shop smells like a complicated argument between tallow and lye. You sit with these men and you talk about nothing in particular, about the weather and the market and the state of the roads and the behaviour of the town council, and this is how community works. Not through grand gestures or formal institutions, but through regular people sitting together at the end of a long day, sharing a drink and a complaint and a laugh, and going home feeling slightly less alone. The months roll past. Spring planting gives way to summer ripening, which gives way to autumn harvest, which gives way to winter waiting. Each season brings its bread. Spring bread is light and hopeful, made from the last of the stored grain before the new crop comes in, stretched thin sometimes when the stores run low, but always present, always there. Summer bread is generous and golden, baked in an oven that barely needs stoking because the air outside is doing half the work. Autumn bread is the best, made from fresh milled flour that carries the taste of the fields, the first bread of the new harvest, the bread that tells the town that the lean months are over and abundance has returned. Winter bread is dark and heavy and sustaining, rye and barley and whatever grain is cheapest, baked to last because in winter you cannot bake every day, not when the wood is wet and the oven loses heat to the cold air and your fingers are too stiff to knead properly. There are weeks in late winter when the flour stores drop low and you lie awake at night doing arithmetic in your head, calculating how many loaves you can stretch from what remains. These are the anxious weeks, the weeks when the price of grain climbs and the guild adjusts the assize and your loaves grow lighter while your worries grow heavier. You have never run completely out. There has always been enough, just barely, to keep the town fed until the new crop comes in. But the fear of running out is always there, a background hum beneath the daily routine, the way the sound of the creek is always there beneath the sounds of the town. You do not dwell on it. You bake what you can with what you have, and you trust that the fields will produce and the miller will grind and the cycle will continue as it always has. And then one morning in late spring, the new grain arrives. Thomas the miller pulls up in his cart, sacks of fresh flour stacked high, and the flour is pale and sweet-smelling, and when you rub it between your fingers it feels like a promise. The first loaf from the new grain is always something special. You bake it with extra care, shaping it well, scoring it deeply, and giving it the best spot in the oven where the heat is most even. When it comes out golden and fragrant and crackling softly as it cools, you break off a piece and eat it standing right there at the oven mouth, and it tastes like relief. The lean weeks are over. The year has turned. Through it all, the bread sustains. It is the foundation of every meal. It is the first thing on the table in the morning and the last thing cleared away at night. It is what mothers give crying children, and what wives pack for husbands heading to the fields. It is what the sick eat when they can eat nothing else, and what the dying receive as their last earthly comfort. Bread is life, and the person who makes it is, in a sense, in the life-giving business. You do not think of it in such grand terms, of course. You are a baker, not a philosopher. You think of flour and water and fire and time and the 900 things that can go wrong between the mixing and the selling. You think about whether Thomas the Miller is overcharging you. You think about whether your apprentice will ever learn to score a loaf without making it look like it lost a fight. You think about the third step on the stairs. But underneath all the daily concerns, underneath the flour dust and the aching shoulders and the permanently warm hands, there is something that might, if you were the kind of person who used such words, be called contentment. You have a place in the world. You have a skill that matters. You have a purpose that connects you to your neighbours and your town and the long line of bakers who came before you. Your bread is on every table. Your oven warms the town's meals. Your bakehouse is a landmark, a gathering place, a fixed point in the turning world. The church bell rings for Compline, the last prayer of the day, and its sound drifts down through the darkness and through your window and into the room where you lie in your bed, smelling of flour and soap and dried lavender. The dough in the trough downstairs is rising slowly in the dark. The oven is breathing its low, steady heat. The town sleeps. You close your eyes. The mattress is not comfortable. The blanket is not soft. The pillow smells like your grandmother's garden. But you are tired in the way that only honest work makes you tired. Tired in the bones and the muscles and the satisfying centre of yourself, and sleep comes easily, the way it always does when you have spent the day making something real. Tomorrow you will wake in the dark. The floor will be cold. The oven will need feeding. The dough will be waiting. The town will need its bread, and you will be there to provide it, as you were yesterday and will be tomorrow, and the day after that, and the day after that, the baker in a town whose name nobody remembers, making the thing that everybody needs. And just before you drift off, in that floating space between waking and sleeping, you think about the bread, about the way it rises in the dark, about the way it transforms in the heat, about the way it feeds the world, one loaf at a time, without asking for anything in return. You're a baker. It is enough. The last thing you hear before sleep takes you is the oven settling, a low contented sound like a large animal curling up for the night. The fire whispers. The flour sits quietly in its bins. The dough dreams of bread. And you dream of morning. Not a specific morning. Just morning itself. The feeling of it. The dark kitchen coming to life. The fire catching. The flour falls through your fingers into the trough. The dough yields to your hands. The smell of bread climbing out of the oven and into the world. This is your life. It is small. It is local. It will not be recorded in any chronicle or celebrated in any song. No one will build a monument to the baker who made the brown loaves in the town whose name the maps forgot. But the people you fed will remember the taste. The warmth of your bakehouse will live in the memory of every child who pressed their nose against the counter and breathed in the sweet, wheaty air on a cold morning. The bread you made will become part of the bodies that ate it, part of the bones and the blood and the energy that built houses and ploughed fields and carried babies and laughed at the tavern on Friday nights. You are a baker. You feed the world, one loaf at a time, one morning at a time, one ordinary, extraordinary day after another. Sleep now. The dough is rising, the oven is warm. The morning will come as it always does, and you will be ready for it. You are always ready for it. Good night, baker. Your town sleeps well because of you. You open your eyes before dawn, and the first thing you notice is how quiet everything is. Not silent. Egypt is never truly silent, but hushed in that particular way that happens when an entire palace is holding its breath, waiting for you to wake up. Somewhere beyond your bedchamber, you can hear the distant sound of water being poured, the soft padding of bare feet on limestone floors, and the gentle rustle of linen as servants prepare for your day. But none of them will enter until you signal that you're ready. Being a god has its perks, and privacy before sunrise is one of them. The bed beneath you is surprisingly comfortable for something that looks like it was designed by someone who'd never actually slept before. It's a wooden frame with a footboard carved to look like protective spirits. Part lion, part something else entirely that you're not entirely sure about, but the artisan seemed confident, so you went with it. The mattress is woven reed covered with linen sheets that somehow stay cool even in the Egyptian heat. Your headrest, a curved piece of wood that cradles your neck, has taken some getting used to over the years. When you were younger, you thought it was a torture device disguised as furniture. Now you can't sleep without it. The room smells like myrrh and frankincense from the censers that burn through the night, mixed with the peculiar scent of old stone that permeates every building in Egypt. It's not unpleasant. Actually, it's become so familiar that you find it comforting, like the smell of rain to someone who grew up in a wetter climate. Through the high windows, you can see the sky turning from black to deep blue. That particular shade that only exists for about 15 minutes each morning before the sun decides to make its dramatic entrance. You sit up slowly, because even pharaohs need a moment to let their backs adjust after lying down all night. The golden lapis lazuli pectoral you wore to bed, you're never completely unadorned even in sleep, catches the pre-dawn light and throws tiny blue stars across the wall. It's one of your favourites actually, less ostentatious than some of the ceremonial pieces, but beautiful in a way that doesn't scream, "Look at me, I'm incredibly important and wealthy." It just whispers it politely. There's a gentle cough from beyond the door. Not an impatient cough, because nobody in their right mind would cough impatiently at a pharaoh. But a "we're ready when you are but also the sun waits for no one" kind of cough. You call out that you're awake, and the door opens to admit a small procession of people whose entire job is to make sure you don't have to dress yourself. Leading them is Amenhotep, your chief steward, who has perfected the art of looking simultaneously alert and serene at an hour when most people look like they've been hit with a brick. The purification ritual happens first, before you can eat or drink or do anything else, because you can't very well commune with the gods while smelling like you've been asleep for 8 hours. 2 priests enter carrying alabaster jars of water drawn from the Nile at a sacred spot upstream. The water is cool and clean, and they pour it over your hands and feet while reciting prayers that you've heard so many times you could recite them backwards. You probably shouldn't mention that you once tried doing exactly that during a particularly boring ceremony when you were 13. Your high priest wasn't amused. The washing is methodical and strangely peaceful. One priest focuses on your right side, the other on your left, moving in perfect synchronization like they've been practicing this routine for years, which of course they have. Water runs over your skin and collects in a bronze basin beneath your feet, carrying away the night and, symbolically at least, any impurities that might have accumulated while you slept. You watch ripples form in the basin and think about how the Nile itself must be going through its own morning routines downstream, preparing for another day of keeping millions of people alive. Next comes the anointing with oils. These aren't your everyday oils. Nobody's rubbing you down with whatever they use to keep door hinges from squeaking. These are sacred oils, expensive oils, oils that had to be imported from places so far away that the merchants who brought them spent months travelling through deserts and across seas. The chief oil is myrrh mixed with cinnamon and something floral that you can never quite identify, but smells like what you imagine the god's garden would smell like if gods needed gardens. The priest applies the oil to your forehead first, drawing symbols you can't see but can feel in the patterns his fingers make. Then your chest, your arms, and your feet. The oil soaks in slowly, leaving your skin gleaming in the lamplight. You smell like a temple now, which is appropriate, considering you're about to become the primary link between Egypt and every god who's paying attention this morning. The dressing process is its own kind of ritual. First, the linen kilt. Not just any linen, but royal linen, woven so finely you can barely feel it against your skin. It's pleated within an inch of its life, each fold sharp enough to cut papyrus, and it's held in place with a belt that weighs approximately as much as a small cat. The belt is gold, because of course it is, inlaid with semi-precious stones arranged in patterns that tell stories about your divine right to rule, and your ancestors' divine right to rule, and basically everyone in your family's divine right to do whatever they want. Then the collar. This is where things get serious weight-wise. The broad collar is a masterpiece of goldsmithing. Rows upon rows of gold, carnelian, turquoise and lapis lazuli beads strung together to create something that's part jewellery, part armour, and part statement piece that says, yes, I could buy your entire village with what I'm wearing around my neck. It settles onto your shoulders with a familiar heaviness, and you automatically straighten your posture to compensate. You've been wearing these collars since you were crowned, and you've developed neck muscles that could probably support a small building. The crown comes last. Not the elaborate double crown you'll wear for major ceremonies. That thing requires its own support staff and gives you a headache after about 20 minutes. But the simple Nemes headdress, the striped linen cloth that frames your face and makes you instantly recognisable as Pharaoh, is surprisingly practical actually. Keeps the sun off your head, keeps your hair out of your face, and looks sufficiently impressive that people remember they're in the presence of royalty. Finally, they hand you the crook and flail. These are your symbols of kingship, the tools that mark you as both shepherd and warrior of Egypt. The crook is hooked at the top, symbolising your role in guiding your people. The flail is a kind of whip thing that honestly serves no practical purpose, but looks great in reliefs and reminds everyone that you could theoretically smite them if necessary. You hold them crossed against your chest in the traditional pose and catch sight of yourself in a polished bronze mirror. You look like a pharaoh. You look like power personified. You look like someone who definitely knows what they're doing and has everything under control. It's a good look, even if you know that underneath all the gold and oil and carefully arranged linen, you're just a person who's going to need to visit the privy at some point today and would really like some breakfast. The sun god Ra is making his appearance on the eastern horizon, which means it's time for you to make yours at the temple. This is non-negotiable. You could be dying, and actually one of your predecessors did perform the morning ritual while dying, which everyone agreed was impressively dedicated, but also maybe taking things a bit far, and you'd still need to show up to help the sun rise. Because according to theology, the sun doesn't rise on its own. It rises because you, as the living embodiment of Horus, perform the correct rituals to make it happen. No pressure. The walk to the temple takes you through corridors that are starting to come alive with activity. Servants press themselves against the walls as you pass, heads bowed, because looking directly at you is considered bold at best and sacrilegious at worst. You've tried to tell people they can look at you like a normal person, but apparently that's not how divine kingship works. So you've learned to acknowledge them without requiring eye contact. A small nod here, a gesture there, enough to show you see them without forcing them into an awkward theological situation. The temple is cool and dark, lit only by oil lamps that create pools of golden light in the darkness. The air is thick with incense, so thick you can practically taste it, and you've developed the ability to breathe through your mouth without being obvious about it. The walls are covered in hieroglyphs and images that tell the story of creation, the gods, your divine ancestry, and several of your own accomplishments that may have been slightly exaggerated by the artists. That battle you won. In real life it was messy and terrifying, and you nearly got knocked off your chariot. On the temple wall you're single-handedly defeating thousands of enemies while remaining perfectly coiffed. The high priest is waiting for you at the sanctuary entrance, along with a collection of other priests who form a kind of religious entourage. They're all shaved completely bald, not just their heads, but eyebrows, everything, because body hair is considered impure in sacred spaces. You've always found this a bit extreme, but you're not the one who made the rules. Well, technically you are the one who could change the rules, being Pharaoh and all, but some traditions are so old and so ingrained that even you don't mess with them. The inner sanctuary is where the god actually lives, not metaphorically lives. The statue in there houses the actual essence of the god, making it the most sacred and most dangerous spot in all of Egypt. Only you and the high priest can enter, and even then, only during specific rituals. The door is sealed with the previous day's seal, which you break with a ceremonial knife. The wax cracks with a satisfying snap, and the heavy doors swing open to reveal the god's dwelling. The statue is magnificent, covered in gold leaf and precious stones, wearing its own set of ceremonial garments that get changed daily. It stands in the dim lamplight looking appropriately divine and slightly intimidating. The deity's eyes seem to follow you as you approach, which is either a trick of the light or proof that the god is indeed present. You prefer not to think about it too deeply. The morning ritual is always the same. You approach the statue reciting prayers in the ancient tongue that you learned phonetically as a child. Even though you're fluent in them now, there's something about the sound of the words, rounded and formal and heavy with millennia of repetition, that makes them feel powerful. You're not just speaking, you're activating something, connecting to a power that existed before your great-great-great-grandparents were born. You purify the statue with water and natron, carefully washing the god's face and hands. Then you dress it in fresh linen, removing yesterday's garments and replacing them with new ones that have been specially prepared and consecrated. The god gets jewellery too, necklaces and bracelets that you fasten with steady hands, taking care not to let them tangle. You've gotten quite good at this over the years. The first time you did it, you were so nervous you nearly dropped a priceless amulet. The high priest's face went through several shades of pale before you caught it. Food offerings come next. A small feast is laid out before the statue. Bread, beer, roasted duck, fresh fruit and vegetables prepared exactly the way the god prefers. The irony isn't lost on you that the god probably doesn't actually eat the food. But what happens is that the god's essence consumes the spiritual part of the meal, leaving the physical part to be distributed among the priests later. It's an efficient system, really. The gods get fed, the priests get fed, and everyone's happy. You light incense and make the final offerings, reciting the prayers that release the god's power to flow through Egypt for another day. It's during these moments that you sometimes feel something shift in the air, something you can't quite explain but that makes the hair on your arm stand up. Maybe it's just the incense smoke playing tricks on your mind. Maybe it's the weight of belief from millions of Egyptians flowing through you. Maybe the gods really are listening. When you emerge from the sanctuary, the sun has fully risen. This is important. If you'd failed in your duties, theoretically the sun wouldn't have risen. Egypt would have fallen into chaos, and it would have been entirely your fault. But the sun is shining, the Nile is flowing, and the world continues to exist, which means you've successfully fulfilled your cosmic responsibilities for another morning. You allow yourself a moment of quiet satisfaction. The rest of the morning involves more temples and more gods. Egypt has a lot of gods, an almost embarrassing number of gods, really. And while you can't personally visit all of them every day, you need to make regular appearances at the major temples. There's the Temple of Amun, the king of gods, whose priests wield almost as much power as you do, and need to be kept happy. There's the Temple of Ptah, patron of craftsmen, whose favour you need if you want your building projects to succeed. There's the Temple of Hathor, goddess of love and joy, whose festivals are significantly more fun than the other gods' festivals. Each temple visit follows a similar pattern. Approach with appropriate reverence, perform the rituals, make the offerings, and listen to the priest's reports about temple business and their requests for more funding. The requests for funding are constant. Every priest believes their god deserves a bigger temple, more offerings, and additional staff. You've become skilled at the political dance of appearing to consider every request seriously while committing to nothing specific. Between temples, you're carried on a litter by bearers who move with synchronized precision, making the journey smooth enough that you could probably balance a cup of wine on your head without spilling a drop. Not that you've tried. That would be undignified. The streets are crowded with people who've come out to see you pass, and you maintain the appropriate expression of benevolent divine authority, while privately wondering if you remembered to have someone check on your favourite hunting dog, who seemed a bit off yesterday. By mid-morning, you're back at the palace for the less spiritual but equally important part of being Pharaoh, actually running the country. The audience hall is already filling with people who need something from you. Officials, nobles, foreign ambassadors, priests, architects, merchants, farmers with disputes, criminals awaiting judgment, and that one persistent inventor who keeps trying to convince you to fund his revolutionary new irrigation system that will definitely work this time. Unlike the last 3 times, you settle onto your throne, which is magnificent and uncomfortable in equal measure. It's designed to make you look powerful, not to provide lumbar support. The throne is gold-plated, inlaid with ivory and ebony, and carved with images of you defeating enemies, communing with gods, and generally being excellent at everything. The arms are shaped like rearing cobras, which looks impressive but means you have to be careful not to scratch yourself on the cobra fangs when you adjust your position. Your vizier, Ptahhotep, approaches with the day's agenda. He's been your second in command for 5 years now, and you trust him more than almost anyone. He's brilliant and efficient and has the rare quality of being willing to tell you when you're wrong, but doing it in such a diplomatic way that you don't feel like having him thrown to the crocodiles. He's also apparently immune to boredom, which is essential when dealing with palace administration. The first matter is a border dispute between two provincial governors who both claim the same stretch of farmland. The dispute has been going on for 3 years, which seems excessive for an argument about dirt, but apparently this particular dirt is extremely fertile and produces exceptional barley. Both governors are present, each with scrolls of evidence, witnesses and arguments prepared. You let them present their cases, which takes approximately forever and involves a lot of dramatic gesturing and appeals to ancient precedents. The truth is, you could probably solve this by simply declaring one of them the winner and moving on. You're Pharaoh. Your word is law. But you've learned that arbitrary decisions, even when you have the power to make them, tend to create resentment and problems down the line. So you listen, ask questions, and eventually propose a solution that involves surveying the land properly, splitting it based on the survey results, and both governors contributing to a new irrigation project that will benefit the entire region. Neither governor looks entirely happy, which probably means it's a fair solution. Next is a delegation from Nubia with tribute and trade proposals. The Nubians are skilled diplomats who've dressed in their finest. Gold jewellery that rivals your own, fine fabrics, and elaborate hairstyles. They present their gifts with appropriate ceremony. Gold, ivory, ebony, exotic animal skins, and a live leopard that seems less than thrilled about being a diplomatic gift. The leopard is beautiful but looks like it's considering making a break for freedom, which would certainly liven up the proceedings. You accept the tribute graciously and listen to their trade proposals, which are actually quite reasonable. Nubia has resources Egypt needs, and Egypt has grain and manufactured goods Nubia wants. It's basic economics dressed up in diplomatic language. You agree to most of their requests, modify a few details, and send them away happy. The leopard goes to the royal menagerie, where hopefully it will feel less homicidal. Then there's the criminal case. A merchant is accused of using false weights to cheat customers. The evidence is presented, the weights in question, testimony from customers, and the merchant's protests of innocence. You examine the weights yourself, comparing them to the standard measures kept in the palace. They're definitely lighter than they should be, which means the merchant was selling people less grain than they paid for. Not the crime of the century, but dishonest nonetheless. Egyptian law is supposed to be based on Ma'at, truth, justice, harmony, and the fundamental order of the universe. In practice, it means trying to be fair while also making sure people don't think they can cheat each other with impunity. You find the merchant guilty and sentence him to pay back double what he stole plus a fine to the temple. It's stern enough to discourage others from trying the same thing, but not so harsh that it destroys the man's life. He leaves looking relieved that you didn't order anything involving crocodiles. The architect arrives with updated plans for your mortuary temple. This is the building that will serve as your cult centre after you die, where priests will make offerings to your memory for centuries. No pressure to make it impressive or anything. The architect unrolls papyrus after papyrus, showing you designs for courtyards, columns, statues and reliefs. Everything is calculated to inspire awe and demonstrate your divine nature to future generations. You suggest some modifications, a larger courtyard here, different proportions there, maybe fewer images of you smiting enemies, and more of you making offerings to gods, because you want to be remembered as pious, not just violent. The architect makes notes, nodding enthusiastically at your ideas, even though you suspect he's going to gently talk you out of half of them later, by explaining various architectural principles you don't fully understand. Between official audiences, Ptahhotep updates you on the kingdom's finances. Egypt is wealthy, but wealth requires management. There are granaries to maintain, armies to pay, building projects to fund, temples to support, and foreign trade to manage. The Nile's flood this year was good, which means the harvest should be abundant, which means tax revenue should be solid. But there's always something. A warehouse that needs repairs, a garrison that needs supplies, a canal that needs dredging. You approve budgets, sign off on expenditures, and make decisions about resource allocation that would probably bore you to tears if they weren't so crucial to keeping Egypt functioning. The truth about ruling an empire is that it's less about dramatic pronouncements and more about making sure grain gets from where it's grown to where it's needed. Workers get paid, infrastructure gets maintained, and the complex machine of civilization keeps turning. A messenger arrives with news from the army. There's been a skirmish on the eastern border. Nothing major, just raiders testing Egypt's defences. Your general has handled it efficiently, but he's requesting additional troops to reinforce the garrison. You approve the request and dictate a response praising the general's vigilance. Military matters require careful attention. Egypt is powerful, but the world is full of neighbours who would love to claim a piece of the Nile's wealth. By early afternoon, you're ready for a break from audiences and administrative decisions. You retire to the private quarters of the palace, where the rooms are cooler, quieter, and significantly less formal. Here you can actually relax, or at least engage in the pharaonic version of relaxation, which still involves some level of ceremony, but with fewer people watching your every move. The palace is a city unto itself, a sprawling complex of buildings, courtyards, gardens, and halls. Your private quarters are in the heart of it all, protected by multiple layers of guards, walls, and protocol. The rooms are beautiful, painted walls showing gardens and wildlife, floors of polished stone, and furniture inlaid with precious materials. But they're also surprisingly comfortable. You've made sure of that. Yes, you're a god king, but you're also someone who appreciates a good chair. Your chief wife, Nefertari, is waiting in the garden courtyard. She's dressed more casually than you'd see her in public, still elegant, still wearing enough jewellery to fund a small army, but in lighter linen suitable for the afternoon heat. She's been dealing with her own administrative duties all morning. The royal household doesn't run itself, and she manages a staff of hundreds with the efficiency of a military commander. You discuss the day over light refreshments. She tells you about a dispute between two servants that she had to mediate, a request from the Temple of Hathor for her to attend an upcoming festival, and her concerns about your eldest son's education. He's showing more interest in hunting than in learning the administrative skills he'll need when he eventually becomes Pharaoh. You make a mental note to spend some time with him. Maybe find a way to make governance seem as exciting as chasing gazelles through the desert. The garden is one of your favourite places in the palace. It's an oasis of green in a landscape of stone and sand with carefully tended trees, flowers, and a pool stocked with fish. The Egyptians have managed to make gardens an art form, creating spaces that are both beautiful and functional. The trees provide shade, the flowers provide perfume, and the pool provides a spot for actual relaxation that doesn't involve sitting on a throne covered in angry cobras. You spend some time with your children, who are brought to you by their nurses. Royal children live somewhat separate lives from their parents. It's tradition, and also practical given the demands of kingship. But you make time for them when you can. Your daughter shows you a drawing she made, which is supposed to be a lotus flower, but looks more like an enthusiastic blob. You praise it appropriately. Your youngest son, who's about 3, is more interested in trying to grab your ceremonial beard, which is attached to your chin with some kind of ancient Egyptian adhesive technology that works better than it has any right to. These moments are precious, not because they're grand or ceremonial, but because they're normal. In these moments, you're not a pharaoh or a god, or the living embodiment of cosmic order. You're just a parent trying to keep a toddler from destroying your royal regalia while pretending to understand a child's artwork. Later, you review reports from your various estates. As pharaoh, you personally own significant amounts of land throughout Egypt, managed by stewards who send regular updates. The reports are written on papyrus in the neat hieratic script that scribes use for business documents, faster than hieroglyphs, though significantly less impressive looking. You've learned to read these reports quickly, scanning for important information while skipping the elaborate formalities that every scribe feels compelled to include. This estate had a good harvest. That estate had some problems with locusts, but managed to save most of the crop. This estate steward is requesting permission to build a new irrigation channel. That estate's steward wants to know if you'd like any of the particularly fine cattle they've bred. You make notes, approve or deny requests, and generally ensure that your personal wealth, which is considerable, is being managed competently. There's a relaxing interlude of music. You have court musicians who are genuinely talented, not just employed because they're good at flattering the Pharaoh. A harpist plays while you recline on a comfortable couch, the music filling the room with something beautiful and temporary and completely divorced from politics or religion or responsibility. The harp is a beautiful instrument, its sound clear and resonant, and the musician's fingers move across the strings with practiced grace. You close your eyes and just listen. The music washes over you, and for a few minutes your mind is empty of border disputes, budget concerns, diplomatic negotiations, and theological responsibilities. There's just the music, the cool air from the garden, and the distant sound of the palace continuing its daily business without you. A bath follows, which is less a quick rinse and more an elaborate process involving servants, oils, and water at exactly the right temperature. The bath is in a dedicated room with a limestone tub that's been polished smooth by years of use. The water is scented with lotus oil, and as you sink into it, you feel muscles relax that you didn't realise were tense. Being a pharaoh is physically demanding in ways people don't often consider. All that standing, sitting on uncomfortable thrones, wearing heavy jewellery, and maintaining perfect posture. Your body keeps a running tally. The afternoon heat is building, and the palace has grown quiet during the hottest hours. This is when sensible people rest, and even pharaohs need to be sensible occasionally. You retire to your sleeping quarters, where the air is cooler thanks to thick stone walls and servants who've been waving fans and sprinkling water on reed mats. You lie down on your bed, the same one you woke up in this morning, and let yourself drift into sleep. The afternoon nap is sacred. Not theologically sacred, just personally sacred. It's one of the few parts of your day that's entirely your own, where nobody needs anything from you and you don't need to make decisions about anything more important than which side to sleep on. The palace knows not to disturb you unless something is literally on fire, and even then, they'd better be sure it's a really important fire. You wake refreshed as the worst heat of the day begins to fade. The Nile is calling, not literally, though in poetry and hymns the Egyptians certainly write about the river like it speaks. And you've decided to take a journey on the royal barge. The Nile is Egypt's lifeline, its source of water, food, transportation, and fertility. Understanding the river means understanding your kingdom, and besides, it's pleasant to be on the water when the air is cooling and the light is turning golden. The royal barge is magnificent, which is practically a requirement for anything associated with royalty, but it's also surprisingly practical. It's large enough to be stable, decorated enough to be impressive, and equipped with a cabin that provides shade and privacy. The boat itself is painted in bright colours, red, blue, green and gold, with the sacred eye of Horus on the prow to ward off evil. The oarsmen are skilled professionals who can navigate the Nile's currents with the kind of precision that comes from years of practice. You board with a small retinue, some guards, a few servants, Tar-Hotep, who apparently never takes time off, and a priest because you're still pharaoh and still connected to the divine, even when you're just taking a boat ride. The barge pushes away from the dock and immediately you feel the difference. On land, you're surrounded by stone and politics. On the water, there's movement, air, and a sense of freedom that's rare when you're responsible for an entire civilization. The Nile flows northward, which confuses foreigners until you explain that in Egypt, north means downstream toward the Mediterranean, and south means upstream toward Nubia. The current carries you gently along, and when the wind is right, the sail can catch it and supplement the oarsman's efforts. Today the wind is perfect, filling the sail with a satisfying snap of fabric, and the boat glides along with minimal effort. From the water, you see Egypt differently. The riverbanks are lined with green, the fertile strip of land where everything grows, where life is possible, and where your people farm and build and live. Beyond the green is the desert, the red land stretching away to distant horizons. The contrast is stark. Green means life, red means death. The Nile creates the green by flooding every year. depositing rich silt that makes Egypt's soil some of the most fertile on earth. You pass villages and towns, their mud brick buildings clustered near the water. People working in the fields look up and see the royal barge, recognizing it by its decoration and size. Some wave, some bow, some simply stare. You're a distant figure to most Egyptians, more symbol than person, and moments like this, where they can actually see you even from a distance, matter more than you might think. Fishermen in small papyrus boats are working their nets. The ancient dance of casting and pulling that's been performed on the Nile since before the pyramids were built. Fish are plentiful in the river, perch, catfish and tilapia, and fishing provides food for millions. You watch one fisherman make a perfect cast, the weighted net spreading into a circle before dropping into the water. It's a simple act, but there's grace in it, skill in it, and the kind of practical mastery that keeps civilization fed. Fields stretch away from the river, green with growing grain. This is barley and emmer wheat, the crops that make bread and beer, the staples of the Egyptian diet. Farmers are working the irrigation channels, directing water from the river to their fields through a network of canals and basins that represent centuries of engineering knowledge. The system works because people understand the Nile's rhythms and know when to flood the fields, when to plant, and when to harvest. You pass a temple under construction, its limestone walls gleaming white in the afternoon sun. Workers are everywhere, hauling stones, mixing mortar and carving decorations. Building a temple is a massive undertaking that can last years or even decades, employing hundreds of workers and consuming resources on a scale that would bankrupt smaller kingdoms. But temples are investments in the divine, in Ma'at, and in the cosmic order that keeps Egypt prosperous. They're also, admittedly, very effective ways to demonstrate pharaonic power to anyone who needs reminding. The barge stops at a landing where local officials are waiting. This is part of the purpose of the journey, being seen, hearing concerns and maintaining the connection between Pharaoh and people. The officials present themselves with appropriate ceremony, and you listen to their reports about the harvest, local disputes that have been resolved, and requests for assistance with various projects. It's kingship on a smaller scale, more personal than the audiences at the palace, but just as important. A farmer approaches, nervous but determined. He's been granted an audience because his farm produces exceptional wine, and he's brought a sample for your consideration. You try the wine, it's actually quite good, with a complexity that surprises you, and compliment him on his work. His face lights up with pride, and you make a note to have the palace acquire more of his vintage. Supporting excellent craftsmen is part of your role, and besides, you enjoy good wine. Back on the barge, you continue downstream. The sun is getting lower now, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. The Nile reflects the colours, turning the water into something magical, and you understand why the ancient Egyptians saw divinity in everything. How could you not when the world produces beauty like this on a daily basis? You think about the river's cycle, how it floods every year with reliable precision, and how the ancient Egyptians built their entire calendar around this rhythm. Akhet, the inundation season, is when the river rises and covers the fields. Peret is the growing season, when crops are planted and tended. Shemu, the harvest season, is when all that work turns into food. 3 seasons, each essential, each dependent on the Nile doing what it's done for thousands of years. It strikes you sometimes how much depends on this river. If the flood is too small, there's famine. If it's too large, there's destruction. The Nile has to be just right year after year, or Egypt suffers. Your ancestors claim they could control the flood through their divine power, and you maintain that claim because pharaohs are supposed to control everything. But privately you know the truth. The Nile does what it will, and humans just try to adapt. You're grateful that in your reign so far the river has been kind. As the barge returns to the palace dock, the sun is setting and the evening meal awaits. Egyptian feasts are elaborate affairs, especially royal ones, and tonight is a formal dinner with high-ranking officials, foreign ambassadors, and nobles who've been angling for an invitation for months. You've changed from your day clothes into evening regalia, a fresh kilt, a different collar, and the kind of jewellery that catches lamplight and makes everything sparkle. The banquet hall is spectacular. Columns painted with lotus designs rise to a ceiling decorated with stars and sacred symbols. Oil lamps in elaborate bronze stands light the room with warm, flickering light. The floor is scattered with fresh lotus flowers, their scent mixing with frankincense from the censers. Tables are arranged in a U-shape with your seat at the head, elevated slightly so everyone can see you, because even at dinner you're on display. Guests arrive in their finest clothes, which in Egypt means lots of pleated linen, lots of jewellery, elaborate wigs and enough eye makeup to supply a modern cosmetics counter for a year. The women's dresses are sheer enough to be slightly scandalous to foreign visitors, but perfectly normal by Egyptian standards. The men's kilts are crisp and white, their collars glittering with gold and semi-precious stones. Everyone has gone to considerable effort to look impressive, and the overall effect is dazzling. You take your seat and servants immediately begin bringing food. Egyptian feasts are not subtle affairs. There's roasted duck, goose, beef and fish prepared a dozen different ways. There's bread in various forms, flatbread, raised bread, and bread flavoured with honey or dates or coriander. There are vegetables, lettuce, onions, garlic, cucumbers and beans. There are fruits, figs, dates, pomegranates, and melons. There are sweets made from honey and nuts. There's enough food to feed everyone twice over, which is the point. Abundance demonstrates prosperity. Wine flows freely, served in elegant cups by servants who glide through the crowd with practiced grace. The wine is good, some from your own estates, some imported from abroad. Egyptians love wine, though beer is more common for everyday drinking. Tonight is not an everyday occasion, though, so wine it is. You sip from a golden cup while watching the room, observing the social dynamics, the alliances forming and shifting, and the careful dance of court politics. Musicians play harps, lutes, drums, and a sistrum whose metallic rattle is supposed to please the goddess Hathor. The music is lively, meant to encourage celebration rather than contemplation. Dancers perform, their movements graceful and athletic, their costumes designed more for visual impact than coverage. Egyptian dancing involves a lot of acrobatic moves that look impossible, but that these performers make seem effortless. Between courses there's conversation. The ambassador from Hatti, Egypt's sometimes ally, sometimes rival to the north, discusses trade agreements and mutual defence. The high priest of Amun mentions very casually that the god's temple could benefit from some renovations. A provincial governor compliments your wisdom in resolving that border dispute earlier. Everyone is charming, polite, and carefully advancing their own interests while pretending they're just here for the pleasure of your company. You make conversation with practiced ease, asking questions, listening to responses, and making the kind of small talk that oils the wheels of diplomacy. You compliment the ambassador's wife on her jewellery, Egyptian gold you notice, which is either a genuine preference or strategic flattery. You discuss architecture with a nobleman who's building a new villa. You listen to a merchant describe his recent trading expedition to Punt, a mysterious land to the south that produces frankincense, myrrh and exotic goods. The food keeps coming. There's a whole roasted ox that required most of the afternoon to prepare. There are delicate pastries that dissolve on your tongue. There are dates stuffed with nuts and honey that are probably too sweet but taste amazing anyway. You eat moderately, aware that overeating in public is undignified, but also aware that completely ignoring the food might offend the cooks who've spent days preparing this feast. Entertainment continues between courses. There are acrobats who form human pyramids and tumble across the floor with alarming precision. There are singers whose voices rise above the ambient noise, telling stories of gods and heroes and romantic adventures. There's a magician who performs illusions that you can't quite figure out but that delight the audience. Court entertainment is supposed to be impressive, and tonight's performers have clearly received that memo. As the evening progresses, the formality relaxes slightly. People are well fed, well watered with wine, and in the kind of good mood that comes from being warm, comfortable, and surrounded by abundance. Conversation grows louder, laughter more frequent. You allow yourself to relax too, to enjoy the moment rather than constantly analysing it. These gatherings serve political purposes, but they're also genuinely pleasant when you stop treating them as work. Nefertari is at your side, managing the social dynamics with her usual skill. She notices when someone feels ignored and draws them into conversation. She smooths over a potential argument between two nobles who've had too much wine. She signals servants to refill cups, clear plates, and adjust lighting. She makes it all look effortless, which is how you know she's working hard. Running a royal feast is its own kind of governance. Eventually the feast winds down. Guests begin to leave, offering elaborate thanks and compliments. You accept their gratitude with appropriate royal graciousness, privately relieved that you can soon retire to quarters where you won't have to be on anymore. The servants will spend hours cleaning up, but that's not your concern. Your concern is saying goodnight to the last few stragglers without being rude or appearing too eager to get rid of them. The next morning brings you to your greatest obsession and most enduring legacy, your building projects. Every pharaoh builds is practically a job requirement, but you've taken it to new levels. You're not just maintaining existing structures, you're creating monuments that will outlast you by millennia. Your mortuary temple, your additions to the great temple complexes, and the statues bearing your face. These will tell future generations that you were here, that you mattered, and that you did things worth remembering. You're at the construction site of your mortuary temple, accompanied by the chief architect, the project overseer, and approximately 1,000 workers who are currently moving stone blocks that weigh more than several people combined. The sound of construction fills the air, chisels on stone, wooden sledges scraping across sand, foremen shouting instructions and workers chanting rhythmic work songs to coordinate their efforts. The scale of the project is staggering. The temple complex will cover acres, with massive pylons at the entrance, courtyards surrounded by columns, hyper-style halls where forest-sized stone pillars create artificial shade, sanctuaries for the gods, and chambers for the rituals that will maintain your cult after death. Right now, it's a construction site, chaotic and dusty, but the architect's plans show you what it will become, and the vision is magnificent. You walk through the site, stepping carefully over tools and cut stone. Workers pause in their labour to bow as you pass, and you nod acknowledgement. These men, and they are almost all men, though women participate in some aspects of construction, are skilled professionals. The stonecutters can split granite with precision that seems impossible. The masons can fit blocks together so tightly that you couldn't slip a knife blade between them. The artists carving reliefs can turn flat stone into images so lifelike they seem ready to step off the wall. The architect shows you the foundation work for the Great Hall. Limestone blocks have been laid with mathematical precision, creating a level platform for the columns that will support the roof. Each block has been cut to exact specifications, its surfaces smoothed to near-perfect flatness. The ancient Egyptians don't have the tools future civilizations will develop, but they've mastered the art of working stone with copper tools, abrasives, and an apparently infinite capacity for patient, precise labour. You examine the columns being carved nearby. These will be papyrus-form columns, shaped like bundles of papyrus stems, topped with capitals that look like opened papyrus flowers. The symbolism is deliberate. Papyrus grows in the marshes of Lower Egypt, representing the northern part of your kingdom. The craftsmen are working on the decorative elements now, carving hieroglyphs that will describe your victories, your devotion to the gods, and your legitimate right to rule. The reliefs on the walls are taking shape under the artist's chisels. These aren't just decorative. They're narrative, theological, and political statements. Here you're shown making offerings to the gods, maintaining the cosmic order. There you're defeating enemies, protecting Egypt from chaos. In another scene, you're receiving the symbols of kingship from the gods themselves, visual proof of your divine mandate. The artists are working from approved designs, but within those parameters, they're creating art that will last for ages. A master sculptor is working on a colossal statue of you in the traditional pharaonic pose, standing, left leg forward, arms at your sides, wearing the Nemes headdress and holding royal insignia. The statue is carved from red granite quarried hundreds of miles south and transported here by boat and sledge at enormous effort and expense. It's not finished yet, the face needs more refining and details need to be added. but already it's impressive. The statue is 3 times your actual height, because subtlety is not the point here. The point is to inspire awe. You discuss proportions with a sculptor who's been working on royal statues for decades. He explains the mathematical ratios that govern Egyptian art, the relationships between different body parts, the angles that create the ideal form, and the conventions that make a statue unmistakably pharaonic. Egyptian art isn't realistic in the way later cultures will define realism. It's idealized, formalized, and designed to represent truth rather than mere appearance. Your statue doesn't need to look exactly like you. It needs to look like the eternal, perfect idea of you. The overseer shows you the work schedule. Thousands of workers are employed on this project alone, organised into teams with specialised skills. There are quarrymen, haulers, masons, carvers, painters, plasterers, toolmakers, cooks to feed everyone, scribes to track supplies and wages, and foremen to coordinate efforts. It's a massive logistical undertaking that requires careful planning, consistent resources, and competent management. You ask about the workers' conditions because, despite what future people will believe, these aren't slaves. They're paid labourers, some working full-time, others fulfilling their annual labour obligation to the state. They receive rations of grain, beer, vegetables, and occasionally meat. They have off days for festivals. They live in purpose-built worker villages with houses, medical care, and even a kind of a labour dispute resolution system. It's not luxury, but it's also not the brutal oppression that pyramids and slavery myths would suggest. The project is on schedule, the overseer assures you, though on schedule for ancient Egyptian construction means years or decades. You won't see this temple completed. Your successor might not see it completed, but it will be completed, and when it is, it will stand as a testament to your reign, your devotion to the gods, and your determination to be remembered. You visit the workshops where artisans are creating the smaller but still important elements. The gold leaf that will cover certain surfaces, the precious stone inlays, the bronze doors, and the elaborate furniture for the temple's various chambers. Each item is being made by hand by craftsmen who learn their skills from masters who learned from their masters, maintaining traditions that stretch back generations. There's something profound about watching these works take shape. Every chisel strike, every careful measurement, and every artistic decision is an act of creation that will outlast everyone involved. The workers will die, you will die, even the gods might change, but these stones will remain, these images will endure, and these hieroglyphs will continue telling your story to people who haven't been born yet. It's as close to immortality as humans get. As evening approaches, you find yourself on the palace roof, watching the sun descend toward the western desert. This has become something of a ritual for you, a quiet moment at the end of the day to think, to process, to simply exist without the weight of performance. Up here, with the city spreading out below and the desert beyond, you can see your kingdom in microcosm. The Nile cuts through the landscape like a dark ribbon, reflecting the sunset colours. Along its banks, fields are darkening from green to black as the light fades. Towns and villages are coming alive with lamplight, tiny golden points appearing as families settle in for the evening. Smoke rises from cooking fires, carrying the smell of bread and grilled fish. Somewhere in the distance you can hear singing, probably from a tavern, where workers are relaxing after the day's labour. You think about the enormity of your responsibility. Those lights represent people, millions of them, who depend on you to maintain Ma'at, to keep the Nile flowing, the harvest coming, the borders secure, and the gods satisfied. You didn't ask for this responsibility. You were born into it, trained for it from childhood, had it placed on your head with a crown, and declared inevitable by every priest and official in Egypt. But you've accepted it, and most days you believe you're doing an adequate job. The concept of Ma'at occupies your thoughts often. It's more than just law or justice. It's cosmic order, the way things should be, the balance between chaos and civilization. Your entire reign is judged by how well you maintain Ma'at. Do you speak truth? Do you ensure fair judgment? Do you support the gods' temples? Do you keep Egypt prosperous and secure? Every decision you make is supposed to reinforce order and push back against chaos, is Fet, the force that wants to unmake everything. It's an impossible standard, really. You're human. Despite what the theology says, you make mistakes. You have biases. You get tired and cranky and occasionally make decisions because they're easier, rather than because they're right. But you try. Every morning you wake up and try to be the Pharaoh Egypt needs, the living Horus, the son of Ra, the shepherd of the people. You think about mortality, which is ironic considering you're supposed to be divine. But divinity doesn't make you immune to death. It just means you're expected to continue being important after death. Your tomb is being prepared in the Valley of the Kings, cut deep into the mountain rock, its walls covered with religious texts and images to guide you through the afterlife. Your burial goods are accumulating. Furniture, clothes, jewellery, food, everything you might need in the next world. The ancient Egyptians have made an art form of dealing with death. You don't just die, you transform, journey through the underworld, face judgment before the gods. And if you pass, join the blessed dead who live forever. The Book of the Dead, which isn't actually a book but a collection of spells and instructions, will be placed in your tomb to help you navigate the dangers of the afterlife. You've read it, of course. It's comforting in a way. All those detailed instructions about what to say and do, as if death is just another journey that can be planned for. Your accomplishments run through your mind like a scroll unrolling. Treaties negotiated, temples built, enemies defeated, laws enacted, canals dug, and justice administered. Some of it was significant, some of it will be forgotten by next year. But you've tried to make Egypt better than you found it, to leave something lasting. Those buildings rising from the desert floor, those inscriptions on temple walls, those legal precedents, they're your legacy, the proof that you existed and mattered. But there are failures too, things you regret, hasty decisions that caused problems later, people you trusted who betrayed that trust, projects that consumed resources but delivered little, moments when you chose political expediency over justice because the alternative seemed too costly. The weight of rule includes carrying those failures, learning from them if possible, and accepting them when learning isn't enough. The sun touches the horizon, and the sky erupts in reds and oranges and purples. The Egyptians believe the sun god Ra travels through the underworld each night, fighting the serpent of chaos, ensuring the sun rises again each morning. You've helped that process through your rituals, but watching the sunset, you wonder if Ra needs the help, or if the sun would rise anyway. Theology says one thing, your secret thoughts sometimes suggest another. You think about your children and what kind of Egypt they'll inherit. Your eldest son will likely be the next pharaoh. The royal succession in Egypt isn't always straightforward. He's young still, more interested in the glory of kingship than its tedious reality. You hope he'll learn and hope he'll understand that being pharaoh means more responsibility than power. You hope he'll be wise enough to listen to good advisors and strong enough to ignore bad ones. The stars are appearing now, familiar constellations the Egyptians have named and mapped and incorporated into their religious beliefs. Those stars will be there long after you're gone, looking down on future pharaohs, future Egypts, and future worlds you can't imagine. It's humbling in a way to think about the vastness of time and your tiny place in it. But it's also comforting. You're part of something larger than yourself, part of a chain of kings stretching back to Nama, who first united Egypt, and forward to rulers you'll never meet. The evening call to prayer rises from the temples, priests singing hymns to the gods, thanking them for the day, asking for their protection through the night. The sound carries across the city, and you find yourself humming along with the familiar melodies. You may be a pharaoh, but you're also a worshipper, someone who acknowledges powers greater than yourself. As darkness settles over Egypt, you feel the day's tensions releasing. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new responsibilities, and new opportunities to maintain mayat or fail trying. But for now, this moment is enough. Standing on your palace roof, watching your kingdom settle into night, being simply yourself before you have to be pharaoh again. You turn away from the view and head back inside, ready for the evening meal, for the rituals that will prepare you for sleep, and for another night's rest before another day's reign. The palace swallows you back into its routines, but you carry the peace of that rooftop moment with you, a reminder that underneath all the ceremony and responsibility, you're human, living a life measured in sunsets and decisions, trying to do right. In a world that rarely makes rightness easy, you lie in bed again, the day's circuit complete. Tomorrow you'll wake and do it all again. The rituals, the governance, the building, the responsibility. It's a rhythm as reliable as the Nile's flood, as predictable as the sun's daily journey. You're not immortal, despite the divine titles. You're a person doing a job that happens to involve being treated like a god. Your legacy will be stone and law, temples and treaties, children who carry your bloodline forward, and officials who learned from your decisions. Some of it will last millennia, some will be forgotten within a generation. Such is the nature of human endeavour. But for now, you sleep, knowing the sun will rise again because Ra travels through the night, or because the earth rotates, or because that's simply what suns do. Your job is to be there when it rises, to perform the rituals, to govern justly, and to maintain Ma'at for another day. The weight of the crown rests on a stand nearby, silent and patient, waiting for morning. Outside, the Nile flows northward as it always has, carrying Egypt's life toward the sea. And in the eternal cycle of rising and setting, of flooding and planting and harvesting, of life and death and life again, you are Pharaoh, divine, mortal, powerful, vulnerable, responsible for everything, master of nothing but your intentions. Sleep comes gently, carrying you toward dreams of the perfect Egypt you build each night and wake to approximate each day. You're standing in a library in 1871, running your fingers along leather-bound volumes that smell of must and possibility. Outside, gaslight flickers against London's fog, but here in this quiet corner you've stumbled upon something that makes your pulse quicken just slightly. A German businessman named Heinrich Schliemann has published claims so outrageous that scholars dismiss them with barely concealed contempt. He insists that Troy, the legendary city from Homer's ancient poems, actually existed as a real place you could visit, touch and excavate from Turkish soil. The academic establishment considers this laughable. Troy belongs to mythology, they insist, no more real than unicorns or dragons. Homer's epic tales served as entertainment, moral instruction perhaps, but certainly not as geographical guidebooks. You can almost hear the scoffing echoes through university halls as professors wave away Schliemann's theories with the same casual dismissal they'd give to claims of Atlantis or El Dorado. But Schliemann possesses something more valuable than academic credentials. He has Homer's text, a fortune from his business ventures, and an unshakable conviction that stories preserve truth. While others read the Iliad as pure fiction, he notices the specific details, the descriptions of landscape features, the mentions of distances between locations, and the careful accounting of geographical markers that seem too precise for pure invention. You follow his journey in your mind's eye. He arrives at a hill called Hisarlik in northwestern Turkey, where local farmers graze their sheep across what appears to be nothing more than unremarkable terrain. The soil feels ordinary beneath his boots. The wind carries the same salt smell from the nearby Dardanelles Strait that it has carried for thousands of years. Nothing announces itself as extraordinary. Yet he begins to dig. The first days yield pottery shards and broken walls that could belong to any forgotten settlement. The workers he's hired probably wonder about this foreigner's obsession with their dusty hillside, but as the excavation deepens, layers reveal themselves like pages in a book written in soil and stone. Each stratum tells a story of habitation, destruction, and rebuilding. The hill contains not one city but many, stacked atop each other in archaeological succession. When Schliemann's team uncovers fortification walls of massive limestone blocks, fitted together with techniques that speak of significant engineering knowledge, the shape of something magnificent begins to emerge. These aren't the modest remains of a simple farming village. The defensive structures suggest a city that expected attack, that prepared for siege, and that mattered enough to defend with substantial resources. You can imagine running your hands along those ancient stones, feeling the tool marks left by Bronze Age masons who shaped each block with patient precision. The walls curve and angle according to strategic military principles that wouldn't feel out of place in much later fortifications. Someone designed these defences with careful thought about sightlines, defensive positions, and the psychology of attackers facing seemingly impenetrable barriers. The discovery of a massive treasure trove, golden diadems, silver vessels, copper shields, creates an international sensation, though Schliemann's methods of removing these artefacts would make modern archaeologists wince. But the treasure itself matters less than what it represents. Proof that this location housed a wealthy, significant city during exactly the period when Homer's Troy would have flourished. Critics scramble to explain away the findings. Perhaps this is a city, they concede, but surely not the Troy of legend. The connection to Homer's epic remains speculation, they insist, even as more evidence accumulates. The site's location matches Homer's descriptions with eerie accuracy. The strategic importance of controlling the Dardanelles, the narrow strait connecting the Mediterranean to the Black Sea, explains why such a city would have existed here, and why others might have waged war to control it. As you settle deeper into your imaginary exploration of these discoveries, you realise that Schliemann's vindication teaches something profound about the relationship between story and truth. Legends don't materialise from nothing. They emerge from real events, real places, and real people whose accomplishments impressed their contemporaries so deeply that the tales survived centuries of retelling. The conspiracy wasn't really about Troy's existence. The real hidden truth was that oral traditions and epic poetry could preserve accurate geographical and historical information across vast stretches of time, something that scholarly convention insisted was impossible. Ancient storytellers weren't simply entertaining their audiences with fanciful tales. They were encoding and transmitting genuine knowledge about their world, wrapping facts in narratives so compelling that people would remember and repeat them for generations. Later excavations would reveal even more layers, more complexity, and more confirmation that this site witnessed the rise and fall of significant civilizations. Modern archaeologists, working with better techniques and more careful documentation than Schliemann employed, continue to uncover evidence that makes the connection between this Turkish hillside and Homer's descriptions increasingly difficult to dismiss. You can almost smell the dust of excavation, that particular scent of disturbed earth that hasn't felt sunlight in millennia. The workers' tools scrape against stone and pottery, each sound potentially announcing another revelation. The patient work of archaeology proceeds in careful increments, brushing away dirt to expose what previous generations tried to preserve or simply left behind when circumstances forced them to abandon their homes. The story of Troy's rediscovery reminds you that sometimes the wildest sounding theories deserve serious consideration. The conspiracy theorists of Schliemann's era, those who insisted that legends contained historical kernels worth investigating, turned out to understand something that conventional wisdom missed. Ancient people weren't primitive fabulists. They were sophisticated observers who encoded their knowledge of the world into stories designed to survive. Now you're hiking through dense Peruvian jungle, machete in hand, pushing aside vegetation that seems determined to reclaim every inch of ground from human intrusion. The year is 1915, and you're following rumours that most serious scholars consider beneath their attention. Local people speak of ancient roads running through impossible terrain, connecting distant sites in the Andes with engineering that supposedly rivals anything modern civilization has achieved. The academic consensus dismisses these stories. Yes, the Inca built some impressive structures, experts acknowledge, but the claims about vast road networks spanning thousands of miles strain credulity. The terrain in this part of South America presents challenges that would defeat even contemporary engineers. Mountains rise so steeply that constructing sustained routes seems physically impossible. Jungles grow so thick that maintaining any kind of pathway would require constant, exhausting labour. But Hiram Bingham, the explorer whose footsteps you're retracing, keeps hearing consistent stories from people who live in these mountains. They describe pathways that run from Ecuador to Chile, crossing some of the most hostile landscape on Earth. They mention bridges spanning gorges so deep that you couldn't see the bottom even on the clearest day. They talk about rest stations positioned at precise intervals, allowing travellers to make predictable progress through terrain that should have been impassable. You're climbing now, following what looks like nothing more than a slightly elevated ridge through the forest. Then you notice that the slope beneath your feet feels too consistent, too carefully graded to be natural. Pushing aside centuries of plant growth, your fingers encounter carefully fitted stones, forming a surface designed for travel. The road emerges from its camouflage of vegetation, like a secret revealing itself reluctantly. The construction technique makes you pause in admiration. These builders didn't simply pile stones randomly. They selected each piece for specific characteristics, shape, size, and weight distribution, and fitted them together so precisely that mortar became unnecessary. The road surface drains water effectively, preventing the erosion that would have destroyed lesser construction centuries ago. The grade never exceeds certain limits, suggesting that the engineers understood the relationship between slope and sustainable travel. As you continue following this route, the full scope of the achievement becomes apparent. This isn't a crude path worn by repeated foot traffic. It's an intentionally designed transportation infrastructure that required surveying, planning, and organised labour on a scale that challenges assumptions about pre-Columbian American civilizations. The road adjusts to terrain changes with sophisticated solutions. Staircases carved into cliff faces where slopes become too steep, retaining walls preventing landslides, and drainage systems channeling water away from the travel surface. You reach a section where the road clings to a mountainside suspended above a valley floor so far below that it disappears into haze. Looking at the engineering required to create this passage makes you slightly dizzy. Workers would have needed to secure themselves with ropes while chiselling foundations into solid rock. They would have hauled massive stones up slopes that exhaust you even without carrying anything. They achieved this without wheels, without draft animals larger than llamas, and without iron tools to cut through stone. The conspiracy theory that scholars mocked was simple. Indigenous American civilizations had developed sophisticated engineering knowledge and organizational capacity without European influence. The conventional wisdom of the early 20th century couldn't accommodate this possibility. It seemed more reasonable to attribute any impressive pre-Columbian achievements to lost European visitors or even extraterrestrial intervention than to accept that Andean peoples had independently developed advanced technical skills. You're resting now at one of the way stations the locals mentioned. The structure still stands, partially ruined but recognizable, positioned exactly one day's travel from the previous station. The spacing reveals careful planning based on realistic assessments of human endurance in high-altitude conditions. Travelers could rely on finding shelter at predictable intervals, transforming a potentially deadly journey through hostile terrain into a manageable expedition. The road network you're discovering stretches approximately 25,000 miles at its maximum extent, connecting regions as climatically different as tropical coastal areas and frigid mountain passes above 14,000 feet. The Inca didn't merely build paths between nearby settlements. They created an integrated system that united an empire spanning much of western South America, allowing rapid communication, military deployment and economic exchange across distances that would have taken months to traverse through unimproved terrain. Running your hands along the stone surface, worn smooth by countless feet over centuries, you can almost feel the history embedded in these rocks. Messengers called chasqui once sprinted along these routes, carrying information through a relay system that could transmit news faster than seemed physically possible. Armies marched these roads, their footsteps echoing against mountain walls. Merchants transported goods, salt from coastal areas, potatoes from highland farms, and tropical fruits from jungle regions, creating economic integration that wouldn't exist again in South America until the modern era. The bridges prove even more impressive than the roads themselves. The Inca engineers mastered suspension bridge construction, weaving cables from grass fibers that could support significant weight, while spanning distances that stone construction couldn't achieve. You encounter the remains of one such crossing, where anchor points carved into cliff faces once held cables, stretching across a gap that makes your stomach tighten just looking at it. Modern testing of reconstructed Inca bridges reveals engineering principles that wouldn't feel out of place in contemporary textbooks. The cables distribute weight efficiently. The deck design provides stability against wind that whips through these mountain passes with terrifying force. The whole structure flexes rather than resisting movement, allowing it to survive stresses that would snap more rigid constructions. The conspiracy wasn't about roads existing. Every society creates paths between settlements. The hidden truth was that pre-Columbian American civilizations had achieved engineering sophistication that European scholars insisted required knowledge transmitted from the Old World. The roads proved that indigenous peoples had independently developed technical skills, organizational methods, and scientific understanding that conventional wisdom refused to acknowledge. As you continue your journey along these ancient routes, you notice smaller details that reveal the depth of planning involved. The Inca positioned their roads to minimize exposure to landslides and avalanches. They routed paths to take advantage of natural shelter where possible. They created drainage systems that still function after 5 centuries of neglect. Every decision reflected accumulated knowledge about how to build infrastructure that could survive in some of Earth's most challenging environments. You're descending now, following switchbacks that demonstrate another aspect of the engineer's skill. Rather than attempting impossibly steep grades, the road zigzags down the mountainside in a pattern that makes the descent manageable for travellers and cargo carriers. The turns bank slightly, like curves on a modern highway, reducing the risk of losing footing on corners. Even the width of the road varies strategically, wider on straight sections where multiple travellers might pass each other, narrower through difficult terrain where construction costs mattered more than convenience. The discovery of these road networks didn't just reveal impressive engineering, it demonstrated that the Americas before European contact hosted complex organised societies capable of sustained large-scale projects requiring planning across generations. The roads couldn't have been built quickly by small populations. They required centralised authority that could mobilise labour, engineers who could solve technical problems, and societies stable enough to invest resources in infrastructure that might take decades to complete. You're sitting in a monastery library in 16th century Spain, examining manuscripts that monks have carefully preserved from the burning and destruction that followed conquest. The leather-bound pages smell of age and secrets. Outside, the Inquisition's influence still shapes what knowledge people dare to pursue and what questions they risk asking. But here, in this quiet room, you're looking at evidence that challenges everything Europe believes about mathematical sophistication. The documents before you contain Mayan astronomical calculations that predict celestial events with accuracy that European science won't match for centuries. You trace your finger along columns of dots and bars, the elegant Mayan number system that includes a concept European mathematics still struggles to fully embrace. 0 as a placeholder and number in its own right. The conspiracy theory that most Europeans wouldn't accept was straightforward. People in the Americas had independently developed advanced mathematics, astronomy, and calendar systems without any influence from European, Asian, or African civilizations. The conventional wisdom insisted that such sophisticated intellectual achievements must have spread from a single source, presumably somewhere in the Mediterranean or Middle East, because surely humanity couldn't have discovered these concepts multiple times in isolation, but the evidence before you tells a different story. The Mayan number system works in base 20, rather than the base 10 that dominates European counting. This wasn't a primitive choice or a sign of mathematical confusion. It represented a different but equally valid approach to representing quantities, one that actually offers certain advantages for specific types of calculations. You're examining a calendar calculation now, watching how the Mayan system tracks multiple overlapping cycles with precision that makes your head spin slightly. They maintained a sacred calendar of 260 days, a solar calendar of 365 days, and a long count that could track dates across thousands of years. The mathematical sophistication required to keep these systems synchronized while using them for practical purposes, agricultural planning, religious ceremonies, political events, reveals minds as sharp as any in European universities. The astronomical observations prove even more impressive. Mayan mathematicians calculated the lunar month to within seconds of what modern instruments reveal. They predicted solar eclipses with accuracy that European astronomers couldn't match until they gained access to better tools and techniques centuries later. They tracked Venus's movement through the sky so precisely that their calculations remain useful to contemporary astronomers studying that planet's cycles. You can imagine Mayan observers on pyramid platforms watching the night sky with patient attention across generations. They didn't have telescopes, but they had time, dedication, and sophisticated mathematical tools for analysing what they observed. Each generation refined the previous generation's observations, accumulating knowledge that eventually allowed them to predict celestial events years in advance. The conspiracy extended beyond mathematics into writing systems. European scholars initially refused to accept that Mayan glyphs represented a true writing system rather than simple pictographs. The idea that indigenous Americans had independently invented complex written language, complete with phonetic elements, grammatical structures, and the ability to express abstract concepts, contradicted assumptions about the unique brilliance of old, world civilizations, but the glyphs clearly functioned as genuine writing. You're looking at a text that records historical events, royal genealogies, and mythological narratives with the same sophistication that Latin or Greek achieved. The writing system combines logographic and phonetic elements, allowing it to represent both concrete objects and abstract ideas with equal facility. Scribes could record sounds, meanings, and subtle grammatical distinctions that turned their language into permanent readable form. The mathematical achievements embedded in Mayan construction provide another layer of evidence. You're examining architectural drawings now, or rather, proportions preserved in surviving structures that reveal the mathematical principles underlying their design. Mayan builders used sophisticated geometry to create buildings aligned to astronomical events. Pyramids oriented so that sunlight creates specific shadow effects during equinoxes. Doorways positioned to frame particular stars at significant dates. The conspiracy theorists of the colonial period, those few Europeans who insisted on taking Mayan intellectual achievements seriously, faced ridicule and professional consequences, acknowledging that people in the Americas had independently developed advanced mathematics and astronomy, challenged theological certainties about human origins and dispersal. It complicated narratives about European cultural superiority. It raised uncomfortable questions about what else indigenous peoples might have discovered that conquest and disease are destroyed before it could be properly documented. You're examining a mathematical text dealing with what we'd call calculus, the mathematics of continuous change. Mayan mathematicians didn't develop this exactly as Europeans would centuries later, but they clearly grasped concepts about tracking changing quantities over time, calculating areas under curves, and understanding accumulation in ways that anticipate later mathematical developments. The zero itself deserves special attention. Mayan mathematicians developed this concept independently, using it both as a placeholder, making positional notation work, and as a number in its own right. European mathematics wouldn't fully embrace zero until well after contact with Arabic mathematical traditions. Yet here it functions naturally in a system developed in complete isolation from old world influences. You can almost hear the scratch of a Mayan scribe's brush against paper made from tree bark, carefully recording calculations that would preserve astronomical knowledge for future generations. The concentration required for this work and the understanding that you're contributing to an accumulating body of knowledge that transcends individual lifetimes creates a connection across centuries. Those scribes knew they were building something that mattered, preserving discoveries that took generations to accumulate. The architectural evidence speaks to practical applications of this mathematical knowledge. Mayan builders created structures that still stand centuries after construction, despite earthquakes, hurricanes, and the weight of jungle vegetation trying to pull them down. The proportions of these buildings reflect a sophisticated understanding of structural engineering, load distribution, and the relationship between form and function. You're studying the remains of an astronomical observatory now, or what scholars have identified as such based on alignments that couldn't have occurred by chance. The structure tracks solar and lunar cycles with precision that required both mathematical sophistication and patient observation across many years. The builders positioned windows and doorways to frame specific celestial events, turning architecture into a permanent record of astronomical knowledge. The conspiracy wasn't just about mathematics existing in isolation from European influence. The deeper hidden truth was that human intelligence developed sophisticated solutions to complex problems wherever people have time, resources, and motivation to pursue knowledge systematically. The Mayan mathematical achievements demonstrated that intellectual advancement doesn't require specific cultural lineages or divine inspiration limited to particular regions. It emerges from human capacity to observe patterns, test ideas, and build on previous generations' discoveries. You're walking through a rainforest in the Amazon basin, your boots squelching through mud that smells of decomposition and growth occurring simultaneously. The air wraps around you like a warm, damp blanket carrying 1,000 different plant scents. Indigenous guides lead you to trees and vines that European-trained doctors insist couldn't possibly contain the medicinal properties that local people claim. The medical establishment in the early 20th century maintains firm positions about indigenous knowledge. Native peoples might have stumbled upon a few useful plants through trial and error, doctors acknowledge grudgingly, but the sophisticated pharmacological understanding they claim seems implausible. Real medicine requires laboratory research, controlled testing, and scientific rigor that supposedly couldn't exist in cultures without formal academic institutions, but your guides demonstrate knowledge that makes you question these dismissive assumptions. They identify specific plants for particular ailments with confidence born from generations of careful observation. They explain preparation methods, which parts of a plant to use, how to extract active compounds, and what dosages prove effective without causing harm. They discuss contraindications and interactions between different medicines with the same careful attention to detail that European pharmacists claim as their exclusive domain. You're examining cinchona bark now, the source of quinine that European doctors reluctantly admitted could treat malaria after centuries of indigenous use in South America. Your guide explains how our ancestors identified this particular tree species among thousands in the forest, how they discovered that bark from specific elevations proved more effective than others, and how they developed extraction techniques that maximize the active compound's concentration. The conspiracy theory that medical professionals refused to accept was that indigenous peoples had developed genuine pharmacological knowledge through systematic observation and experimentation. The conventional wisdom insisted that effective medicine required written records, formal education, and scientific methodology that supposedly didn't exist in oral cultures. Therefore, any effective indigenous remedies must represent lucky accidents rather than true medical science. But the evidence suggests otherwise. You're learning about ayahuasca now, not the recreational substance that would later attract tourists, but the medicinal compound that indigenous healers developed for specific therapeutic purposes. The preparation requires combining two plants that separately don't produce the desired effects. Together, they create a substance whose mechanism of action involves chemical interactions that European pharmacology couldn't fully explain for decades after Western scientists first encountered it. The sophistication required to discover this combination makes your head spin slightly. The Amazon contains approximately 80,000 plant species. The probability of randomly combining these two specific plants in the right proportions seems astronomically small, yet indigenous healers not only made this discovery but also understood the conditions under which the medicine worked most effectively, who should receive it and who shouldn't, and how to manage the experience to achieve therapeutic rather than merely disorienting effects. You can imagine the generations of careful observation this knowledge required. Someone noticed that particular plants produce specific effects. Others experimented with different preparations, different combinations, and different dosages. Knowledge accumulated as people compared experiences, refined techniques, and developed increasingly sophisticated understanding of how these medicines interacted with human physiology. The guides are showing you wound treatment techniques now using plants that prevent infection with effectiveness that European medicine wouldn't match until antibiotics became available in the mid-20th century. They explain how to identify the right plants even when they're not flowering, how to prepare poultices that prevent bacterial growth, and how to assess whether a wound requires additional intervention beyond botanical treatment. The conspiracy extended to surgical knowledge. Indigenous peoples in several regions performed trepanation, drilling holes in skulls to relieve pressure or treat head injuries, with survival rates that wouldn't shame modern neurosurgery. Archaeological evidence shows healed skulls demonstrating that patients survived these procedures and recovered sufficiently for bone to regrow around the surgical opening. This requires understanding of sterility, pain management, and post-operative care that supposedly didn't exist outside European medical traditions. You're examining coca leaves now, which your guide chews to manage altitude sickness during mountain travel. She explains the difference between traditional use of the leaf, which provides mild stimulation and altitude adaptation, and concentrated extraction that creates problematic compounds. The knowledge embedded in this distinction reveals a sophisticated understanding of pharmacology. Indigenous peoples recognize that route of administration, dosage, and preparation method all affect a substance's impact on human physiology. The medical knowledge encompasses more than just pharmaceutical plants. You're learning about dietary treatments for specific conditions, physical therapy techniques for injuries, and mental health interventions that modern psychology is only beginning to appreciate. Indigenous healers understood that treating patients required addressing physical, psychological, and social dimensions of illness simultaneously, a holistic approach that Western medicine would eventually rediscover and rebrand as integrative healthcare. The guides discuss diagnostic techniques that involve observing subtle signs that European-trained doctors would dismiss as superstition. But when you watch carefully, you notice they're tracking real physiological indicators, changes in skin colour that suggest circulatory problems, alterations in breathing patterns that indicate respiratory issues, and behavioural shifts that signal neurological concerns. They've simply developed observational skills so refined that their conclusions seem intuitive rather than analytical. You can almost smell the bitter alkaloids in the plant your guide is preparing now, explaining its use for digestive complaints. The preparation involves specific timing, harvesting at particular seasons, processing within certain timeframes, and storing under controlled conditions. This level of detail demonstrates empirical testing across generations, careful documentation through oral tradition, and systematic knowledge accumulation that deserves recognition as genuine scientific methodology, even if it didn't involve written records or laboratory equipment. The conspiracy wasn't about whether indigenous peoples use plants as medicine. Even the most dismissive European doctors acknowledged that much. The hidden truth was that indigenous cultures had developed sophisticated medical knowledge through rigorous observation and testing, creating pharmacological understanding that rivaled and sometimes exceeded what European science had achieved. Through supposedly superior academic methods. You're standing on a dock in the Mediterranean, watching divers prepare equipment for an expedition that most archaeologists consider a waste of time and resources. The year is 1953, and conventional wisdom insists that underwater archaeology represents a contradiction in terms. Anything truly important wouldn't have ended up at the bottom of the sea, experts argue, and even if significant artifacts did sink, the saltwater environment would have destroyed them centuries ago. But the divers preparing to descend don't share this pessimism. They've heard stories from sponge fishermen and local sailors about shipwrecks containing amphorae, the clay jars ancient peoples used for transporting wine, oil, and other goods. These humble containers might reveal information about ancient trade routes, economic systems, and cultural connections that written records never captured because they seem too mundane to document. You watch as the first diver disappears beneath the surface, following bubbles that mark his descent. The water here is remarkably clear, allowing visibility that makes underwater exploration feasible if not exactly comfortable. Minutes pass with a peculiar slowness that waiting always creates. Then the diver surfaces, excitement evident even through his breathing apparatus. He's found something, not just scattered pottery shards, but an organised shipwreck with cargo still arranged as it was when the vessel sank perhaps 2,000 years ago. The conspiracy theory that underwater exploration would eventually prove was that ancient maritime trade operated on a much larger scale than historical records suggested. Conventional wisdom held that ancient shipping was limited, risky, and confined to coastal waters where sailors could keep land in sight. The idea that regular trade routes crisscrossed the Mediterranean, that ships routinely carried massive cargoes across open water, that maritime commerce formed the backbone of ancient economies, all this seemed like romantic exaggeration rather than historical fact, but the shipwrecks tell a different story. You're examining the first recovery now, a bronze statue so perfectly preserved by the marine environment that it looks like it could have been submerged last week rather than millennia ago. The copper in the alloy created chemical conditions that prevented bacterial degradation. The statue spent 2,000 years at the bottom of the sea and emerged in better condition than bronzes that survived above ground, exposed to air, water cycles, and human handling. The cargo itself reveals the scope of ancient trade. This single ship carried wine from one region, olive oil from another, and manufactured goods from a third location. The amphorae bear stamps identifying their origins, creating a map of commercial connections that stretched across the entire Mediterranean world. Some jars travelled thousands of miles from their production sites, suggesting regular trade routes that connected diverse cultures in sustained economic relationships. You're diving now yourself, following the archaeologists who are mapping the wreck site with careful precision. The ship's remains rest on the seabed like a time capsule, preserving a moment from ancient commerce. The wooden hull is mostly decayed, but the cargo that survived shows you how merchants organised their vessels, heavy items low in the hold for stability, fragile goods packed with protective materials, everything arranged to maximise the space, available while maintaining seaworthiness. The conspiracy extended beyond simple trade routes. Underwater archaeology revealed that ancient peoples built harbour facilities far more sophisticated than textual sources suggested. You're swimming over the remains of a Roman port now, seeing underwater construction that demonstrates advanced engineering knowledge. Stone blocks fitted together with waterproof cement, breakwaters positioned to protect ships from storms, and mooring systems designed for vessels much larger than the modest craft that historical accounts described. The preservation underwater often exceeds what survives on land. Organic materials that would have rotted away in terrestrial conditions, wood, rope, and leather, remain intact enough to study their construction. You're examining wooden parts of the ship's hull that show the techniques ancient shipwrights used to create vessels capable of crossing open water while carrying enormous loads. The planking reveals a sophisticated understanding of how wood flexes under stress, how to join pieces to create waterproof seams, and how to design hulls that balance cargo capacity against sailing performance. The hidden truth that underwater archaeology exposed was that ancient maritime technology was far more advanced than conventional histories acknowledged. Ships didn't simply hug coastlines, limiting themselves to short journeys with frequent stops. Navigators developed techniques for crossing open water using celestial navigation, seasonal wind patterns, and accumulated knowledge about currents and weather. Shipbuilders created vessels that could survive storms powerful enough to sink modern craft. Merchants established trade networks that functioned with impressive efficiency despite the absence of modern communication technology. You're surfacing now, lungs grateful for fresh air after breathing through the apparatus underwater. The afternoon sun sparkles on wavelets, and you can see the support vessel, where archaeologists are cataloguing the morning's discoveries. Each artifact recovered tells part of a larger story about ancient commerce, about the movement of goods, ideas, and people across distances that supposedly represented impossible barriers to regular contact. The ships themselves demonstrate technological sophistication that rewrites understanding of ancient capabilities. You're examining technical drawings now based on hull remains recovered from multiple wrecks. The designs incorporate principles that wouldn't be rediscovered until the age of sail. Hull shapes that minimize drag, keel configurations that improve stability, and rigging systems that allow sailing against the wind through careful tacking. Later discoveries would reveal even more impressive finds. Ships carrying bronze computers, the Antikythera mechanism, that demonstrated mechanical sophistication centuries ahead of what historians thought possible. Wrecks from the Bronze Age containing tin from Cornwall and amber from the Baltic, proving that trade routes spanned Europe millennia before written records documented such connections. Underwater cities show that ancient peoples built permanent structures in shallow marine environments, creating harbour facilities that served as commercial hubs for centuries. The The conspiracy wasn't about denying that ancient peoples travelled by sea. Everyone acknowledged that much. The hidden truth was that maritime technology, navigation knowledge, and commercial organisation had reached levels of sophistication that challenged narratives about primitive ancients, slowly developing capabilities that modern societies perfected. Ancient mariners weren't cautious coastal sailors making tentative journeys along familiar shores. They were confident navigators who crossed open water regularly, carrying commercial cargoes that sustained complex economic systems spanning entire seas. You're in a map collection in Istanbul, carefully unrolling a document that cartography experts insist must be a fraud or a curiosity rather than evidence of anything historically significant. The Piri Reis map, created in 1513, shows details of coastlines that European explorers supposedly hadn't discovered yet. But what really makes scholars uncomfortable is how accurate it appears in places where accuracy shouldn't have been possible. With the tools and knowledge available to 16th century cartographers, the conspiracy theory that makes the academic establishment so uncomfortable is simple. Ancient civilizations possess geographical knowledge far more extensive than conventional histories acknowledge. Someone, somewhere, had accurately mapped coastlines, and perhaps even portions of continents that Europeans wouldn't officially explore for centuries. This knowledge somehow survived. Fragmentary, corrupted, but recognizable, in maps that later cartographers created using sources they claimed derived from antiquity. You're examining Antarctica's coastline on the Piri Reis map now. The shape matches the land underneath the ice sheets with unsettling accuracy. Land that modern science didn't map until the mid-20th century, using sonar and ice-penetrating radar. How could a 16th century Ottoman admiral have depicted this coastline as it appeared before glaciation? The conventional explanation that it's a distorted representation of South America's coast doesn't quite satisfy when you look at the specific features that seem to match subglacial Antarctica. The map contains notes explaining that Piri Reis compiled it from approximately 20 source maps, some of which he claimed dated to the time of Alexander the Great. Most historians dismiss this claim as exaggeration or misunderstanding, but the accuracy of certain sections makes you wonder what those source materials actually showed. You're studying the African coastline now, traced with precision that European navigators supposedly didn't achieve until after decades of exploration and surveying. The rivers appear in correct positions. The coastal features match reality more closely than maps that European sources created during the same period. Someone clearly had better information about African geography than official exploration records suggest should have been available. The conspiracy extends to other maps from the same general period. You're examining the Orontius Phineas map from 1531 now, which shows Antarctica centred at the South Pole with a remarkably accurate shape and size, again depicting the continent as it would appear without ice coverage. The mountain ranges correspond to subglacial features that modern geology identifies through methods unavailable to Renaissance cartographers. The conventional explanations for these maps feel increasingly strained the more you study them. Yes, cartographers sometimes copied errors from previous maps, creating persistent inaccuracies. Yes, map makers occasionally invented features to fill empty spaces, but the specific accuracies, the precise positions of geographical features that remained unknown to European explorers, suggest something more interesting than random luck or artistic license. You can imagine ancient mariners carefully recording coastlines as they explored, creating charts that later generations copied and recopied, introducing errors while preserving enough accurate detail that Renaissance cartographers could create surprisingly precise composite maps. Perhaps Phoenician sailors ranged farther than classical sources recorded. Perhaps Polynesian navigators shared geographical knowledge with traders who carried it westward. Perhaps civilizations that left no written records nevertheless mapped their discoveries with sufficient skill that fragments survived into historical periods. The hidden truth isn't necessarily that ancient explorers circumnavigated the globe, or that lost civilizations possessed technology rivaling modern capabilities. The conspiracy that conventional wisdom couldn't accept was simpler. Human geographical knowledge before European exploration was far more extensive than the historical record preserves, and this knowledge survived in fragmentary form through oral, traditions, copied maps, and cultural memory that official history is dismissed as legend. You're examining Chinese maps now, showing maritime routes across the Indian Ocean that supposedly didn't exist before European contact, but the detail suggests regular travel between Asia and Africa, established trade routes, and geographical knowledge accumulated across centuries of navigation. The maps contain practical information, locations of harbours, notation of dangerous reefs, indication of seasonal wind patterns that only comes from actual experience sailing these waters repeatedly. The Polynesian navigators provide perhaps the most convincing evidence that pre-modern peoples achieved geographical knowledge on par with anything European exploration accomplished. Their maps, made from sticks and shells, encoding information about currents, wave patterns, and island locations, demonstrate sophisticated understanding of ocean navigation. They crossed thousands of miles of open Pacific, settling islands from Hawaii to Easter Island to New Zealand, using navigational techniques that didn't require written records or complex instruments, but nevertheless worked with impressive reliability. You're sitting in a university library on a quiet evening, watching the last sunlight fade from windows that overlook a campus much changed from its founding centuries. Around you, books contain knowledge that was once lost, then recovered, then sometimes lost again before finally finding secure homes in academic institutions that preserve and share it. The story of how humanity rediscovered forgotten truths creates its own narrative of persistence, curiosity, and the slow accumulation of understanding. The pattern repeats across civilizations and centuries. Knowledge emerges through careful observation and testing. Disasters, natural or human-caused, destroy the institutions that preserve this knowledge. Fragments survive in odd places. Copies that scholars saved, oral traditions that communities maintained, and practical applications that people continued using, even after theoretical understanding disappeared. Eventually someone notices the fragments, recognizes their significance, and begins the patient work of reconstructing what was lost. You're reading about the recovery of Greek mathematical and philosophical texts now, how Islamic scholars preserved works that Christian Europe had lost or destroyed during chaotic periods following Rome's collapse. These scholars didn't merely preserve the texts, they added their own commentaries and discoveries, advancing knowledge that European institutions would later reclaim and develop further. The transmission of knowledge followed complex paths, crossing cultural and religious boundaries, surviving periods when certain ideas seemed dangerous or irrelevant to the societies that held them. The rediscovery of ancient medical knowledge followed similar patterns. You're examining a medieval manuscript now that shows surgical techniques derived from Roman sources, but preserved through Arabic translation. The original Latin texts had been lost when libraries burned, when monasteries dissolved, and when warfare scattered collections that represented centuries of accumulated learning. But the knowledge survived its wanderings, eventually returning to European medical practice enriched by the contributions of every culture it passed through. The conspiracy that conventional wisdom resisted was that knowledge doesn't develop linearly, always advancing, never retreating. Understanding accumulates, but it also disappears. Civilizations achieve sophisticated insights, then lose them when circumstances change. Other societies independently develop similar ideas, or they recover lost knowledge from fragments that survive destruction. The actual history of human learning involves advances, retreats, parallel development, recovery, and synthesis in patterns far more complex than simple narratives of progressive improvement. You can feel the weight of all these books around you, each one containing knowledge that someone fought to preserve, that survived periods when it seemed destined for permanent loss, and that returned to human awareness through persistence and often accident. The library represents not just current understanding, but the accumulated effort of countless individuals who believed knowledge mattered enough to protect, copy, translate, and transmit despite obstacles and dangers. The environmental wisdom of indigenous peoples provides another example of lost and recovered knowledge. You're reading ecological studies now that confirm practices indigenous communities maintained for centuries, controlled burning that prevents catastrophic wildfires, crop rotation systems that preserve soil fertility, and water management techniques. that sustain agriculture in marginal environments. For generations, European agricultural science dismissed these practices as primitive. Then, ecological research revealed that they embodied sophisticated understanding of ecosystem dynamics, often proving more sustainable than the methods that replaced them. The recovery continues in your own time. Archaeologists keep finding evidence that requires revising historical narratives. Linguists decode writing systems that preserve knowledge from cultures that disappeared. Scientists discover that traditional medicines contain compounds with genuine therapeutic value. Each discovery confirms that human achievement extends deeper into the past than any single generation realizes, and that knowledge develops in more places and times than conventional histories acknowledge. You're thinking about the Antikythera mechanism now, the ancient Greek computing device recovered from a shipwreck, showing that mechanical sophistication existed centuries before historians thought such technology possible. For decades after its recovery, scholars couldn't explain how it worked. The device sat in museums, recognized as important but not understood, until modern imaging technology allowed detailed examination of its gears and mechanisms. Even then, recreating it required sophisticated engineering knowledge, demonstrating that ancient craftspeople possessed skills that their society valued enough to support, but not to document in texts that survived. The pattern teaches humility. Every generation thinks it understands the past, that it knows what ancient peoples could and couldn't achieve and what knowledge they possessed or lacked. Then new discoveries arrive, forcing revisions, revealing that the past was more complex, more sophisticated, and more interesting than simplified narratives suggested. The conspiracy theorists who insisted that ancient peoples deserved more credit than conventional wisdom granted often proved correct, though sometimes for reasons different than they imagined. As you prepare to leave the library, you notice the comfortable weight of knowledge accumulated around you. These books, these preserved fragments of human learning, represent victories against entropy and chaos. Someone cared enough to write this information down. Others preserved it when easier options involved letting it disappear. Still others translated, transmitted, and eventually printed it in forms that could survive across centuries and continents. The knowledge available to you represents countless small acts of preservation, each one affirming that understanding matters, that truth deserves protection, and that the effort to maintain and transmit knowledge serves purposes more important than any individual lifetime. The slow rediscovery continues. Somewhere tonight, someone is examining evidence that will revise understanding of what ancient peoples achieved. Somewhere, a fragment of lost knowledge is being decoded, translated, or recognized for its significance. The conspiracy theories that turned out to be true remind you that healthy skepticism about conventional wisdom serves truth better than unquestioned acceptance of what authorities claim. The past keeps revealing itself to be more sophisticated, more accomplished, and more interesting than any single narrative can fully capture. You're walking home now through evening air that carries hints of approaching autumn. Above you, stars shine with the same light that ancient astronomers observed, mapped, and predicted with tools that seemed impossibly primitive yet somehow worked. The Mayan mathematicians were seeing these same constellations, calculating their movements with precision that rivals modern instruments. The Polynesian navigators used these stars to cross oceans, encoding knowledge in songs and sticks and stories that European science initially dismissed as primitive. The ancient engineers whose roads and cities and harbours still function centuries after their creators died, proving that sophistication doesn't require the specific technologies that our era takes for granted. The real lesson isn't that ancient peoples possessed mysterious lost technology or secret knowledge that modern science hasn't rediscovered. The conspiracy theories that turned out to be true teach something subtler. Human intelligence, given time and motivation, develops sophisticated solutions to complex problems, regardless of specific cultural circumstances. Knowledge accumulates wherever people pay attention to their environment, test their ideas against reality, and pass their discoveries to future generations. The diversity of human achievement across cultures and centuries demonstrates that there are many paths to understanding, many methods that work, and many ways of being sophisticated that conventional wisdom in any particular era might fail to recognize or appreciate. You're home now. settling into familiar comfort with the satisfaction of a journey completed. The stories you've travelled through tonight, lost cities that weren't myths, ancient knowledge that deserved respect, civilizations that achieved more than history's initially credited, remind you that reality often proves more interesting than either skeptics or enthusiasts imagine. The truth resides somewhere between absolute dismissal and uncritical acceptance, in the patient work of examining evidence, revising theories, and acknowledging when conventional wisdom needs updating. As you drift towards sleep, you're thinking about all the knowledge still waiting to be recovered, all the evidence not yet discovered, and all the conventional wisdom that future generations will revise as they uncover truths that this era's conspiracies only hint at. The investigation continues, as it always has, as it always will. Somewhere, someone is examining a fragment of the past that will eventually reshape understanding of human achievement. The slow work of rediscovery proceeds, one careful observation at a time, building toward insights that won't fully emerge for years or decades, but that will eventually add to the accumulated understanding that each generation inherits, revises, and passes along. The past remains alive in its influence on the present, in the knowledge that survived to shape current understanding, and in the mysteries that still wait for explanation. The conspiracy theories that prove true remind you that humility about what you think you know serves truth better than certainty. The human story keeps revealing itself to be more complex, more accomplished, and more surprising than any simplified narrative can capture, and that complexity, that persistent ability of the past to surprise and teach, provides its own quiet comfort as you settle into rest, knowing that tomorrow will bring new opportunities to learn, revise, and appreciate the sophisticated achievements of people who came before, people whose names are lost but whose discoveries, encoded in monuments and maps and mathematical systems, continue to speak across the centuries if you're willing to listen carefully to what they're saying. Sweet dreams, my friends. Picture yourself stepping off a dusty stagecoach in 1882 somewhere in the Arizona Territory. Your back aches as if you've been sitting on a concrete park bench for 12 hours. A situation that, given the suspension system of frontier transportation, isn't too far from reality. The sun is setting behind the mountains, painting everything in that golden hour light that would make a modern Instagram influencer weep with envy. You're searching for a place to eat, drink, and maybe wash off 3 days' worth of trail dust. And there it is, right across the street, the Silver Dollar Saloon. Its painted sign creaks in the evening breeze, and those iconic batwing doors, you know, the ones that swing both ways and come up to about chest height, are practically calling your name. Now before you push through those doors, let's pause for a moment. You're about to enter what was essentially the social media platform of its day. Imagine a Wild West saloon as a fusion of Facebook, Twitter, and your local Starbucks, all housed within a single wooden structure that exudes a scent of tobacco, whiskey, and surreal dreams. The batwing doors weren't just for show, by the way. They were brilliantly practical, like cargo shorts, but actually useful. They kept out dust and tumbleweeds while letting in fresh air and allowing people to see who was coming and going. In a place where your reputation literally determined whether you lived or died, knowing who just walked in was rather important information. As you approach the entrance, you notice the doors are worn smooth by thousands of hands pushing through them. The wood has that patina that only comes from decades of use, like the handle of a well-loved baseball bat or your grandmother's rolling pin. Inside, you can hear the sounds of laughter, glasses clinking, a slightly off-tuned piano, and the occasional thud of boots on wooden floors. You take a deep breath, catching scents of wood smoke, roasted meat, and something that might be coffee but could just as easily be paint thinner. Your stomach rumbles, reminding you that hardtack and jerky don't constitute fine dining, no matter how you look at it. Here's where your modern sensibilities start to kick in. You're accustomed to perusing online restaurant reviews and perhaps observing the health department's rating prominently displayed in the window. But this isn't that world. The only review system here is whether people are still alive after eating the food, and even that's not always a reliable indicator given the general life expectancy of the frontier. You adjust your hat, because everyone wore caps then, it wasn't optional like wearing pants to Walmart, and push through those swinging doors. They spring back behind you with a satisfying whoosh, and suddenly you're inside, and oh my, it's quite a scene. The first thing that hits you isn't the sight, it's the sound. It's loud. It's not as loud as a rock concert, but rather as loud as a busy restaurant on a Friday night. Conversations overlap like competing radio stations, punctuated by the occasional burst of laughter, the scrape of chairs on wooden floors, and the rhythmic thunk-thunk of someone dealing cards at a table near the back. The second thing that hits you is the smell. It's a complex bouquet that no modern nose is quite prepared for. There's the obvious whiskey and tobacco, but underneath that is the earthy scent of wool and leather, the metallic tang of gun oil, and something that might charitably be called frontier cologne, but more accurately described as 3 weeks without a proper bath. The lighting is dim. Not romantic restaurant dim, but we only have oil lamps and candles dim. Your eyes take a moment to adjust, like when you walk into a movie theatre. Except the movie theatre doesn't have armed patrons and questionable hygiene standards, and there you stand, just inside those famous swinging doors, taking in your first real Wild West saloon. The adventure is about to begin, and honestly, you're not entirely sure whether to be excited or concerned. Maybe both. Probably both. You can now see the faces around you, as your eyes have adjusted to the oil lamp's amber glow. And what faces they are. It's as if you've stepped into a dynamic daguerreotype, only with everyone in motion and some armed. The first rule of saloon etiquette, which nobody bothered to mention in your guidebook, is this. Don't just stand there gawking like a tourist at Times Square. You need to move with purpose, even if that purpose is simply find a place to sit without getting shot. The bartender catches your eye and nods, a universal gesture that transcends time and roughly translates to buy something or get out. He's a large man with sleeves rolled up past his elbows, sporting the kind of moustache that required serious daily maintenance. Think Tom Selleck, but with more experience breaking up fights and less experience solving crimes in Hawaii. You scan the room for seating options. There's the bar itself, naturally, with a few empty stools that look about as comfortable as sitting on a fence post. The bar is actually quite impressive, a long stretch of polished wood that's seen more drama than a soap opera. Behind the bar, bottles line the shelves like glass soldiers. However, several of them have handwritten labels that raise questions about quality control standards. Then there are the tables scattered around the room. This is where the study of social anthropology becomes fascinating. Each table seems to have its ecosystem, its own unspoken rules, and its potential for sudden violence. A table of real cowboys, not the Hollywood version, sits near the front window. They're dusty, sun-weathered, and look like they haven't seen a barber in months. Their hats are sweat-stained and practical, their boots are scuffed from actual work, and their clothes have that lived-in quality that comes from spending weeks on the trail. They're nursing beers and discussing something that involves a lot of gesturing toward the door. You decide to file these observations under information to remember and keep looking. In the corner, there's a poker game happening at a round table. The players are a mixed bunch, a man in a slightly too fancy vest who might be a travelling salesman, a grizzled prospector whose beard could hide a small animal, and two other gentlemen whose occupations are harder to determine, but whose serious expressions suggest the stakes are real. The fourth rule of saloon survival, which follows the first three rules of don't stare, don't touch anyone's hat, and don't ask about anyone's past, is this. Never sit at a poker table unless you're invited and prepared to lose your shirt. Literally. There's a piano in one corner, an upright that's seen better decades, where a woman in a blue dress is playing something that might be Oh Susanna, if you squint your ears just right. She's what they called a saloon girl, and her job description included entertainment, conversation, and selling drinks. Despite what Hollywood might have suggested, most saloon girls were essentially the tavern's customer service representatives, not anything more scandalous. The characters continue to unfold before you, like the pages in a very dusty book. The gentleman at the bar, dressed immaculately in a black suit, a clean hat and shining boots, is a sight to behold. He could be a banker, a preacher, or someone you really don't want to accidentally bump into. His coat hangs just so, and you can't tell if that's because he's very particular about his appearance, or because he's carrying something under there that requires easy access. At a small table near the back, a couple of older men are engaged in what appears to be either a heated philosophical debate or an argument about whose turn it is to buy the next round. Their voices rise and fall like a verbal tide, and occasionally one of them pounds the table for emphasis, making the glasses jump. You realise you're still standing there like a decoration, so you make your move toward the bar. The bartender watches your approach with the expression of someone who's seen everything at least twice and isn't easily impressed. As you climb onto one of those fence post stools, you notice the bar's surface tells its stories. Ring stains from countless glasses, small nicks from knives, and what might be initials carved by patrons with too much time and whiskey. The stool creaks ominously under your weight, not because you're heavy, but because it's held together with hope, nails, and possibly some very determined termites. You settle in, trying to look like you belong, while fighting the urge to ask if they have a wine list. The bartender approaches, wiping his hands on a towel that has witnessed better days. "What'll it be?" he asks, and you realise you're about to make your first real decision in the Wild West. Choose wisely. Your stomach and your reputation may depend on it. "What'll it be?" the bartender asks again, and you realise that this isn't like browsing through a 20-page menu at the Cheesecake Factory. Your options are limited, and some of them might be questionable for your long-term health prospects. Let's start with the drinks, shall we? The house specialty is whiskey, and by specialty I mean it's basically the only option that won't require you to lie down afterward. However, it's important to note that the master distiller did not age frontier whiskey in charming oak barrels for 12 years. Oh no, this whiskey was aged for about as long as it took to make it, which was roughly the same amount of time it takes to microwave a burrito. The bartender holds up a bottle with a handwritten label that simply says whiskey, in letters that suggest the writer's hand wasn't entirely steady at the time. The liquid inside has an amber colour that could generously be called rustic, or more accurately described as concerning. But you know what? When you've been eating trail dust for 3 days, your standards become remarkably flexible. Whiskey sounds perfect, you say, because when in Rome, or in this case, when in a place where Rome seems like a distant fever dream, you do as the locals do. The bartender pours you a shot in a glass that's clean enough, assuming you don't look too closely at the rim. The whiskey boasts a colour reminiscent of weak tea and an aroma reminiscent of what could once have been corn. You take a sip and, wow, it's like liquid campfire with hints of regret and a finish that suggests you should probably eat something soon. Speaking of food, let's talk about your dining options. The menu, such as it exists, is posted on a chalkboard behind the bar, written in the same shaky handwriting as the whiskey label. Your choices are beef stew, beans and bacon, cornbread and something optimistically labelled fresh fish. Now you're in the middle of the desert, so the fresh fish raises some immediate questions. Fresh from where exactly? How can the fish be considered fresh when the nearest substantial body of water is a 3-day ride away? The bartender notices your expression and chuckles. "Don't worry about the fish," he says. "Been on the menu for 2 years. Nobody's ever ordered it." You decide beef stew sounds like the safest bet. It's a decision that shows wisdom beyond your years, or at least beyond your experience with frontier cuisine. The bartender calls your order back to the kitchen, which is apparently just behind a curtained doorway where you can hear the sounds of serious cooking happening. Lots of clanging, some creative vocabulary, and what might be prayer. While you wait, you notice the other patrons' dining choices. The cowboys at the front table are sharing a plate of beans and bacon that could probably feed a small army, or at least 3 famished cowboys. They're eating with the efficiency of people who view food as fuel rather than an experience, which is probably the right attitude when your dining options are limited to brown stuff and other brown stuff. The poker players have ordered rounds of everything, apparently, because their table looks like a frontier buffet. There are plates of cornbread, bowls of stew, strip of bacon, and enough whiskey to fill a small boat. Of course, they're playing for money, so they might be trying to fortify themselves for a long night of cards and potentially life-changing losses. The well-dressed gentleman at the bar is nursing a single glass of whiskey and a plate of cornbread, eating with the careful precision of someone who's either very refined or very suspicious of the food quality. He cuts his cornbread into perfect squares and chews thoughtfully, like he's conducting a scientific analysis of its ingredients. Your stew arrives, carried by a woman who emerges from behind the kitchen curtain like she's stepping onto a stage. She's the cook, clearly, and she sets the bowl down with the pride of someone who knows her craft. A tin bowl, hot enough to brand cattle, holds the stew, and its contents appear substantial. The stew contains chunks of beef that were once tough but have now become tender, vegetables that could be charitably described as rustic, and a gravy thick enough to serve as a mortar. It smells fantastic, actually. like comfort food made by someone who understands that comfort sometimes comes in the form of calories and warmth rather than presentation and molecular gastronomy. You take a spoonful and it's delicious, really good, the kind of good that makes you understand why people wrote songs about home cooking. The cornbread that comes with it is dense and filling with a slightly sweet taste that balances the hearty stew perfectly. It's nothing like the fluffy cake-like cornbread you might know from modern restaurants. This bread symbolises business and can sustain you throughout a long day of your planned frontier activities. As you eat, you start to relax a little. The whiskey has smoothed some of your rough edges, the food is warming you from the inside out, and the general atmosphere is starting to feel less like a movie set, and more like, well, just a place where people come to eat and drink and escape from their day. But then you notice something that makes your spoon pause halfway to your mouth. The conversation at the cowboys' table has gotten quieter, more intense. They keep glancing toward the door, and one of them has shifted his chair so he has a better view of the entrance. The well-dressed gentleman has also noticed the changes and has angled himself slightly on his stool. Uh-oh. You get the feeling that your peaceful dinner is about to become significantly more interesting. You're just starting to feel settled. The stew is warming your belly, the whiskey has taken the edge off 3 days of stagecoach travel, and you're beginning to think that this whole Wild West experience might be more civilized than the stories suggested. At that moment, the batwing doors open forcefully, causing the room's temperature to drop by approximately 10 degrees. 3 men walk in, and they walk like they own the place. They appear as though they're contemplating acquiring it without the need for paperwork. They're different from the other patrons, cleaner, better dressed, but with an edge that makes everyone else look like Sunday school teachers by comparison. The leader is tall and lean, wearing a black coat that's seen some use, but not much abuse. His hat is perfectly positioned, and his boots exude a shine that suggests he either meticulously maintains his belongings or hasn't been traversing the desert dust for days. His eyes scan the room with the methodical precision of someone conducting an inventory. His companions flank him like bookends, one shorter and stockier, built like a man who settles disagreements with his fists, and another who's trying a little too difficult to look casual, while obviously being anything but. They move to the bar, but not before the tall one makes eye contact with several patrons, including you. Now, you've never been in a situation quite like this, but some instincts are universal. It's akin to being in a restaurant when a group enters that exudes an unsettling presence, excessively loud, overly aggressive, and behaving as though they are seeking confrontation. Except in this case, the people who might find trouble are armed, and there's no manager to complain to. The bartender's demeanour changes subtly. He still approaches them and asks what they want, but now there's tension in his shoulders. The cowboys at the front table have gone completely quiet, which is probably the frontier equivalent of turning off your phone when you sense drama brewing. "Whiskey," says the tall stranger. "The good stuff, not what you've been serving in everyone else." This story is interesting. Apparently there's a 2-tier beverage system in operation here, and you've been drinking from the economy section. The bartender reaches under the bar and produces a different bottle, this one with an actual printed label and liquid that doesn't look like it could strip paint. As the strangers get their drinks, you notice the poker game has paused. The players are still holding their cards, but nobody's looking at them anymore. The saloon girl has stopped playing piano mid-song, which creates an awkward silence that everyone pretends not to notice. You continue eating your stew, trying to channel the energy of someone who's totally absorbed in their meal and definitely not eavesdropping on potentially dangerous conversations. Your task is harder than it sounds when every instinct is telling you to pay attention to the new arrivals. The tall stranger turns from the bar, whiskey in hand, and addresses the room in general. "Evening, folks! Beautiful night, isn't it?" His voice is pleasant enough, but there's something underneath it, like a velvet glove with brass knuckles inside. A few people mumble responses, someone asks a question, but you're uncertain if the right answer could lead to your death. "We're looking for someone," the stranger continues, taking a casual sip of his whiskey. "We're searching for a friend by the name of Thompson." Bill Thompson. Heard he might be in these parts. Now, you don't know anyone named Bill Thompson, but you can feel the collective tension in the room ratchet up another notch. It's like when someone asks, "Who broke this?" And even though you're innocent, you still feel guilty. One of the cowboys clears his throat. "Lot of Thompsons in these parts," he says carefully. "Might help if you could be more specific." The stranger smiles, and it's not entirely a pleasant expression. "Oh, you'd know this Thompson if you saw him. About 40. Brown hair, scar on his left cheek from a disagreement about cattle ownership, tends to be memorable. The description hangs in the air like smoke from a bad cigar. You notice the well-dressed gentleman at the bar has become very interested in the bottom of his whiskey glass, and the poker players have the frozen look of people trying to become invisible through sheer force of will. "Can't say the name rings a bell," the cowboy says, which is probably true, but also probably not the whole truth. The stranger nods like he expected this answer. Well, that's disappointing, but understandable. Sometimes people's memories need a little encouragement. And that's when you realise your peaceful evening has officially taken a turn toward the kind of excitement you read about in dime novels but never actually wanted to experience firsthand. The stew suddenly tastes like cardboard, and the whiskey isn't warming your stomach so much as churning it. You keep eating, trying to look like someone who's completely oblivious to the growing tension, while your mind races through your options. You could finish quickly and leave, but that might draw attention. You could stay and hope things settle down, but that could mean getting caught in whatever's about to happen. Or you could just keep eating stew and pretend you're anywhere else, which is your current strategy, but probably not a long-term solution. The stranger takes another sip of his whiskey and smiles that unsettling smile again. "Well, no hurry, we've got all night." "Oh, good, they're staying. This should be interesting." In a situation like this, it can be quite challenging to focus on your own affairs when everyone else's activities are taking place right next to you. It's like trying to ignore a fire alarm, technically possible, but probably not advisable for your continued well-being. You've developed a sudden intense fascination with your stew, examining each piece of beef like you're conducting a scientific study on frontier cooking techniques. Meanwhile, the three strangers have settled in at a table near the centre of the room, close enough to watch everyone, far enough from the door to make leaving quickly a challenge for anyone else. The tall one, seemingly representing the group, has initiated a conversation with a variety of patrons. It's the kind of conversation where one person asks questions and everyone else provides answers that are technically truthful but carefully incomplete. "Nice town you've got here," he says to the room in general. "Quiet, peaceful, the kind of place where a man could disappear if he wanted to." The cowboys nod politely, similar to how one might nod when someone makes a comment about the weather that could be interpreted as a threat. The poker players have resumed their game, but you notice they're betting much more conservatively than before. Nothing dampens the spirit of gambling more than the threat of unexpected violence. The bartender continues wiping glasses with that towel, which by now must be either perfectly clean or completely contaminated. He's developed the expression of someone who's seen this movie before and knows it doesn't end with everyone shaking hands and sharing recipes. You're making excellent progress on your stew when the shorter of the three strangers, the one built like a human cannonball, stands up and stretches. It's an innocent enough gesture, except for the way his coat falls open just enough to reveal what's definitely not a pocket watch on his hip. "Think I'll take a look around," he announces. "Get familiar with the local geography." He starts wandering between the tables, not bothering anyone exactly, but making his presence felt. It's like having a tiger casually stroll through your living room. It might not eat you, but you're definitely going to keep track of where it is. When he gets to the poker table, he pauses to watch the game. "Interesting," he says, looking at the cards. "That's almost a winning hand you've got there, friend." The prospector with the impressive beard looks up nervously. "Just having a friendly game, mister, nothing serious." "Oh, I'm sure," the stranger replies. "Though I notice you've got quite a pile of coins there. Lucky night." "Some nights are better than others," the prospector says carefully. The stranger nods thoughtfully. "That's true. Some nights, a man's luck can change very suddenly. It's not exactly a threat, but it's not exactly not a threat either. It's that special kind of frontier communication that says everything while saying nothing, like a passive-aggressive email written with 6-shooters. The wandering stranger continues his tour, eventually making his way toward the bar, toward you. You become intensely interested in the last few spoonfuls of your stew, hoping to project the aura of someone completely absorbed in their dinner and definitely not worth talking to. "Evening," he says, settling onto the stool next to you. "Evening," you reply, because ignoring him would be rude, and rudeness in this situation could have consequences that extend beyond hurt feelings. "Good stew?" he asks, looking at your bowl. "Yes, quite good," you answer honestly. No point in lying about something so easily verified. "You're not from around here," he observes. It's not a question. "Just passing through," you say, which is true and hopefully boring enough to end the conversation. He nods and orders a whiskey from the bartender. Not the good stuff, you notice, which suggests either budget constraints or that he's not as important as his tall friend. While he waits for his drink, he studies you with the casual interest of someone examining a potentially interesting bug. Passing through to where, he asks. Now you're in slightly trickier territory. Too much detail might make you memorable in ways you don't want to be. Too little might make you seem suspicious. You go with vague but plausible. West, you say. Looking for opportunities, he chuckles. Aren't we all, friend? Aren't we all? His whiskey arrives, and he takes a sip. Then he leans slightly closer, and you catch a whiff of tobacco, leather, and something that might be pomade or might be bear grease. Word of advice, he says quietly. Sometimes the best opportunity is knowing when to keep moving. Know what I mean? You nod because you do know what he means, and because agreeing seems like the safest option. He's telling you, in the politest possible terms, that this might be a good night to finish your dinner and find somewhere else to be. Appreciate the advice, you say. He nods and returns to his whiskey, apparently satisfied that his message has been delivered and understood. You finish the last of your stew and cornbread, trying to eat at a pace that suggests you're not hurrying but not lingering either. That's when the batwing doors swing open again, and this time, you know before you even look that whoever's coming in is going to make the evening significantly more complicated. Because that's how these things work in the Wild West. Just when you think you've got a handle on the situation decides to handle you instead. The man who walks through those batwing doors is about 40 years old, has brown hair, and sports a scar on his left cheek that looks like it came from a disagreement about cattle ownership. In other words, he matches the description of Bill Thompson perfectly, which means your peaceful evening has just transformed into front row seats for whatever's about to unfold. But here's the thing that makes this intriguing from a social dynamics perspective. Bill Thompson doesn't look surprised to see the three strangers. He doesn't pause, doesn't scan the room nervously, and doesn't show any of the signs you'd expect from someone who's being hunted. Instead, he walks to the bar with the casual confidence of a man who's precisely where he wants to be. "Evening, Jake," he says to the bartender, who suddenly looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. Perhaps somewhere peaceful, like the middle of a buffalo stampede. The tall stranger at the centre table doesn't say anything immediately. He just watches Thompson order a whiskey and settle against the bar like he owns it. The silence stretches out like taffy, and you can practically hear everyone in the room not breathing. Finally, the tall stranger speaks. "Bill Thompson." "That's right," Thompson replies without turning around. "And you'd be Carson, unless I miss my guess." Carson. Now the tall stranger has a name, which somehow makes the whole situation feel more real and more dangerous at the same time. Carson stands up slowly, the kind of deliberate movement that suggests he's very comfortable with everyone's attention focused on him. "Been looking for you, Bill." "I figured that was the case," Thompson says, taking a sip of his whiskey. "Heard you boys were asking around. Thought I'd save you the trouble of hunting all over creation." Now this is intriguing. Instead of a manhunt, you're witnessing what appears to be a planned meeting. The question is whether it's going to be a civilized conversation or something that requires you to duck under tables. The cowboy at the front table shifts slightly in his chair, and you notice his hand resting casually near his side. The poker players have given up all pretense of playing cards and are openly watching the proceedings. Even the saloon girl has positioned herself near what you hope is a back exit. Carson moves away from his table, but not quickly, not aggressively. It's more like a dance where both partners know the steps. "You've got something that belongs to my employer, Bill." "That's so," Thompson says. "What might that be?" "Don't play games. The money from the Tucson job." Thompson chuckles, but it's not a particularly amused sound. "Money? What makes you think I've got any money? Look at me, Carson. Do I look like a man who's recently come into wealth?" And he's got a point. Thompson's clothes are worn but clean, his boots are scuffed, and his hat has seen better years. If he's sitting on a pile of stolen money, he's either excellent at hiding it or terrible at spending it. "My employer seems to think otherwise," Carson says. "Your employer thinks many things. Doesn't make them true." The conversation is polite, almost casual, but you can feel the undercurrent of violence running beneath it like a stream under ice. Both men are armed. You can tell by the way they carry themselves, the way their coats hang, and the way they position their hands. The question is whether they're going to keep talking or start shooting. You're beginning to understand why the bartender was nervous about the fish on the menu. In a place where business disputes are settled with gunpowder, freshness standards are probably flexible. The shorter stranger, the one who gave you the friendly advice about knowing when to keep moving, has positioned himself near the door. Not blocking it exactly, but making it clear that anyone wanting to leave would need to get past him. The third member of their group has moved to cover the back of the room. Thompson seems to notice these movements without looking directly at them. "Brought the whole crew, did you?" That's flattering. Though I have to say, for a friendly conversation about money I don't have, you boys seem a little prepared. "Just being careful," Carson says. "Nothing personal." "Oh, I'm sure," Thompson replies. Just like what happened in Prescott was nothing personal. Carson's expression changes slightly at the mention of Prescott, and you get the feeling that there's a whole other story there, probably involving more cattle, more disagreements, and definitely more scars. "That was business," Carson says. "So is this," Thompson replies. And that's when you realise that you're not just witnessing a confrontation between men with a disagreement about money. You're watching the continuation of something that started somewhere else, probably involving cattle, because everything in the West seems to involve cattle, and definitely involving the kind of business that leaves scars on people's faces. The room has gone completely quiet except for the sound of your own heartbeat, which seems unreasonably loud given the circumstances. You're trying to decide whether finishing your whiskey would be a good idea, liquid courage, or a terrible idea, impaired judgment, when Thompson turns slightly and catches your eye. "You might want to step outside for some air, friend," he says quietly. "Sometimes these business discussions get a little heated," which is probably the politest way anyone has ever suggested that you evacuate before the shooting starts. Here's the thing about the Wild West that all those Hollywood movies got wrong. Most confrontations didn't end in gunfights. They ended in negotiations, compromises, and people finding ways to settle their differences without ventilating each other. Because despite what the dime novel suggested, most folks preferred being alive to being legendary. You're contemplating Thompson's suggestion about stepping outside when something unexpected happens. Carson laughs. Carson laughs, not with a menacing or bitter laugh, but with an actual, genuine laugh that changes his entire face. "You know what, Bill? You're absolutely right. This idea is ridiculous." He sits back down at his table, and the tension in the room doesn't exactly disappear, but it shifts into something more manageable. Removing the timer instead of cutting wires is akin to defusing a bomb. "We're both getting too old for this," Carson continues, "and honestly, my employer is an idiot." Thompson turns around, still holding his whiskey, eyebrows raised. "That's quite an admission coming from you." "Well, it's true. Sending me and the boys all the way out here to collect money that probably doesn't exist, from a job that went sideways 6 months ago, from a man who's been trying to go straight ever since." Carson shakes his head. "Some days I wonder why I don't just buy a farm and raise chickens." The shorter stranger looks confused by this turn of events. "Boss? We came all this way." "I know what we came here for, Mike," Carson says. "But occasionally you get somewhere and realise the trip wasn't worth taking." Thompson moves away from the bar, but toward Carson's table, not toward the door. He pulls out a chair and sits down, still cautious, but no longer looking like he's expecting to dodge bullets. "So what happens now?" Thompson asks. "Now? Now we finish our drinks, you tell me what really happened in Tucson, and maybe we figure out how to explain to my employer that his money disappeared into thin air without anyone getting shot over it. And just like that, the standoff becomes a conversation." The cowboys at the front table start breathing again. The poker players remember they have cards to play. The saloon girl begins playing the piano again, but this time she selects a more cheerful tune than the one she played previously. You decide to stay put and order another whiskey, because the scene is turning into exactly the kind of frontier drama you came west to experience, except without the mortal peril you hadn't really planned on. Thompson signals Jake for another drink and settles into his chair. "Tucson was a disaster from the start," he begins. "Your employer had us hitting a bank that turned out to be expecting us." "Inside information?" "Had to be. We walked into that bank and found half the territorial militia waiting for us. Lost 2 good men, barely got out alive, and came away with exactly nothing except a newfound appreciation for honest work." Carson nods thoughtfully. "That explains some things. My employer has been mighty close-mouthed about the details." "Probably because he set us up," Thompson says. "My guess? He made a deal with the law, decided we were expendable, and figured he'd collect the reward money instead of paying us." The shorter stranger, Mike, looks between his boss and Thompson like he's watching a tennis match played with words instead of balls. "So there never was any money to recover?" "Oh, there was money," Thompson says. just not where my employer thinks it ended up. He reaches into his coat and for a moment everyone tenses again, but what he pulls out is a folded piece of paper, not a weapon. Bank draft, he explains, showing it to Carson. It was intended for the Tucson orphanage. Figured if I was going to steal money, I might as well steal it for someone who needed it more than your employer did. Carson examines the paper and his expression shifts to one that could be interpreted as respect. You donated stolen money to an orphanage? Seemed like the right thing to do at the time, Thompson says with a shrug. Still does, actually. Mike looks completely baffled by this turn of events. Boss, what do we tell him back in Phoenix? Carson folds the bank draft and hands it back to Thompson. We tell him that Bill Thompson is dead. What? Mike's voice goes up an octave. Died in a gunfight. Tragic, really. We buried him outside of town and said some words. A very touching ceremony. Carson's deadpan delivery would make a professional poker player proud. Money was never recovered. He probably spent all the money on whiskey and loose women before he died. Thompson grins. I like it, though I prefer to think I spent it on whiskey and tight women. Details, Carson waves dismissively. Point is, as far as Phoenix is concerned, this case is closed, and that's when you realise you've just witnessed something remarkable. A problem solved not with violence, but with creativity, pragmatism, and a healthy dose of frontier justice. This solution ensures that everyone leaves with their lives and dignity intact. The saloon has returned to something approaching normal. The poker game has resumed with renewed enthusiasm. Apparently nothing makes cards more captivating than the possibility that you might not live to play another hand. The cowboys have ordered another round and are back to discussing whatever important cowboy business they were discussing before the excitement started. Carson stands up and extends his hand to Thompson. It's been a pleasure doing business with you, Bill. Or should I say, it's been a pleasure not doing business with you. Thompson shakes his hand. Likewise. Give my regards to Phoenix. Tell them I died bravely. Oh, I will. I will probably include some details about how you took 3 of us with you, just to make the story more interesting. Mike still looks confused, but the third member of Carson's group, who's been silent through most of this, finally speaks up. Does your statement mean we can go home now? I'm tired of sleeping on the ground. Yes, Eddie, we can go home, Carson says patiently, and we can stop at that hotel in Flagstaff on the way back. The one with the actual beds? The one with the actual beds? Eddie brightens considerably at this news. Apparently even in the Wild West a good night's sleep was worth more than a questionable gunfight. As Carson's group prepares to leave, the tall man pauses at your table. Thanks for the entertainment, he says. Not often do we get to watch a business meeting that ends with everyone still breathing. My pleasure, you reply, raising your glass in a small salute. Here's to creative problem solving. I'll drink to that, Carson says, and surprisingly, he does, finishing his whiskey in one smooth motion before tipping his hat and heading for the door. The saloon settles into a comfortable evening rhythm as the 3 strangers disappear through the batwing doors. Thompson moves to the bar, orders another whiskey, and strikes up a conversation with Jake about the weather and the price of cattle. You sit back in your chair, nursing your second whiskey and marvelling at what you've just experienced. In the span of 2 hours, you've witnessed a manhunt, a standoff, a negotiation, and a resolution that would have made Solomon proud. You've seen grown men solve their problems with words instead of weapons and creativity instead of violence. The saloon girl starts playing Red River Valley, and this time she gets all the notes right. The poker players are laughing at something the prospector said. The cowboys are planning their next cattle drive. And you're sitting in a Wild West tavern, drinking whiskey that tastes like liquid campfire, eating stew that could keep you going for a week, and thinking that maybe, just maybe, the real Wild West was more intriguing than any Hollywood movie ever suggested. Because the truth is, most people then, just like most people now, were just trying to get through their day without too much trouble. They wanted to eat a decent meal, have a drink with friends, maybe play some cards and go home to their families. The fact that they sometimes carried guns and settled disputes with duels doesn't mean they preferred violence. It just means they lived in a time and place where being prepared for trouble was a practical necessity. As the evening winds down and you consider heading to whatever passes for lodging in this frontier town, you reflect on the lesson you've learned tonight. Sometimes the most dangerous situations are resolved not by the fastest gun or the strongest fighter, but by the person clever enough to find a solution that lets everyone walk away with their pride intact. Thompson glances at you from the bar, raising his glass in a small salute. To To orphanages, he says quietly. To orphanages, you reply, and you both drink to the kind of justice that doesn't make headlines but makes the world a little bit better, one small act of decency at a time. Outside, the desert night is clear and cold, full of stars that seem close enough to touch. Inside the Silver Dollar Saloon, the oil lamps burn warm and steady, the piano plays soft melodies, and people who've never met before tomorrow will be strangers again, sharing stories and whiskey and the kind of companionship that travellers have always found in places like this. And that, more than any gunfight or cattle rustling or gold rush drama, is what the Wild West was really about. People finding ways to connect, to solve problems, and to help each other through the challenges of living in a hard place during a hard time. Your stew is long finished, your whiskey glass is empty, and your adventure in frontier dining is complete. Tomorrow you'll climb back on that stagecoach and continue west, carrying with you the memory of an evening when the Wild West revealed itself to be not quite as wild as advertised, but infinitely more fascinating than you'd expected. Sometimes the best stories aren't about the fastest guns or the biggest fights. Sometimes they're about the moments when ordinary people find extraordinary ways to be decent to each other, even when, especially when, it would be easier not to be. And with that thought, you finish your whiskey, tip your hat to Jake the bartender, nod farewell to Thompson and the other patrons, and push through those famous bat-wing doors into the star-filled desert night, carrying with you a story worth telling and the kind of satisfied tiredness that comes from a day well lived and an evening well spent. The Silver Dollar Saloon settles into its nighttime rhythm behind you, ready to welcome the next traveller, the next story, the next small drama of frontier life. Because that's what places like this do. They provide a stage where ordinary people can have extraordinary moments, where strangers can become friends over a shared meal and a glass of something that might charitably be called whiskey. And in the morning, the stagecoach will come, and you'll climb aboard for the next leg of your journey, but you'll always remember the night you learned that the real Wild West wasn't one with guns. It was one with conversation, creativity, and the kind of human decency that transcends time and place. Sweet dreams, traveller. The frontier awaits, and now you know it's not quite as dangerous as the stories suggest, just infinitely more interesting than you ever imagined. Margaret Holloway had always prided herself on being the sort of person who read instruction manuals. Particularly for toasters, her insurance company continued to mention the incident from 19 years ago in hushed, traumatised tones. So when she inherited her great-aunt Millicent's peculiar collection of antiques, including what appeared to be a medieval astrolabe made of suspiciously modern materials, she naturally assumed there would be documentation. There wasn't. What there was, tucked behind the device like a guilty afterthought, was a post-it note reading, "Don't touch the blue bits when Mercury is in retrograde. M." Margaret, who possessed both a master's degree in library science and a healthy scepticism toward astrological nonsense, promptly touched the blue bits. It was Tuesday morning. She had already dealt with 3 passive-aggressive emails from her supervisor, and Mercury could frankly retrograde itself into the sun for all she cared. The astrolabe hummed. This was Margaret's first indication that perhaps Great-Aunt Millicent had been more eccentric than previously documented. The second indication was the way her kitchen began folding itself inside out like origami designed by a mathematician having an existential crisis. "Oh, bollocks," and Margaret had said, which were destined to be the last words spoken in her ranch-style home in suburban Ohio for approximately 700 years. The world transformed into a pretzel, infused with cosmic salt, and offered itself to the universe, accompanied by temporal displacement. Margaret found herself lying face down in what smelled suspiciously like a combination of horses, unwashed humans, and regret. When she lifted her head, she discovered she was wearing a brown woolen dress that itched in places she didn't know could itch, and her sensible flats had been replaced by leather things that appeared to have been crafted by someone who had only heard footwear described second-hand. Around her, a medieval village conducted its morning business with the sort of casual chaos that suggested this was perfectly normal Tuesday behaviour. A man chased a pig while shouting what Margaret assumed were medieval profanities. A woman emptied a chamber pot from a second-story window with the practised aim of someone who had clearly done this before. Children played in the dirt with sticks, apparently finding the activity the height of entertainment. Margaret sat up slowly, her librarian instincts immediately cataloguing the historical inconsistencies. The architecture was wrong for any specific period she could identify. The clothing was a mixture of styles spanning roughly 3 centuries. Was the man over there wearing what appeared to be a digital watch? "Is this your first time?" asked a voice behind her. Margaret turned to find a woman in her 50s, wearing robes that managed to look both authentically medieval and suspiciously well-tailored. Her smile was knowing, and her teeth were far too straight for someone living in the pre-dental era. "May I ask for your pardon?" Margaret asked. Margaret asked, then immediately regretted it. In her experience, begging anyone's pardon in an unfamiliar situation typically led to complications. "Time travel," the woman clarified, as if the solution were obvious. "You've got that look. You've recently realised that physics is more of a suggestion than a law. I'm Sister Agatha, formerly Agnes Whitmore, of the Cambridge Medieval History Department. And you're clearly not from around here, temporally speaking." Margaret stared. "This is impossible." "Oh, honey," Sister Agatha laughed, a sound that carried distinct notes of hysteria carefully controlled through years of practice. "Impossible was last Tuesday. This is just inconvenient. Come on, let's get you oriented before the anachronism police show up." "The what now?" But Sister Agatha was already walking away, her robe swishing with the authority of someone who had learned to navigate both medieval politics and university bureaucracy. Margaret scrambled to follow, her new shoes making sounds like frustrated cats on the cobblestones. As they walked through the village, Margaret noticed more inconsistencies. A blacksmith hammered what looked suspiciously like a smartphone case. A merchant sold authentic medieval remedies from bottles that clearly bore modern safety seals. And everywhere people moved with the particular sort of resigned efficiency that Margaret recognised from her office environment. "Right," Sister Agatha said, stopping outside what appeared to be a tavern with a sign reading, "The Temporal Refugee." "Here's the situation. Welcome to Kronos Commons, the accidental dumping ground for temporal tourists, displaced individuals, and the generally temporally confused. We've got Romans, Victorians, a perplexed gentleman from 1623 who keeps asking about the location of the nearest Starbucks, and last week we acquired a flapper from the 20s who has already revolutionised our cocktail menu." Margaret felt a familiar sensation that she usually associated with faculty meetings, the gradual realisation that she was trapped in something that made no sense but would somehow become her responsibility. "How do I get home?" she asked. Sister Agatha's smile took on the sort of kindness typically reserved for delivering catastrophic news. "Well, that's the question, isn't it? Some people figure it out, others don't. But the good news is, we've developed quite a nice little community here. We've got running water, thanks to a Roman engineer, decent food courtesy of a Victorian chef, and surprisingly progressive social policies implemented by a group of suffragettes who arrived last spring." Margaret looked around at the village with new eyes. It wasn't medieval at all, she realised. It was something entirely new, a place where time had hiccuped, collected its mistakes, and decided to make the best of things. "How long have you been here?" she asked. 5 years is a subjective time. It could be 5 minutes or 5 decades in the real world. Time's a bit wobbly here. Sister Agatha shrugged. "But I've got to say, the research opportunities are unparalleled. Where else can you get primary source material from actual primary sources?" Margaret felt herself beginning to panic, which was unfortunate because panic had never been particularly useful in her experience. "But I have a job, I have a mortgage, I have a cat." "Had," Sister Agatha corrected gently. Past tense is crucial when you're dealing with temporal displacement, but look on the bright side. No more mortgage payments. The temporal refugee turned out to be precisely what it sounded like. A tavern for people who had accidentally fallen through the cracks in time and were making the best of it with varying degrees of success. The proprietor was a cheerful woman named Gladys, who claimed to be from 1943 and had arrived during the Blitz expecting to find an air raid shelter. Instead, she'd found herself the accidental mayor of history's most confused municipality. "New arrival," Gladys announced as Sister Agatha led Margaret through the door. "Welcome to the club that no one desired to join, yet everyone inextricably finds themselves a part of. The first drink is free, the second is on credit, and the third is your responsibility because you should know our economy by then." The tavern's interior was a fascinating collision of architectural periods. Tudor beams supported what appeared to be Art Deco light fixtures, while Roman mosaics decorated floors laid with Victorian tiles. The overall effect was like walking into time and having an identity crisis. At a corner table, a man in what looked like 18th century clothing was engaged in animated conversation with a woman wearing a 1960s mod dress, and a Roman centurion who had apparently decided to keep his armour but update his attitude. Their discussion appeared to centre around the best methods for organising a democratic government when your citizenry spanned roughly 2,000 years of political evolution. "That's our steering committee," Sister Agatha explained. "We found that representative democracy works surprisingly well when everyone's equally confused about the present situation. Thomas, who hails from the year 1776, arrived shortly after signing a document he describes as terribly important, which is why he has strong opinions about governance. Veronica, who is from 1967, holds strong opinions on a wide range of topics. Marcus has strong opinions about military organisation, primarily suggesting that all disputes should be settled through combat." Margaret accepted a drink from Gladys that tasted like it had been invented by someone who remembered alcohol fondly, but had to work with medieval ingredients. Although it wasn't entirely unpleasant, the drink felt like a metaphor for her entire situation. "So how does this work?" Margaret asked. "The day-to-day, I mean. You can't all just sit around drinking and forming committees." "Oh, heavens no," Gladys laughed. "We've got quite the economy going. It turns out when you put together people from different times, you get a lot of useful knowledge exchange. Marcus taught us Roman construction techniques, which the Victorian engineer improved with modern material science, which Thomas enhanced with democratic labour practices, which Veronica revolutionised with modern efficiency methods." She gestured toward the window where Margaret could see people working on what appeared to be a construction project involving both medieval stonework and suspiciously modern-looking plumbing. "We're building a proper town hall," Sister Agatha explained, "complete with meeting rooms, a library, and what Veronica insists on calling a social services department. Apparently temporal displacement comes with its own unique set of bureaucratic needs." "But surely someone's trying to get home?" Margaret asked. The tavern went quiet in a way that suggested she'd touched on a sensitive subject. Gladys polished a glass with unnecessary intensity, while Sister Agatha developed a sudden interest in the pattern of the tablecloth. "Well," Thomas said from the corner table, his colonial American accent carrying clearly across the room, "that's rather the central question, isn't it? Some folks spend all their time trying to figure out the way back. Others come to the conclusion that staying in the present isn't necessarily a bad thing. And some—" He trailed off. "Some?" Margaret prompted. "Some discover that home isn't quite what they remembered," Veronica finished, her London accent crisp despite the anachronistic setting. "Turns out when you've been gone for subjective years, certain assumptions about what you want to return to start looking rather questionable." Marcus, the Roman centurion, nodded gravely. "I was fleeing Gaul when I arrived here. The situation, which involved a superior officer's wife and a misunderstanding about Roman marriage customs, was rather embarrassing. Point is, going back would involve considerably more crucifixion than I'm comfortable with." Margaret felt the weight of her life settling around her like an ill-fitting coat. Her job at the library, while stable, had become increasingly automated and decreasingly fulfilling. Her marriage had ended 2 years ago when her husband discovered that his midlife crisis required a motorcycle and a 25-year-old named Crystal. Her mortgage was for a house that had always felt too large for one person and too small for the life she'd imagined she'd have. "How do you know if you want to go back?" she asked quietly. "That," said Sister Agatha, "is the question everyone asks, and nobody can answer for anyone else. But I will say this. In 5 years here, I've published more original research than I did in 20 years at Cambridge. It turns out that primary source material is much easier to obtain when your sources are sitting at the next table." Gladys set down her glass and leaned against the bar. "I've been thinking about that night in London when I ended up here. The sirens were going off, bombs were falling, and I was more terrified than I'd ever been in my life. But I was also more alive than I'd felt in years. 3 years had passed since my husband's death. My children had grown and left, and I was merely existing. You need me here. I'm building something." "But don't you miss it?" Margaret asked. "Your real life?" "This is my real life," Gladys said simply. "The other one was just what happened before I started living." The tavern door abruptly opened, suggesting either extreme urgency or poor door maintenance. A young man stumbled in wearing clothes that looked like a confused merger between medieval peasant wear and what Margaret was beginning to recognise as the standard-issue temporal refugee uniform. "Emergency committee meeting," he announced breathlessly. We've got anachronism police incoming, and they're asking about unauthorised timeline modifications. The tavern erupted into organised chaos. Thomas immediately began drafting what he called emergency protocols for democratic crisis management. Veronica started organising people into what she termed efficiency groups. Marcus began discussing defensive strategies that involved words like phalanx and tactical retreat. Anachronism police, Margaret asked Sister Agatha about the commotion. Time travel's governing body, Sister Agatha explained grimly. Consider them to be the universe's hall monitors, but with the authority to erase entire timelines if they think things have gotten too messy. They don't like places like this. Too many variables, too much potential for paradox. What do? Best case scenario, they relocate us to approved temporal zones. Worst case scenario, they decide we're too much of a risk and... Sister Agatha made a gesture that could be interpreted as either poof or obliteration. Margaret felt that familiar librarian instinct kicking in, the one that appeared whenever someone threatened to reorganise her carefully maintained systems without consulting her first. It was the same feeling she got when patrons tried to return books to the wrong shelves, or when her supervisor suggested improving efficiency through methods that would clearly make everything worse. Right, she said, surprising herself with her decisiveness. What actions are necessary? The emergency committee meeting took place in what Gladys optimistically called the community centre, which was actually the tavern with the tables pushed together and everyone trying to look official, although half of them were drinking ale at 10 in the morning. Margaret found herself appointed as Secretary of Records primarily because she was the only one present who knew what carbon paper was and could also operate the hand-cranked printing press that a Victorian gentleman named Nigel had constructed from memory and spare parts. Right then, Thomas said, calling the meeting to order, with the sort of gravitas that suggested he'd had practice at this sort of thing. Jeremiah, report. Jeremiah, the young man who'd brought the news, stood up and consulted what appeared to be notes written on bark. 3 anachronism police officers arrived this morning via what looked like a temporal vortex disguised as a travelling merchant's wagon. They are staying at the inn and asking questions about unauthorised timeline modifications and dangerous temporal accumulations. Dangerous temporal accumulations, Sister Agatha repeated thoughtfully. That's what they call places like us. We have an excessive number of individuals from various eras residing in one place. We're apparently creating what they term chronological instability. Bollocks, said Veronica firmly. We're creating a chronological community. There's a difference. Marcus nodded approvingly. In Rome we had a saying, when the bureaucrats arrive, hide the wine and sharpen the swords. We're not hiding wine or sharpening swords, Thompson said quickly. We're civilised people having a civilised discussion about how to handle a bureaucratic situation through proper democratic channels. Have you met bureaucrats? Gladys asked dryly. In my experience, proper democratic channels work about as well for people in London during the Blitz as they do now. That is, not at all, and you mostly have to muddle through and hope for the best. Margaret found herself taking detailed notes, partly out of professional habit and partly because writing things down helped her think. As she wrote, patterns began to emerge. The anachronism police seemed concerned about their community's effect on the timeline, but from what she could gather, they hadn't actually done anything to affect it. They were just living their lives in a place that technically shouldn't exist. What exactly is the timeline we're supposedly affecting? She asked. The room went quiet. Margaret was beginning to recognise this particular type of silence. It was the same one that occurred in library staff meetings when someone asked obvious questions that revealed fundamental problems with the entire system. Well, Sister Agatha said slowly, that's rather complicated. See, technically none of us should be here. We should all be in our original times, living our original lives, making our original contributions to history. But we're not affecting our original times, Margaret pointed out. We're not there. If anything, our absence should have more impact than our presence here. Ah, said Nigel, the Victorian engineer, speaking up for the first time. That's where it gets intriguing. My research, which I've dedicated a significant amount of time to, indicates that our disappearances have received compensation. Compensated how? Thomas asked. Replacements, Nigel said simply. The timeline has generated substitute versions of us to fill the gaps we left behind. My wife believes I died in a factory accident. Sister Agatha's university believes she took early retirement. Margaret's library believes she moved to Florida to care for an elderly relative. Margaret felt a chill that had nothing to do with the medieval heating system. So there's another version of me living my life? A timeline-generated approximation, Sister Agatha confirmed. Close enough to maintain continuity, but not actually you. Think of it as temporal autocorrect. That's deeply unsettling, Margaret said. Welcome to time travel, Gladys said cheerfully. Nothing about it makes sense, and the more you think about it, the more you realise that sense was always overrated anyway. The meeting continued for another hour, with various committee members proposing solutions that ranged from diplomatic negotiation, Thomas, to strategic misdirection, Veronica, to trial by combat, Marcus predictably. Margaret found herself thinking about the other version of herself living in her house, doing her job, and presumably feeding her cat. Was that version of her fulfilled? Was she living the life Margaret had been too afraid to lead? I propose, she said, interrupting a discussion about the proper protocol for addressing temporal law enforcement, that we find out what the anachronism police actually want before we decide how to respond to them. Revolutionary thinking, Veronica said approvingly. Gather intelligence before forming strategy. I like her. It's called reconnaissance, Marcus added. Basic military procedure. It's called common sense, Gladys said, but I suppose that's revolutionary enough in most situations. Thomas nodded thoughtfully. Margaret raises an excellent point. We've been assuming they want to shut us down or relocate us, but perhaps their concerns are more specific. Jeremiah, what exactly were they asking about? Jeremiah consulted his bark notes again. They wanted to know about unauthorized historical documentation, anachronistic technological development, and unsanctioned temporal education programs. Margaret felt her librarian instincts tingling. Those are very specific concerns, not general timeline protection, specific activities. Sister Agatha's been writing papers about medieval life based on direct observation, Nigel said slowly. I've been developing hybrid technologies using knowledge from multiple times, and we've all been sharing knowledge across historical boundaries. We've been learning from each other, Margaret said, and apparently that's what they're worried about. The room fell silent again, but this time it was the thoughtful silence of people realizing they were in more trouble than they'd initially understood, but also possibly more right than they'd dared to hope. So, Thomas said finally, we're not just temporal refugees, we're temporal revolutionaries. Accidental temporal revolutionaries, or Sister Agatha corrected. The best kind, Veronica said with satisfaction. Nobody expects the accidental revolutionaries. Margaret looked around the room at her fellow temporal misfits and felt something she hadn't experienced in years. The sense that she was precisely where she was supposed to be, doing exactly what she was supposed to do. She appeared to be tasked with challenging the fundamental principles of temporal law enforcement by radically establishing a functional community. Right then, she said, surprising herself again with her decisiveness. Let's go talk to these anachronism police and find out exactly what kind of revolution we're accidentally leading. Based on her experience with various forms of bureaucratic authority, Margaret expected the anachronism police to be polite, efficient, and firmly convinced that their approach was the only logical one. They had taken up residence in the village's only inn, which was run by a cheerful woman from the 14th century who had adapted to her unusual clientele by developing what she called a flexible approach to customer service. The three officers were sitting in the inn's common room when Margaret's diplomatic delegation arrived. Thomas had insisted on formal protocols, Veronica had insisted on strategic positioning, and Marcus had insisted on bringing weapons, ceremonial purposes only, he'd assured them, while checking the edge on his gladius. Margaret had insisted on bringing tea service because, in her experience, any difficult conversation went better with proper refreshments. The lead officer was a woman who introduced herself as Inspector Kronos, which Margaret suspected was either an assumed name or evidence that the anachronism police had a department devoted entirely to ironic nomenclature. She was wearing what appeared to be a uniform designed by someone who had been told to create timeless professional attire and had interpreted the term as a boring grey suit that could plausibly exist in any century. "Thank you for meeting with us," Inspector Kronos said as Margaret arranged the tea service on the inn's largest table. "We appreciate your cooperation in this matter." "Our pleasure," Thomas replied smoothly, "though I confess we're uncertain about the nature of the matter that requires our cooperation." Inspector Kronos consulted a tablet that definitely hadn't existed in any time period Margaret could identify. "You're aware that this settlement exists in violation of several temporal accords?" "We weren't aware there were temporal accords," Sister Agatha said mildly. "Perhaps you could enlighten us?" Margaret poured tea while listening to Inspector Kronos explain the complex legal framework that apparently governed time travel. According to the temporal accords, unauthorized time travel was prohibited, temporal settlements were forbidden, and cross-temporal knowledge sharing was considered a Class 3 chronological offence punishable by timeline rehabilitation. "Timeline rehabilitation sounds ominous," Veronica observed. "It's a humane process," Inspector Kronos assured her. "We simply relocate individuals to appropriate temporal zones where they can live productive lives without disrupting historical continuity." "Separate us, you mean," Margaret said, offering the sugar cubes. "Send us back to our original times, whether we want to go or not." "The personal preferences of temporally displaced persons are secondary to the stability of the timeline," Inspector Kronos replied, accepting her tea with the sort of politeness that suggested she'd been trained in diplomatic protocols but found them tedious. Margaret felt that familiar librarian anger rising, the specific fury that came from dealing with people who prioritized systems over people and called it necessary efficiency. And who decided that timeline stability was more important than personal autonomy? Inspector Kronos looked genuinely puzzled by the question. "The temporal authority, of course. Timeline stability maintains the proper order of historical events." "Whose proper order?" Thomas asked, his colonial revolutionary instincts clearly activated. "Who gave this temporal authority the right to determine how people should live their lives?" "The authority derives from temporal law, which exists to prevent paradoxes and maintain historical accuracy," Inspector Kronos explained patiently, as if speaking to children who couldn't understand basic concepts. "Historical accuracy according to whom?" Sister Agatha asked. "I've spent 5 years here conducting primary research that's revealed significant errors in accepted historical narratives. Are you more interested in preserving factual accuracy or in upholding your own interpretation of accuracy?" Margaret watched Inspector Kronos' face carefully. Years of dealing with library patrons had taught her to recognize the exact moment when someone realized their position might not be as unassailable as they'd assumed. Inspector Kronos was having that moment right now. "Your research is part of the problem," one of the other officers said, speaking for the first time. "You're creating unauthorized historical documentation that could alter scholarly understanding of past events." "You mean it could improve scholarly understanding," Margaret said sweetly, refilling his teacup. "Isn't that what research is supposed to do?" "Not when it disrupts established historical consensus," the officer replied. "Established historical consensus has been wrong before," Veronica pointed out. "I should know. I lived through the 60s, and the established historical consensus about that decade is almost entirely bollocks." Margaret could see that this conversation was heading toward the sort of philosophical impasse that typically resulted in either violence or very long meetings. In her experience, violence was messier, but often more efficient than meetings. However, both typically ended with someone feeling aggrieved and nothing actually resolved. "Inspector Kronos," she said, interrupting what appeared to be the beginning of a lecture about the importance of historical stability. "May I ask you a personal question?" Inspector Kronos looked wary. "I suppose." "When did you last have a vacation?" The question clearly wasn't what Inspector Kronos had expected. That's not relevant to this investigation." "Humour me," Margaret said, employing the same tone she used with particularly stubborn library patrons. "When did you last take time off from work?" "Temporal authority agents don't take vacations," Inspector Kronos said stiffly. "We have important work to do." "Everyone needs time off," Margaret said gently. "Otherwise work becomes the only thing that gives life meaning, and that's not healthy for anyone. Trust me, I speak from experience." She gestured around the inn's common room, where the afternoon light was streaming through windows that had been designed by someone from the 18th century, built by someone from ancient Rome, and decorated by someone from the 1960s. The result was chaotic, but somehow harmonious, like a visual representation of their entire community. "This place works," she said. "We have people from a dozen different times living together, sharing knowledge, building something new. We're not disrupting the timeline. We're creating something the timeline never had before. Something beautiful." Unauthorized beauty is still unauthorized, Inspector Kronos said, but her voice lacked conviction. According to the temporal accords, yes, Margaret agreed. But have you considered that the temporal accords might be wrong? The silence that followed was different from the previous uncomfortable silences. This silence was the result of someone who had blindly followed the rules for years, suddenly forced to question their logic. The accords exist for good reason, Inspector Kronos said finally. I'm sure they do, Thomas said diplomatically, but good reasons can become bad reasons if circumstances change. In my experience, the best laws are the ones that can adapt to new situations. What if, Sister Agatha suggested carefully, instead of shutting us down, you studied us? We could be a pilot program for controlled cross-temporal community development. Think of the research opportunities. Margaret could see Inspector Kronos wavering. Years of bureaucratic training were warring with what appeared to be genuine curiosity, and possibly the first intriguing conversation she'd had in decades. That would require authorization from the temporal authority, Inspector Kronos said slowly. Then let's get authorization, Margaret said briskly. I assume there's some sort of application process? Inspector Kronos stared at her. You want to apply for legal recognition as an experimental temporal community? Why not? Margaret shrugged. We're already here, we're already functioning, and apparently we're already breaking the rules. Might as well break them officially. Applying for legal recognition as an experimental temporal community turned out to involve approximately 17 different forms, each of which had to be filled out in triplicate using writing implements appropriate to the time period of the person filling them out. Margaret found herself wielding a quill pen for the first time in her life, while cursing whoever had decided that bureaucracy should be deliberately difficult. This is ridiculous, Veronica muttered, struggling with what appeared to be a form designed to assess cross-temporal cultural integration protocols. They want to know our policy for resolving conflicts between Roman law and Renaissance banking practices. We don't have conflicts between Roman law and Renaissance banking practices, Thomas pointed out, working his way through a form about democratic governance in multi-period communities with the sort of methodical precision that suggested he'd had experience with colonial paperwork. Exactly, Sister Agatha said. Marcus handles military justice, Nigel handles infrastructure disputes, you handle governance issues, and Gladys handles everything else because she's the only one who's actually good at managing people. Margaret looked up from Form 47B, Justification for Temporal Cohabitation, and realised something important. They hadn't just accidentally created a community, they'd accidentally created a functioning government. And not just any government, but one that actually worked because everyone involved was too confused and too practical to waste time on politics. We need to document this, she said suddenly. Document what? Inspector Kronos asked. She had remained at the inn to oversee the application process, but Margaret suspected that her primary reason for staying was her interest in their community, which she found far more engaging than her usual assignments. This is how we govern ourselves, Margaret explained, reaching for a fresh sheet of paper. If we're applying to be an experimental community, we need to show that our experiment actually produces results. Over the next several hours, Margaret found herself doing what she did best, organising information. With input from the others, she documented their decision-making processes, their conflict resolution methods, their resource allocation systems, and their integration protocols. What emerged was a picture of a community that had organically developed solutions to problems that political scientists spent decades debating. This is extraordinary, Inspector Kronos said, reading over Margaret's documentation. You've created a functional multi-temporal democracy with built-in cultural sensitivity protocols and adaptive governance structures. We've muddled through, Gladys corrected, bringing them all another round of tea. We've made the best of it, just like anyone else who finds themselves in an unexpected situation. But that's precisely the point, Inspector Kronos said, excitement creeping into her voice for the first time since Margaret had met her. Most temporal displacement results in psychological trauma, cultural isolation, and eventual breakdown. You've created something that not only works, but actually enhances the lives of everyone involved. Margaret looked around the inn's common room, where their impromptu government session had attracted an audience of curious community members. Marcus was explaining Roman military organisation to a group that included a Viking warrior, 2 medieval merchants, and what appeared to be a flapper who had arrived just that morning. Nigel was sketching engineering diagrams on a napkin, while a Renaissance artist offered suggestions about aesthetic improvements. Thomas and Veronica were deep in discussion about the practical applications of democratic theory with a gentleman who claimed to be from the court of Louis XIV. "It works because we need it to work," Margaret had said. "We can't go home, so we have to make this place home, and that means figuring out how to live together even when we come from entirely different worlds." "The temporal authority should see this," Inspector Kronos said. "They've been trying to solve the problem of the temporal displacement for centuries, and you've accidentally discovered the solution." "What's the problem with temporal displacement?" Sister Agatha Deer asked. "Displaced persons typically suffer from severe temporal culture shock," Inspector Kronos explained. "They can't adapt to their new time, but they can't return to their original time either. Most end up in specialized care facilities or isolated temporal reservations." Margaret felt a chill. Temporal reservations? "Quarantine zones where displaced persons can live out their lives without affecting the timeline," Inspector Kronos said, apparently not noticing the horror on everyone's faces. "It's considered the most humane solution." "Humane?" Thomas repeated flatly. "You isolate people from society and call it humane." "It's better than the alternative," Inspector Kronos said defensively. "Uncontrolled temporal displacement can cause paradoxes, timeline disruptions, and even reality cascades." "Has that actually happened?" Margaret asked. "Or is it theoretical?" Inspector Kronos paused. "Well, theoretical. But the risk is theoretical," Margaret finished. "Meanwhile, the reality is that you're condemning people to isolation based on theoretical risks." She stood up, feeling the same sense of righteous indignation that had sustained her through years of fighting budget cuts and bureaucratic interference at the library. "Inspector Kronos, I think it's time the temporal authority met with some people who have actually made temporal displacement work." "You want to petition the temporal authority directly?" Inspector Kronos asked, looking alarmed. "I want to invite them to visit," Margaret corrected. "Let them see what we've built here. Let them meet our community. Let them understand that temporal displacement doesn't have to be a problem to be managed. It can be an opportunity to be embraced." The room went quiet again, but this time it was the excited silence of people who had just realized they were about to do something either very brave or very stupid, and weren't entirely sure which. "That," said Veronica slowly, "is either brilliant or completely insane." "In my experience," Gladys said cheerfully, "the best ideas are usually both." Inspector Kronos looked around the room at the faces of people who had accidentally revolutionized temporal community planning, and were now proposing to take their revolution directly to the highest levels of temporal authority. Margaret could see her trying to calculate the potential consequences, weigh the risks against the benefits, and figure out whether supporting this plan would advance or destroy her career. "I'll need to send a preliminary report first," she said finally. "Prepare them for the possibility of an unconventional solution to the displacement problem." "Unconventional solutions are the best kind," Marcus said approvingly. "In Rome we had a saying, when conventional tactics fail, try something so unexpected that your enemies defeat themselves through confusion." "Did Romans actually say that?" Thomas asked. "No," Marcus admitted cheerfully, "but they should have. It's excellent advice." Margaret looked at Inspector Kronos, who was staring at their community with the expression of someone who had come to enforce the rules and instead discovered that they might need changing. "Inspector," she said gently, "when did you last do something that made you excited about your work?" Inspector Kronos was quiet for a long moment. "I can't remember," she said finally. "Then maybe it's time to try something new," Margaret suggested. "Maybe it's time to help us show the temporal authority that some problems are actually opportunities in disguise." The temporal authority's response to Inspector Kronos' preliminary report arrived 3 days later in the form of what appeared to be a medieval messenger who rode a horse that moved slightly too smoothly and cast no shadow. The message itself was written on parchment that looked authentic but felt like high-quality printer paper, and the ink had the peculiar property of remaining wet until someone read it, at which point it dried instantly. Margaret had become fascinated by these temporal inconsistencies. Everything about the temporal authority seemed designed to look period-appropriate while functioning with modern efficiency, as if they couldn't decide whether they wanted to blend in with history or transcend it entirely. "They're sending a delegation," Inspector Kronos announced, reading the message aloud to the assembled community. "Senior Inspector Paradox, Inspector Causality, and Director Temporal will arrive tomorrow to assess the viability of Kronos Commons as an experimental temporal community." Director Temporal, Sister Agatha asked. That's either a critical person or someone with a deeply unfortunate name. Both, probably, Veronica said. In my experience, the most important bureaucrats always have the most ridiculous titles. Margaret felt the familiar flutter of anxiety that preceded any important inspection, whether it was library auditors, health department officials, or, apparently, temporal law enforcement. But underneath the anxiety was something else. Excitement. For the first time in years, she was part of something that mattered, something worth fighting for. Right then, she said, standing up with the sort of decisiveness that surprised everyone, including herself. We have one day to prepare for the most important visitors this community has ever received. I suggest we show them exactly what we've accomplished here. The next 24 hours passed in a blur of organised chaos that would have made any event planner weep with either admiration or despair. Gladys organised a feast that showcased culinary techniques from 12 different times. Nigel provided the entire village with a comprehensive overview of infrastructure improvements, highlighting the innovations that emerged from the fusion of Roman engineering, Victorian precision, and modern material science. Thomas prepared a presentation on their governance structure that managed to be both academically rigorous and practically applicable. Margaret found herself coordinating the entire effort, which felt remarkably similar to organising the library's annual fundraising gala, except with more times involved and significantly higher stakes. She discovered that her years of managing library events had prepared her surprisingly well for managing temporal diplomacy. The delegation arrived precisely at noon, stepping out of what appeared to be a travelling merchant's wagon that definitely hadn't been there moments before. Director Temporal turned out to be a woman who looked like she could have been anywhere between 30 and 300 years old, wearing robes that managed to suggest both medieval authority and modern professionalism. Senior Inspector Paradox was a tall man with the sort of precisely groomed appearance that suggested he took temporal regulations very seriously indeed. Inspector Causality was younger, with the eager expression of someone who had recently been promoted and was determined to prove worthy of the position. "Welcome to Kronos Commons," Margaret said, stepping forward with the sort of confidence usually reserved for dealing with particularly difficult library board members. "We're honoured by your visit." Director Temporal looked around the village square, where the community had assembled to greet their visitors. Her expression was carefully neutral, but Margaret caught her pausing to study the architectural innovations, the way people from different times were naturally interacting, and the general atmosphere of purposeful activity. Inspector Kronos has submitted a preliminary report suggesting that this community represents a viable alternative to traditional temporal displacement protocols, Director Temporal said. "We're here to assess the accuracy of that assessment." "We'd be delighted to show you around," Thomas said, stepping forward with colonial diplomatic charm. "Perhaps we could begin with our governance centre." What followed was the most unusual tour Margaret had ever participated in. They showed the delegation their democratic decision-making processes, their conflict resolution methods, their resource allocation system, and their integration protocols. At each stop, community members demonstrated not just how their systems worked, but why they worked. The key insight, Sister Agatha explained as they stood in what had become their informal research centre, is that temporal displacement doesn't have to mean cultural isolation. When you put people from different times together, they don't just adapt to each other, they enhance each other. She gestured to a wall covered with research notes, engineering diagrams, artistic collaborations, and what appeared to be a detailed analysis of democratic theory, written in 4 different languages by authors from 4 different centuries. "We're not just preserving historical knowledge," she continued. "We're creating new knowledge by combining historical perspectives in ways that have never been possible before." Inspector Causality was taking in emailed notes, while Senior Inspector Paradox maintained an expression of professional skepticism. Director Temporal, however, was studying the research wall with the sort of intense focus that suggested she was seeing something she hadn't expected. "This is unprecedented," she said finally. "Cross-temporal knowledge synthesis on this scale. The implications are extraordinary." "The implications are what we live with every day," Gladys said cheerfully, appearing with a tray of refreshments that somehow managed to appeal to taste preferences from across the centuries. Turns out when you stop worrying about the implications and start focusing on the practicalities, most problems solve themselves. The tour continued through the afternoon, with the delegation observing everything from Marcus's conflict resolution sessions, which involved more shouting than Margaret was comfortable with but seemed to work, to Nigel's engineering workshops, which had produced innovations that probably shouldn't have been possible with available materials. However, Margaret was aware that the evening feast would determine the success or failure of their argument. As the community gathered around tables that had been built by combining Roman construction techniques with Victorian craftsmanship and modern ergonomic principles, she watched the delegation observe something that couldn't be documented or measured: the simple fact that their community was genuinely happy. "I have a question," Director Temporal said as the meal wound down. "What happens when someone wants to leave?" The question lingered in the air, akin to an uncomfortable truth that everyone had been evading. Margaret felt her stomach clench because this was the one aspect of their community they hadn't fully addressed. "Well," Thomas said slowly, "that's rather complicated. We haven't actually figured out how to leave, even if someone wanted to." "But would you?" Inspector Cosiletti asked. "Want to leave, I mean? If you could." Margaret looked around the table at faces that had become more familiar to her than her family. These people had become her colleagues, her friends, her chosen community in a way that her old life had never provided. "I think," she said carefully, "that's the wrong question. The right question is, would we want to go back to the lives we were living before we came here?" "And the answer to that question?" Director Temporal asked. Margaret smiled. "Ask me tomorrow." The temporal authority's decision came in the form of an official proclamation that somehow managed to be both bureaucratically precise and genuinely revolutionary. Kronos Commons was granted experimental status as the first authorised cross-temporal community development project, with funding, legal recognition, and most importantly, official permission to continue existing. "Congratulations," Director Temporal said, presenting Margaret with a document that looked like a medieval charter, but contained clauses about innovative temporal integration methodologies and sustainable anachronistic community planning. "You've accidentally solved a problem we've been working on for centuries." "We've accidentally solved several problems," Veronica corrected. "Temporal displacement, cross-cultural integration, sustainable community development, and Margaret's midlife crisis." Margaret laughed because it was true. Somewhere between organising emergency committee meetings and negotiating with temporal bureaucrats, she had discovered that her midlife crisis hadn't been about her age or her circumstances. It had been about the fact that she hadn't been living a life that felt like her own. "So what happens now?" she asked. "Now," Director Temporal said, "you become a model for other temporal displacement situations. We'll be sending observers, researchers, and probably a few more accidental time travellers your way. You're going to be busy." "We're already busy," Gladys pointed out. "But we're good at busy. Busy is what happens when you're doing something that matters." As the temporal authority delegation prepared to leave, Inspector Kronos approached Margaret privately. "I've submitted a request for reassignment," she said. "I'd like to stay here as a permanent liaison between the community and the authority." "Why do you want to be reassigned?" Margaret asked, though she suspected she knew the answer. "Because for the first time in decades I'm engaged in work that feels significant," Inspector Kronos stated plainly. "And because someone needs to document what you're accomplishing here. Future temporal communities are going to need guidance, and you've already figured out most of the answers." Margaret nodded. "We'll need help with the paperwork anyway. Temporal bureaucracy is even more complicated than regular bureaucracy." That evening, as the community gathered for what had become their traditional end-of-day meeting, Margaret reflected on the strange journey that had brought her here. 6 months ago, she had been living a life that felt too small, too predictable, and too much like settling for less than she deserved. Now she was helping to pioneer a new form of human community that existed outside normal time and space. "Any regrets?" Sister Agatha asked, settling into the chair beside her. Margaret considered the question seriously. Did she miss her old life? Did she miss her house, her job, her routine? Or did she miss the person she had been when those things had felt like enough? "I miss my cat," she said finally. "Cats are adaptable. If he could see me now, he'd probably approve. He always thought I was capable of more than I believed." "Cats are excellent judges of character," Thomas agreed. "They see potential that humans often miss." "Speaking of potential," Veronica said, "what do we want to be when we grow up? Now that we're officially experimental, we get to decide what we're experimenting with." The questions sparked the sort of enthusiastic discussion that Margaret had learned to associate with her new community. Ideas flew around the room like butterflies: establishing a university for cross-temporal studies, developing sustainable technologies that combine knowledge from multiple time periods, creating artistic collaborations that had never been possible before, and writing the definitive guides to temporal community planning. We could change how people think about time itself, Nigel suggested. Demonstrate that past, present and future aren't separate things. They're different perspectives on the same human experience. We could revolutionize historical research, Sister Agatha added. Imagine what we could learn if historians could actually talk to the people they study. We could perfect democracy, or, Thomas said with the enthusiasm of someone who had spent centuries thinking about political theory. Test different approaches with people who have lived under different systems. We could just keep being ourselves and see what happens, Gladys said pragmatically. In my experience, the best revolutions are the ones that happen naturally, because people are living the lives they want to live. Margaret listened to the conversation swirl around her and felt something she had never experienced before, complete certainty that she was precisely where she belonged, doing exactly what she was meant to do, with exactly the people she was meant to do it with. "I have a proposal," she said, and the room quieted to listen. "What if we stop defining ourselves and just become who we want to be? We're not just a temporal community or an experimental project or an accidental revolution. We're people who found each other across time and space and decided to build something beautiful together." "That," said Marcus approvingly, "is the sort of proposal that wins wars." "Are we at war?" Inspector Causality asked, looking alarmed. "We're at war with the idea that people have to accept the lives they're given instead of creating the lives they want," Margaret said. "We're at war with the notion that different is dangerous instead of wonderful. The belief that the future must mirror the past, simply because it's the norm, is what we're fighting against." "Revolutionary wars are the best kind," Veronica said with satisfaction, "especially when you win them by accident." As the meeting wound down and people began drifting back to their homes that had been built by combining architectural knowledge from across the centuries, decorated with art created through cross-temporal collaboration, and filled with the sort of contentment that came from living in a community where everyone belonged, Margaret stepped outside to look up at stars that had witnessed all of human history. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new visitors, and new opportunities to prove that their accidental experiment in temporal community building could work on a larger scale. There would be more paperwork, more bureaucracy, and more negotiations with authorities who still weren't entirely convinced that rules were meant to be broken. But tonight, Margaret was simply a woman who had accidentally time-travelled into the best life she had never imagined living, surrounded by friends she had never expected to make, working on projects that mattered in ways she was still discovering. She thought about the other version of herself, living in her old house, working at her old job, probably wondering why life felt so unsatisfying. Margaret had been awaiting approval to pursue her desired life. This Margaret had learned that sometimes the best thing you can do is stop waiting for permission and start creating the life you deserve. The stars looked exactly the same as they had in her time, which somehow made everything else feel possible. Time was more flexible than anyone had imagined, community was more important than anyone had realized, and revolution could happen accidentally when people simply decided to treat each other with kindness and respect across the barriers that were supposed to divide them. Margaret smiled and went inside to help Gladys plan tomorrow's menu, because even accidental revolutionaries had to eat, and someone needed to coordinate the logistics of changing the world one shared meal at a time. After all, she was still a librarian at heart, and librarians understood that the most important revolutions were the ones that happened quietly, one person at a time, through the simple act of helping people find exactly what they were looking for, even when they hadn't known they were looking for it. Imagine you're sitting around humanity's first controlled fire maybe 400,000 years ago, give or take a few millennia. You're not quite a modern human yet. Your brow ridge is more pronounced, your posture slightly different. But your brain is asking the same questions humans still ask today. What is this? How does it work? And most importantly, how can I use this to make my life better? The fire itself was already miraculous enough. Your ancestors had watched lightning strikes for generations and seen the devastating and cleansing power of wildfire. But now they could carry this elemental force in their hands, feed it, control it, and make it dance to human rhythms. The warmth alone would have been revolutionary, transforming caves from cold stone chambers into something approaching homes. But then something unexpected happened. Someone, let's call her the world's first accidental aromatherapist, threw some green wood onto the fire. Maybe it was wet sage or pine boughs, or some resinous branch that hadn't dried properly. The smoke that rose wasn't the usual grey plume. This smoke was thick and aromatic, and when it drifted past someone's face, something changed. You have to understand that these early humans had no context for what we'd call relaxation or stress relief. Life was an endless cycle of hunting, gathering, avoiding predators, and trying not to die from infected wounds or bad weather. The concept of deliberately calming yourself would have seemed as alien as quantum physics. But when that fragrant smoke passed by, muscles that had been tense for days suddenly loosened. Minds that had been vigilantly scanning for danger found themselves drifting into something approaching peace. It probably took generations to connect the dots. Fire plus certain plants equals feeling different. But humans are pattern recognition machines, and eventually someone noticed that burning juniper made the cave smell clean and left people feeling lighter. Burning certain resins made everyone drowsy and content. Burning others seemed to sharpen the mind or lift the spirits. These early experiments weren't written down. Writing wouldn't be invented for hundreds of thousands of years, but they were passed down through demonstration and experience. The knowledge became embedded in human culture so deeply that by the time we invented writing, smoking various substances for various effects was already an ancient practice. The interesting thing is that this discovery was almost certainly made independently in dozens of different locations around the world. Humans in Africa, Asia, Europe, and eventually the Americas all figured out that smoke could be more than just a byproduct of fire. It could be a tool, a medicine, a pathway to altered states of consciousness, or simply a moment of relief in otherwise relentless lives. Consider the sensory experience for these early humans. They lived in a world that was simultaneously more vivid and more limited than ours. No artificial lights meant that fire was the only thing holding back absolute darkness. No processed foods meant every meal was an adventure in wild flavours. And no air pollution meant that the smell of burning herbs was a profound departure from the normal sense of earth, animals, and unwashed humans. When aromatic smoke filled a cave, it transformed the space entirely. The flickering firelight would make the smoke visible as it rose and swirled, creating patterns that human eyes, evolved to spot predators and prey, couldn't help but follow. The smell would announce itself immediately, overwhelming the cave's normal odours with something intentional and controlled. And the taste, because smell and taste are intimately connected, would linger on the tongue, a reminder that this moment was different from normal moments. Some of these early smoke experiments probably went badly. Certain plants, when burned, produced toxic fumes that caused nausea, headaches, or worse. There must have been countless trial and error incidents that ended with everyone stumbling out of a cave, gasping for fresh air and wondering why their ancestors had recommended burning that particular plant. But the successes, those plants that produced pleasant, calming or consciousness-altering smoke, those got remembered and repeated. By the time humans were anatomically modern, roughly 300,000 years ago, the knowledge of smoke and its effects was already an established part of human culture. Archaeological evidence shows that even Neanderthals, our close cousins who died out around 40,000 years ago, used aromatic plants deliberately. We've found traces of medicinal herbs in their teeth, suggesting they were either eating them or breathing their smoke for therapeutic purposes. This wasn't superstition or primitive ignorance. These early humans were conducting empirical experiments with their own consciousness, discovering that certain substances could reliably produce specific effects. They were, in their way, the world's first pharmacologists, working without laboratories or double-blind studies, but with a deep intuitive understanding of how plants and human bodies interact. The smoke itself became a teacher. Watch how it rises, always seeking the sky, never moving straight but dancing in response to air currents too subtle for human senses to detect. See how it gathers along the cave ceiling, creating a visible layer between earth and stone. Notice how it clings to hair and clothing, marking those who sat closest to the fire with a lingering reminder of the experience. These observations would later become metaphors and spiritual concepts. Smoke rises like prayers. Smoke connects earth to sky. Smoke transforms solid matter into something ethereal and temporary. But before the metaphors came the simple, physical reality. Burning certain things produces smoke that makes you feel different. And feeling different can be exactly what you need. Fast forward several 100,000 years, humans have invented agriculture, built cities, developed writing systems, and created the first civilizations. We're now in the ancient world of temples and priests, of organised religion and institutionalised ritual. And smoke, our old friend from the cave, has become absolutely central to how humans interact with the divine. Picture yourself in an ancient Egyptian temple around 2000 BCE. You've been awake since before dawn, preparing for a ceremony that will honour the gods and hopefully secure their blessings for the coming harvest. The temple itself is a marvel. Massive stone columns carved with hieroglyphs, painted in colours that would seem garish by modern standards, but that shimmer beautifully in lamplight. But what hits you first, before you even enter the inner sanctuary, is the smell. Incense has been burning in this temple for hours, maybe days. The priests know that the sacred space must be properly prepared, and preparation means filling the air with fragrance so thick you can almost see it. The ancient Egyptians took their incense seriously. And by seriously, I mean they built an entire economic system around it. They imported frankincense and myrrh from the mysterious land of Punt, probably modern Somalia or Yemen, paying enormous sums for resins that were literally worth their weight in gold. The famous reliefs at Deir el-Bahari show Queen Hatshepsut's expedition to Punt, bringing back living myrrh trees like botanical trophies. Why this obsession with aromatic smoke? The practical answer is that temples were located in hot climates, filled with animal sacrifices and attended by crowds of people who bathed less frequently than we do. Incense was, among other things, the ancient world's most sophisticated air freshener. But that's only part of the story. The Egyptians believed that fragrant smoke was literally food for the gods. When they burned incense before a statue of Ra or Osiris, they weren't just creating a pleasant atmosphere. They were providing sustenance to divine beings who existed in a realm beyond human senses. The smoke rising from the censer was a bridge between worlds, carrying prayers and offerings to places humans couldn't reach. The physical effect of this constant incense burning would have been significant. Ancient temples used frankincense, myrrh, styrax, and other resins that we now know contain psychoactive compounds. Frankincense, for instance, contains tetrahydrocannabinol and other chemicals that can produce mild euphoria and reduce anxiety when burned in enclosed spaces. Stand in a temple filled with frankincense smoke for hours, and you're going to feel different. Calmer, more contemplative, perhaps more receptive to spiritual experiences. The priests understood this, even if they couldn't explain it in modern pharmacological terms. They knew that the right combination of incense, chanting, drumming and ritual could induce states of consciousness that felt like communication with the divine. Whether these states actually involved supernatural contact or were simply altered brain chemistry is almost beside the point. The experience was real, profound, and reliably reproducible. Now travel west to ancient Greece, around 500 BCE. You're at the Oracle of Delphi, that famous sanctuary where priestesses delivered prophecies that kings and generals would stake their fortunes on. The oracle sits in a small chamber built over a geological fault, and modern researchers have discovered something fascinating. That fault releases ethylene gas, a sweet-smelling substance that produces euphoria and dissociative states in moderate concentrations. The Greeks didn't know about ethylene chemistry, but they certainly knew that the Pythia, the priestess who served as the oracle, would breathe deeply from the vapours rising from the earth, then enter a trance state during which she would speak the words of Apollo. They burned additional substances, laurel leaves, barley and other materials, to enhance the effect and create an atmosphere thick with smoke and mystery. You can imagine standing in that sacred precinct, waiting your turn to consult the oracle. The smell of burning laurel fills your nostrils, sharp, slightly medicinal, strangely compelling. The Pythia's attendants maintain the fires, adding more leaves when the smoke begins to thin. The whole process has been refined over centuries to produce maximum psychological and pharmacological effect. When the Pythia finally speaks, her words are often cryptic and ambiguous, famously so. But in that smoke-filled chamber, with your own consciousness slightly altered by the atmospheric compounds you've been breathing, those ambiguous words seem pregnant with meaning. Your mind makes connections, sees patterns, and finds significance that might not survive exposure to clear air and sober reflection. The Romans, practical as always, took incense culture and industrialized it. They imported so much frankincense and myrrh that the trade routes carrying these materials became some of the most important economic arteries of the ancient world. Roman temples burned incense constantly, not just during special ceremonies, but as a regular offering to maintain good relations with the gods. But Romans also recognized the secular uses of aromatic smoke. Wealthy households burned incense to mask unpleasant odors and create an atmosphere of luxury. Roman physicians like Galen and Dioscorides wrote extensively about the medicinal properties of different incenses, recommending specific substances for specific conditions. Headache? Try burning willow bark. Anxiety? Chamomile smoke. Insomnia? Valerian or poppy. The censers themselves, those ornate metal containers designed to burn incense, became works of art. Some were simple clay bowls, others were elaborate bronze constructions with chains for carrying, perforated lids to control airflow, and decorative elements that showed exactly how important incense had become to Mediterranean culture. Across the Mediterranean in ancient Judea, incense played a central role in temple worship. The Book of Exodus describes a specific incense recipe: stacte, onycha, galbanum, and frankincense, mixed in precise proportions, that was so sacred that making it for any purpose other than temple worship was punishable by exile. The cloud of incense smoke in the temple's Holy of Holies was thought to veil the very presence of God, making the divine bearable to human eyes. This period, roughly 3000 BCE to 500 CE, represents the high watermark of institutional incense culture in the ancient world. Smoke had evolved from a cave discovery to a cornerstone of religious practice, from an accidental finding to a deliberate technology for altering consciousness and creating sacred space. While priests were burning incense in temples, another group of professionals was discovering that smoke could heal the body as directly as it elevated the spirit. The ancient physicians, those observers of human suffering who combined empirical observation with theoretical frameworks that seem both sophisticated and charmingly wrong by modern standards, developed an entire branch of therapeutics based on inhaling medicinal smoke. Let's visit ancient China around 200 BCE. You're suffering from a persistent cough that's been keeping you awake at night, and your family has finally scraped together enough money to consult a physician. He's a learned man who has studied the classics, understands the flow of qi through the body, and has access to the accumulated medical wisdom of centuries. After examining your tongue, checking your pulse at several points, and asking detailed questions about your diet and daily routine, he nods thoughtfully. The problem, he explains, is an imbalance of energies in your lungs, complicated by excess dampness. The treatment requires a careful combination of approaches, but one element will be therapeutic smoke. The physician produces a small bundle of dried herbs, mahuang, ephedra, some dried mulberry leaf, and other materials you don't recognize. He instructs you to burn these over charcoal and breathe the resulting smoke deeply, 3 times per day, always facing east in the morning and west in the evening. The ritual specification isn't arbitrary. Chinese medicine viewed the body as intimately connected to cosmic patterns, and timing treatments to align with daily cycles was thought to enhance their effectiveness. The herbs he's prescribed actually work, though not for the reasons he believes. Mahuang contains ephedrine, a bronchodilator that opens airways and makes breathing easier. The other herbs have antimicrobial and anti-inflammatory properties, that would genuinely help a respiratory infection. The act of deliberately slowing your breathing to inhale the smoke probably helps too, inducing a relaxation response that reduces stress-related coughing. The Chinese weren't alone in developing smoke-based therapeutics. In ancient India, Ayurvedic physicians created elaborate systems of dhumapana, therapeutic smoking. The Sushruta Samhita, a medical text composed around 600 BCE, describes specific herbs to be smoked for specific conditions. Asthma, try a mixture that includes cannabis and datura. Mental disturbances, different combinations of aromatic woods and resins. Even hiccups had their own prescribed smoke treatment. These Ayurvedic physicians understood something important. Different substances produce different effects depending on how they're consumed. Cannabis eaten as food produces one set of effects. The same plant smoked produces different, faster-acting results. This wasn't superstition, it was practical pharmacology based on careful observation. The Greeks and Romans also incorporated therapeutic smoking into their medical practice. Hippocrates, the father of Western medicine, described using smoke inhalation to treat gynecological problems. His reasoning was based on the theory that the uterus could wander through the body, a delightfully wrong idea called the wandering womb, and strong-smelling smoke would drive it back to its proper position. The theory was nonsense, but some of the herbs he recommended had genuine anti-inflammatory or muscle-relaxing properties that probably provided actual relief. Galen, probably the most influential physician of the ancient world, wrote extensively about smoke therapeutics. He distinguished between different types of smoke based on their properties: hot or cold, wet or dry, subtle or thick. A physician needed to match the qualities of the therapeutic smoke to the imbalance in the patient's body. Too much heat in the lungs. Use cooling smoke from cucumber seeds or lettuce. Too much cold. Warming smoke from pepper or mustard. The interesting thing is that many of these ancient smoke remedies actually worked, even if the theoretical explanations were completely wrong. When you burn eucalyptus and breathe its vapour, your congested sinuses do clear. Not because you're balancing humours or adjusting your key, but because eucalyptol is a genuine expectorant and decongestant. Ancient physicians didn't need to understand the chemistry to observe that it worked and to incorporate it into their practice. Some ancient smoke therapies were surprisingly sophisticated. Greek and Roman physicians developed fumigation tents where patients with respiratory problems could sit surrounded by therapeutic smoke from carefully chosen herbs. The dosage could be controlled by adjusting ventilation. The duration of treatment was specified precisely, and patients were monitored for adverse reactions. In ancient Persia, physicians at the famous medical school in Gundashapur compiled extensive pharmacopoeias that included detailed descriptions of therapeutic smoking. They categorized hundreds of plants by their effects when burned and inhaled, creating reference works that physicians could consult when treating specific conditions. The sensory experience of these treatments would have been significant in itself. Imagine suffering from some chronic condition, joint pain, respiratory problems, or digestive issues, and being prescribed a treatment that involves sitting in a warm room filled with aromatic smoke while a physician monitors your response. The relaxation induced by the setting, the attention from a respected healer, and the pleasant smell of the burning herbs, all of these factors would work together to produce what modern medicine calls placebo effects, though that term doesn't quite capture the complexity of what's happening. Because here's the thing about placebo effects. They're real. When your brain believes healing is occurring, it triggers physiological processes that promote actual healing. Stress hormones decrease, immune function improves, pain perception changes. The ancient physicians may not have understood the mechanisms, but they understood that healing involved the whole person, body, mind, and spirit, and that therapeutic smoke could address all three aspects simultaneously. While physicians were refining therapeutic smoke into a medical art and priests were perfecting incense rituals, merchants were creating networks that would carry aromatic substances across continents and oceans. These trade routes, particularly the famous Silk Road and the maritime spice routes, didn't just transport goods. They carried knowledge, practices and entire cultural traditions around smoke and its uses. Picture yourself as a merchant in a caravan travelling the Silk Road around 200 CE. You've been on the road for months, moving slowly from oasis to oasis across the heart of Asia. Your camels are loaded with various goods, but the most valuable items are small, light, and incredibly expensive. Resins, herbs, and aromatic woods that will eventually be burned in temples, palaces, and wealthy homes across the known world. The economics of the incense trade were fascinating and sometimes absurd. Frankincense and myrrh, harvested from trees in southern Arabia and the Horn of Africa, could increase in value by a factor of 50 or more by the time they reached Rome or Shangan. Merchants could become wealthy from a single successful caravan, though they could also lose everything to bandits, sandstorms, or simple miscalculations about market demand. But these merchants were carrying more than commodities. At each stop along the route, they shared information about how different cultures used aromatic smoke. A Buddhist technique for burning incense learned in India might be combined with Chinese theories about herbal properties and Persian aesthetic preferences to create something entirely new. The Silk Road was like a massive, slow-motion cultural blender, mixing practices and beliefs about smoke into increasingly complex combinations. Consider sandalwood, that aromatic wood from India that has been prized for thousands of years. In its homeland, sandalwood was primarily a religious substance, burned in Hindu and Buddhist temples to purify space and honour the divine. But as it travelled along trade routes, it acquired new uses and meanings. Chinese Buddhists adopted sandalwood incense but integrated it with Taoist practices and Confucian aesthetics. Japanese culture eventually transformed incense appreciation into kodo, literally the way of incense, a ceremonial art form as refined as tea ceremony. Islamic cultures incorporated sandalwood into their own devotional practices, while developing new combinations with rose, oud, and other aromatics. Christian churches began using it as an alternative to frankincense. The same substance, moving through different cultural contexts, became multiple different things while remaining itself. This is one of smoke's interesting properties. It's concrete enough to be a definite substance with specific effects, but ephemeral enough to acquire whatever symbolic meanings humans want to project onto it. The maritime spice routes that connected the Indian Ocean world were equally important for spreading smoke culture. Arab traders sailing from East Africa to India to Southeast Asia carried not just cinnamon, cloves and pepper, but also knowledge about aromatics and their uses. An Indonesian method for processing benzoin resin might be combined with Indian Ayurvedic theories and Arab perfumery techniques to create new products and practices. Some of these aromatic substances travelled astonishing distances. Camphor from Borneo found its way to Chinese temples and European apothecaries. Aloes wood from Southeast Asia became prized in Middle Eastern palaces. Dragon's blood resin from the Socotra Islands off Yemen travelled to China, India, Rome, and eventually medieval Europe. Each substance carried with it stories, practices, and beliefs about smoke and its properties. The traders themselves often became experts in aromatic substances. They needed to know not just market prices, but also how to identify genuine materials versus adulterations, how to store and transport delicate resins without losing their aromatic properties, and what different customers in different regions preferred. A successful incense merchant was part chemist, part cultural anthropologist, and part logistics expert. These trade routes also spread technologies for using aromatic smoke. The sensor designs we discussed earlier, those specialised containers for burning incense, evolved through contact between different cultures. Chinese designs influenced Persian metalwork. Indian temple practices inspired Southeast Asian Buddhist rituals. Arab innovations in perfumery influenced European approaches to aromatic substances. By the medieval period, you could track cultural influence by following incense practices. When you see a particular way of blending aromatics or a specific ritual use of smoke appearing in a new region, you're usually seeing evidence of trade contact and cultural exchange. Smoke became a marker of cultural connection, a visible sign that ideas and practices were flowing between regions. The economic importance of the incense trade also shaped political relationships. Control over frankincense and myrrh-producing regions was contested by various powers throughout ancient history. The Romans even launched military expeditions into Arabia, partly to try to control incense supplies and reduce the enormous costs they were paying to Arabian merchants. The expeditions failed. Desert warfare is hard, but the attempt shows just how valuable these aromatic substances had become. What's remarkable is that this vast, complex trade system existed primarily to serve human desires for pleasant smells and altered consciousness. Yes, some aromatic substances had important medicinal uses, and yes, incense played crucial roles in religious practices. But at its core, the incense trade existed because humans across cultures agreed that filling the air with fragrant smoke was worth enormous effort and expense. This tells us something about human priorities. We're not purely practical creatures focused only on immediate survival needs. We're also aesthetic beings who value beauty, pleasure, and experiences that transport us beyond ordinary consciousness. The ancient incense trade served these deeper human needs, and merchants became wealthy because they understood something essential about what humans want from life. By now, several thousand years into humanity's relationship with aromatic smoke, something interesting had happened. Smoke hadn't just become a tool or commodity, it had become a language, a system of symbols through which humans expressed ideas about the sacred, the mysterious, and the boundaries between different realms of existence. Let's explore how different cultures turn this physical phenomenon into metaphor, and how those metaphors shaped human understanding of consciousness, divinity, and the structure of reality itself. Start in ancient Mesopotamia, that cradle of civilization between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. The Babylonians and Assyrians burned incense in their temples, but they also carefully observed the patterns smoke made as it rose. Specialized priests, Baru they were called, practiced divination by smoke, reading messages from the gods in how incense smoke curled, drifted, or suddenly changed direction. This wasn't as arbitrary as it might sound. Smoke is exquisitely sensitive to air currents, temperature gradients, and subtle environmental factors that human senses can't directly detect. The Baru were essentially using smoke as a visualization tool for invisible atmospheric conditions, then interpreting these patterns according to complex symbolic systems that had been refined over generations. They were wrong about the god sending messages, but right that smoke reveals information about the environment that would otherwise be hidden. The symbolism was clear. Smoke connects the visible and invisible, the known and unknown. It emerges from the solid matter of incense or herbs, transforms into something ethereal, and disappears into air, travelling perhaps to realms beyond human perception. This made smoke a perfect metaphor for the soul's journey after death, for prayers seeking divine attention, and for any movement between material and spiritual realms. In ancient China, smoke took on different but related meanings. Taoist philosophers watched incense smoke rising in temples and saw lessons about the nature of reality. The smoke follows its nature, they noted. It doesn't try to be anything other than what it is, doesn't resist its own transformation from visible to invisible, and doesn't cling to any particular form or place. This made smoke a teaching tool about wu wei, effortless action, and about accepting change rather than fighting it. Chinese poets wrote extensively about incense smoke, using it as a metaphor for everything from romantic longing to political frustration to the transience of life itself. Li Bai, one of China's greatest poets, wrote about smoke from his incense burner twisting like dragon shapes, connecting his writing desk to the realm of immortals. The smoke wasn't just decoration, it was a visual representation of the connection between mundane reality and transcendent experience that poetry sought to capture. In India, smoke symbolism became deeply embedded in both Hindu and Buddhist practice. The Sanskrit word dhuma, smoke, appears in countless religious texts, usually associated with transformation, purification, and the transition between states. When a Hindu cremation releases smoke into the sky, that smoke represents the deceased's essence beginning its journey to whatever comes next. When Buddhist monks burn incense, the rising smoke visualizes the rise of merit from good actions, the dispersion of negative karma, and the movement of consciousness toward enlightenment. The Buddha himself apparently used smoke as a teaching metaphor. In various sutras, he compared clinging to impermanent things to trying to grasp smoke. The harder you squeeze, the faster it escapes, and you're left with nothing but perhaps a lingering smell on your hands. The lesson was about non-attachment, about recognizing that everything like smoke is temporary and cannot be possessed. Native American cultures developed their own rich smoke symbolism, though we should be careful here about generalizing across hundreds of distinct cultures. Many groups use smoke from sacred plants, tobacco, sage, sweetgrass, in ways that combined practical purposes with deep symbolic meaning. Smoke might purify a space, carry prayers to the spirit world, mark the boundaries of sacred ground, or seal agreements between peoples. The peace pipe, sage, and/or ceremonial pipe. Traditions found in many North American cultures treated smoke as a covenant mediator. When former enemies shared smoke from the same pipe, they were creating a physical and symbolic bond. The smoke they exhaled had been inside their bodies, mingling with their breath and blood. Sharing that smoke meant sharing something essential. Breaking an agreement made over the pipe wasn't just political betrayal, it was spiritual violation. In Islamic cultures, smoke acquired meanings related to both beauty and transcendence. Persian poetry frequently mentioned incense smoke as a symbol of devotion, longing, and the attempt to reach beyond material limitations. Sufi mystics sometimes used aromatic smoke as part of their practices, seeing in its rising movement an image of the soul's aspiration toward God. The best smoke, pure, fragrant, rising straight and true, represented the ideal spiritual state. Medieval European Christianity inherited its smoke symbolism, partly from Jewish temple traditions and partly from broader Mediterranean cultures. The smoke of incense in a cathedral represented prayers rising to heaven, but it also had more practical symbolic functions. It marked sacred space as distinct from ordinary space, created an atmosphere for experiences of the numinous, and literally illustrated theological concepts about mediation between human and divine realms. The writers of medieval mystical texts often used smoke as a metaphor for spiritual experiences that couldn't be captured in ordinary language. How do you describe a vision of God? It's like seeing through smoke. You perceive something. You know something is there, but you can't make out clear details and the experience is inherently transitory. Smoke became the language for describing encounters with the ineffable. What's interesting across all these traditions is how smoke's physical properties, its visibility combined with intangibility, its upward movement, and its gradual dissolution, made it almost universally available as a metaphor for similar concepts. Different cultures didn't arrive at identical smoke symbolism, but there are striking parallels in how humans have interpreted this phenomenon. The colour of smoke also acquired symbolic meanings. White smoke was generally positive, pure, clean, auspicious. Black smoke suggested something wrong, dangerous, or malevolent. Grey smoke was ambiguous, neither clearly good nor bad. These colour associations weren't arbitrary. They related to what actually produces different coloured smoke. White smoke comes from clean burning aromatics, and black smoke from incomplete combustion or impure materials. Humans turned these practical observations into symbolic systems. Even the smell of smoke carried symbolic weight. Sweet smoke suggested divine presence, spiritual purity, or successful ritual. Acrid smoke indicated something gone wrong, either in the physical preparation of materials or, metaphorically, in the spiritual state of the people involved. Smell, that most primal and emotionally evocative of senses, became a way of evaluating the quality and success of smoke-based practices. While temples filled with incense smoke and physicians prescribed therapeutic fumigations, another tradition was developing, one more personal, more intimate, and more focused on individual consciousness than collective ritual. This was the tradition of smoking from pipes, a practice that would eventually circle the globe and become one of humanity's most widespread ways of altering consciousness. The earliest pipes we know about come from various places and probably represent independent invention rather than diffusion from a single source. Ancient peoples in Africa, Asia and the Americas all developed pipe technologies, though they used them for different substances and invested them with different meanings. Let's start in the Americas, where tobacco was first domesticated and smoking first became a complex cultural practice. Long before Europeans arrived, indigenous peoples throughout North and South America were cultivating tobacco and developing elaborate technologies and rituals around smoking it. But here's something that often gets misunderstood. These weren't casual recreational practices. When a Mayan priest smoked tobacco through a long reed tube, or when a Cherokee elder filled a ceremonial pipe with sacred tobacco mixed with other herbs, they were engaging in religious practice as serious as any temple ceremony. The smoke from these pipes was medicine, sacrament, and diplomatic tool all rolled into one. The physical experience of smoking tobacco through a pipe would have been intense, far more so than modern cigarettes. Ancient tobacco varieties were significantly stronger than modern breeds, and pipe smoking delivers nicotine more efficiently than modern smoking methods. The immediate effects, mild euphoria, slight nausea, dizziness, altered perception, would have reinforced the sense that something spiritually significant was occurring. Native American pipe traditions often treated the pipe itself as sacred. Materials were chosen carefully, certain woods, specific stones, and decorations that carried symbolic meaning. The process of filling, lighting and smoking the pipe followed prescribed patterns. Smoke might be offered to the four directions, to the earth and sky, or to ancestors or spirits. The entire practice was choreographed to create an experience that was simultaneously physical, the nicotine effects, social, pipes were often smoked communally, and spiritual, the ceremonial context provided meaning. In Asia, different pipe traditions developed around different substances. Chinese and Southeast Asian opium pipes represented a fascinating case study in how substance, technology and culture interact. Opium smoking, which became widespread in China during the 17th and 18th centuries, required specialized equipment and technique. The pipes were often works of art, bamboo stems with ceramic bowls, sometimes decorated with intricate carvings or inlays. The opium smoking ritual was elaborate. The opium had to be prepared, cooked, cleaned, formed into pills. The pipe had to be held at the correct angle over a lamp. The smoker had to know exactly how to heat the opium pill and when to inhale. Done correctly, the process produced a distinctive sweet smell and a wave of relaxation that opium users described as like floating on a warm sea. We should note here that opium addiction became a severe social problem in 19th century China, with devastating consequences for individuals and society. But understanding the appeal requires acknowledging the sensory and psychological attractions of the practice, the ritual, the taste, the immediate relief from pain or anxiety, and cleaned, and the temporary escape from difficult lives. In the Middle East and Central Asia, water pipes, hookahs or nargilas, evolved as a way to smoke tobacco and other substances with some of the harshness filtered out. The hookah represents sophisticated engineering. Smoke is drawn through water, which cools it and removes some irritants, then through a long tube to the smoker's mouth. Multiple people can smoke from the same hookah simultaneously, making it a social technology as much as a drug delivery system. Hookah smoking in traditional Middle Eastern culture was a leisurely practice associated with coffee houses, intellectual discussion, and unhurried socializing. You didn't just smoke a hookah, you spent an evening at a hookah lounge talking philosophy or politics or everyday concerns with friends while sharing flavoured tobacco smoke that tasted of apple, rose, or other aromatics. The practice created a specific kind of social space, slightly removed from ordinary time, where conversation could wander and people could relax. European and American pipe smoking traditions, which developed primarily in the 16th through 19th centuries, created their own cultures around the practice. Clay pipes, then briar pipes, became technologies of contemplation. the ritual of choosing a tobacco blend, filling the pipe properly, lighting it with care, and maintaining the burn through strategic puffing. These actions required attention and provided structure for thinking. Many scholars, writers, and artists described pipe smoking as an aid to concentration and creativity. The gentle stimulation from nicotine, combined with the meditative quality of the ritual and the pleasant taste of good tobacco, created conditions that many found conducive to intellectual work. This wasn't just justification for a habit. There's evidence that moderate nicotine intake can enhance certain cognitive functions, particularly sustained attention. The pipe itself became a symbol in European and American culture of masculinity, intellectuality, leisure, or contemplation, depending on context. Sherlock Holmes's pipe suggested his analytical mind. Father Christmas's pipe represented jolly contentment. The pipe-smoking professor became such a cultural archetype that even people who never smoked recognized the stereotype. What united all these different pipe traditions, from Amazonian tobacco to Asian opium to European briar pipes, was the intimate, personal quality of the experience. Unlike temple incense that filled a large space for many people, unlike physicians' fumigations administered as treatment, pipe smoking was about individual consciousness, personal ritual, and chosen moments of altered awareness. The pipe created a small, immediate relationship between a person and smoke. You controlled every aspect: what you smoked, when you smoked, and how much you smoked. The smoke filled your mouth, touched your tongue, and entered your lungs, or in some traditions was only taken into the mouth. It was yours in a way that communal smoke wasn't. This personal quality made pipes attractive for contemplation, for marking transitions between activities, and for creating small islands of ritual in otherwise unstructured time. You could smoke a pipe while thinking through a problem, while grieving a loss, while celebrating a success, or while simply watching the sunset. The smoke became a companion to your thoughts, a physical manifestation of the moment you were inhabiting. Different cultures developed different etiquettes around pipe smoking. In some Native American traditions, interrupting someone who was smoking would be deeply disrespectful. The act demanded its own time and space. In Victorian England, pipe smoking was gendered male and confined to specific rooms or times, creating a whole architecture of social rules about where and when smoke was appropriate. In Middle Eastern coffee houses, hookah smoking was communal and conversational. The pipe passed between friends as freely as words. The sensory experience of pipe smoking varied enormously, depending on what was being smoked and how. Tobacco could be sweet or harsh, smooth or biting, aromatic or plain. Opium produced a distinctive smell that became associated with relaxation and escape. Cannabis, which has been smoked in various forms for thousands of years, offered yet another sensory profile, earthier and more pungent than tobacco, with quite different effects on consciousness. What's interesting is how quickly pipe smoking spread once global trade networks emerged in the 16th and 17th centuries. Tobacco, which was completely unknown outside the Americas before 1492, had reached every inhabited continent within a century of European contact with the New World. Pipes appeared in Africa, Asia, Europe, and Oceania with remarkable speed, suggesting that the practice answered some widespread human need or desire. This rapid spread wasn't just about nicotine addiction, though that certainly played a role. It was also about the appeal of a personal ritual that could create moments of calm in increasingly complex, connected, and demanding societies. As the world modernized, as traditional rhythms of agricultural life gave way to urban industrial time, the pipe offered a portable, personal technology for creating small moments of peace. Now we approach more recent history, that period from roughly 1700 to 1900, when the practices we've been discussing underwent significant transformation. The scientific revolution was changing how educated people understood smoke and its effects. Industrialization was changing how aromatic substances were produced and distributed. Colonialism was disrupting traditional practices while spreading them to new contexts. Let's consider how European expansion affected incense traditions worldwide. When Portuguese traders reached India and Southeast Asia, when Spanish conquistadors encountered American civilizations, and when Dutch merchants established themselves in Indonesia, they found elaborate, sophisticated traditions around aromatic smoke. Some of these traditions they adopted, others they disrupted, and still others they tried to suppress. Christian missionaries, for instance, often viewed indigenous smoking practices with deep suspicion. Shamanic tobacco use in the Americas looked disturbingly like religious ritual, which of course it was, and missionaries worked to suppress it as paganism. But they had no problem with incense in their own churches, which was also a religious smoke ritual but properly Christian and therefore acceptable. This selective acceptance and rejection created interesting hybrid practices. In Latin America, indigenous smoking traditions mixed with Catholic incense used to create something new. In India, Hindu incense practices continued but also influenced British colonial culture. By the Victorian era, wealthy British homes routinely burned Indian incense, though usually stripped of their original religious meanings and appreciated primarily for their exotic fragrance. The scientific study of smoke and its effects began in earnest during this period. Chemists started analysing the compounds in various aromatic substances, identifying specific molecules responsible for particular smells or effects. Physicians began conducting something resembling clinical trials, testing whether therapeutic smoking actually worked for the conditions it was prescribed to treat. Some traditional smoke remedies held up reasonably well under scientific scrutiny. Yes, eucalyptus smoke does help respiratory problems. We can now explain exactly why in terms of chemical constituents and their interactions with human respiratory tissues. Other traditional practices didn't fare as well. No, smoke from burnt goat hair will not cure epilepsy, regardless of what ancient physicians believed. But this scientific understanding also stripped smoke of much of its mystery and symbolic power. When aromatic smoke becomes merely a delivery mechanism for specific chemical compounds, it loses something of its capacity to carry meanings beyond the physical. The rationalization of smoke knowledge made practices more effective in some ways, while making them less meaningful in others. Industrialization changed the incense trade dramatically. Instead of rare resins carried across continents by caravan, aromatic substances could be synthesized in factories, or at least mass-produced from plantation-grown materials. This made incense much cheaper and more widely available, which was good for access, but not so good for the sense of precious rarity that had surrounded aromatics for thousands of years. The 19th century also saw increasing concerns about smoking's health effects. Physicians who had once prescribed therapeutic smoking began noticing that heavy smokers seemed to develop distinctive health problems. The connection between tobacco and various diseases was beginning to be recognized, though it would take until the mid-20th century before the full scope of smoking's health impacts became clear. This created an interesting divergence. Temple incense and aromatic smoke for atmosphere remained relatively uncontroversial. People recognized you weren't inhaling enough smoke in these contexts to cause health problems. But pipe smoking, and especially cigarette smoking, came under increasing scrutiny, as evidence mounted that regular smoke inhalation damaged lungs and contributed to various diseases. The cigarette, which became dominant in the 20th century, represented a departure from older smoking traditions in important ways. Cigarettes were industrial products, uniform, mass-produced, and designed for quick consumption rather than contemplative ritual. The cigarette break replaced the pipe smoking session. Same basic activity but compressed, hurried, and stripped of most ceremonial elements. Where pipe smoking had required some skill and attention, you had to pack the pipe properly, keep it lit, and manage the ash. Cigarette smoking was nearly effortless. Strike a match, inhale, exhale, repeat. This ease of use contributed to much higher consumption rates and consequently much worse health outcomes. The cigarette was smoke practice optimized for nicotine delivery, rather than for ritual, contemplation, or social bonding. Yet even cigarettes acquired their own rituals and meanings. The sharing of cigarettes between soldiers created bonds. The offered cigarette became a social gesture. The lighting of someone else's cigarette had its own etiquette, and even romantic connotations. Humans, it seems, will create ritual around any repeated practice, even industrial ones. Meanwhile, incense traditions continue to evolve in various directions. In Japan, kodo, the way of incense, became increasingly refined as an aesthetic practice, separate from religious contexts. Practitioners learned to distinguish hundreds of different aromatic woods, to appreciate subtle differences in fragrance, and to use incense as a focus for meditation and mindfulness. It was like wine tasting, but for smoke, and equally sophisticated. In India, the ancient traditions of incense making continued, but also adapted to modern commerce. Factories in cities like Bangalore produced incense sticks in enormous quantities, maintaining traditional formulations while using modern manufacturing techniques. The smell of jasmine or sandalwood incense became associated with Indian culture generally. Carried worldwide by the Indian diaspora, Western counterculture movements in the 1960s and 70s rediscovered incense and brought it into mainstream Euro-American culture. Young people burning Nag Champa in their apartments were participating, often unknowingly, in smoke traditions that stretched back thousands of years. The context had changed, Bohemian flats rather than ancient temples, but the basic practice of filling a space with aromatic smoke remained the same. This period also saw renewed interest in indigenous smoking practices, particularly ayahuasca ceremonies and similar traditions. Some of this interest was respectful and carefully conducted. Some of it amounted to cultural appropriation, with sacred practices stripped from their original context and treated as recreational drug use. The distinction matters. There's a difference between participating meaningfully in a tradition and simply consuming exotic experiences. As you nestle deeper into your blankets and perhaps notice how your own breathing has slowed while reading this story, let's turn to what modern science has discovered about why smoke-based practices affect us the way they do. Understanding the mechanisms doesn't diminish the experience. If anything, it reveals how intuitive our ancestors were in their observations. The human olfactory system, your sense of smell, is directly connected to the limbic system, those ancient structures deep in your brain that process emotion and memory. This is why certain smells can instantly transport you to childhood, evoke powerful emotional responses, or create immediate feelings of calm or anxiety. When you smell incense or aromatic smoke, the molecules trigger not just sensory perception, but emotional and memory responses that bypass conscious reasoning. Ancient peoples didn't know about the limbic system, but they certainly knew that certain smells made them feel certain ways. They were working with the same neurological architecture we have today, conducting empirical experiments in altering their own consciousness and carefully noting which plants produced which effects. Modern chemistry has identified the specific compounds responsible for many traditional incense effects. Frankincense contains boswellic acids and other molecules that have genuine anti-inflammatory and anxiolytic, anxiety-reducing properties. When burned, frankincense releases these compounds in a form that can be absorbed through the respiratory system, producing measurable effects on brain chemistry and emotional state. Lavender smoke contains linalool and linaloyl acetate, compounds that have been shown in laboratory studies to reduce stress hormones and promote relaxation. The Greeks and Romans, who burned lavender to promote calmness, weren't just engaging in superstition. They were using a substance that genuinely affects human neurobiology in ways that reduce anxiety. Similarly, the therapeutic smoking practices of ancient physicians often prescribed genuinely effective substances. When Chinese doctors recommended smoking mahuang for respiratory problems, they were unknowingly prescribing ephedrine, a powerful bronchodilator. When Indian Ayurvedic physicians prescribed cannabis smoke for various conditions, they were using a substance with documented effects on pain, nausea, and several other symptoms. Modern neuroscience has also helped explain why ritual and setting matter so much for smoke-based practices. The brain doesn't just respond to chemical compounds, it responds to expectations, context, and meaning. When you burn incense in a context you've learned to associate with relaxation or spiritual experience, your brain begins producing the associated response before you've even inhaled any smoke. This isn't just psychological, by the way. The expectation of relaxation triggers real, measurable changes in brain chemistry, increased serotonin and dopamine, and decreased cortisol and adrenaline. The chemical compounds in the smoke then enhance and extend these changes, creating a synergistic effect that's more powerful than either context or chemistry alone. Breathing patterns matter too, and this is something ancient practitioners understood intuitively. When you deliberately slow and deepen your breathing to inhale aromatic smoke, you're activating your parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest mode that counteracts stress responses. The compounds in the smoke enhance this effect, but the breathing pattern itself is doing significant work. This explains why similar practices emerged in different cultures. Humans everywhere have the same basic neurobiology, the same limbic system responses to aromatic compounds, and the same parasympathetic relaxation response to slow breathing. Ancient peoples in China, India, Rome, and the Americas independently discovered that burning certain plants and breathing the smoke deeply produced specific desirable effects because they were all working with the same human hardware. Modern research has also revealed some unexpected benefits of certain aromatic compounds. Rosemary smoke, for instance, contains molecules that appear to enhance memory and cognitive function. Studies have shown that people performing memory tasks in rooms scented with rosemary perform better than control groups. Ancient peoples who burned rosemary while studying or before important meetings may have been unwittingly using a genuine cognitive enhancer. Interestingly, the communal aspects of smoke practices also have measurable effects. When people participate in shared rituals, whether religious incense ceremonies or communal pipe smoking, their stress hormones decrease, their sense of social connection increases, and various measures of well-being improve. The smoke is part of this, but so is the ritual itself, the shared experience, and the sense of participating in something larger than yourself. The placebo effects we mentioned earlier turn out to be far more complex and interesting than once thought. Modern research shows that placebo responses involve genuine changes in neurotransmitter levels, immune function, and even gene expression. When ancient healers conducted elaborate smoke rituals for sick patients, they were triggering healing responses that were as real as any pharmaceutical effect, even if the mechanisms were completely different from what the healers believed. There are also risks, and modern science has made these clearer than ever. Regular smoke inhalation, regardless of the substance, damages respiratory tissues and increases risks of various cancers and lung diseases. The difference between occasional ceremonial incense exposure and daily tobacco smoking is enormous in terms of health outcomes. But even aromatic smoke in high concentrations can be problematic for people with respiratory conditions. This creates an interesting tension. The practices we've been discussing do have genuine effects, psychological, neurological, and social. But they also carry risks that increase with frequency and intensity of use. Ancient peoples generally used these practices more sparingly than modern recreational smokers, which likely limited health impacts while preserving the ritual and psychological benefits. The modern scientific understanding of smoke and its effects suggests that our ancestors were remarkably sophisticated observers of human consciousness and the substances that alter it. They couldn't explain the mechanisms in terms of neurotransmitters and receptor sites, but they could reliably predict that burning substance X in context Y would produce effect Z. That's empirical science, even without the theoretical frameworks we've added. Now, as we move into the present day, the story of smoke becomes more personal and immediate. You might have your own experiences with incense, with the smell of wood smoke from a fireplace, with the lingering aroma of sage or sweet grass, or with memories attached to particular scents that rise in curling wisps. The relationship between modern people and aromatic smoke is complicated, full of contradictions that would have baffled our ancestors. We know more about the chemistry and health effects than any previous generation, yet we often use this knowledge poorly. We have access to aromatics from around the world at prices that would astound ancient merchants, yet we often fail to appreciate the depth of traditions behind them. Walk into most metaphysical bookstores, yoga studios, or wellness centres in the Western world, and you'll find incense for sale, often Nag Champa from India, but also white sage bundles, Palo Santo sticks, copal resin, and various other aromatics from traditions worldwide. This represents unprecedented access to global smoke traditions, but also raises questions about cultural appropriation, sustainable harvesting, and whether transplanted practices retain their meaning outside their original contexts. The white sage situation is particularly instructive. White sage is sacred to various Native American peoples, particularly in California and the Southwest. Smudging with white sage, burning bundles of the dried herb to purify spaces is an important practice in these traditions. But commercial harvesting has put white sage populations under pressure, and seeing their sacred plant sold in every New Age shop understandably bothers many Native Americans. This is the smoke tradition encountering globalization, and it's complicated. On one hand, people worldwide seeking calm and purification through aromatic smoke are participating in fundamentally human practices that transcend culture. On the other hand, there's something troubling about sacred traditions being commodified and stripped of their contexts. The smoke remains the same, but the meanings change in translation. Meanwhile, incense traditions in their homelands continue to evolve. Visit a Buddhist temple in Taiwan, Thailand, or Japan, and you'll find practices that combine ancient formulations with modern sensibilities. The incense might be made using traditional recipes, but manufactured in climate-controlled facilities with quality testing that ensures consistent products. The rituals continue, but in buildings that have electric lights, air conditioning, and live stream services for distant devotees. In India, the incense industry has become a significant economic sector, employing thousands of people in traditional craft manufacturing that's been modernized without being completely industrialized. Families that have made incense for generations now export their products globally, while maintaining recipes and techniques passed down through the centuries. It's tradition adapting to modernity, finding ways to continue that don't require rejecting change entirely. The medical use of aromatic smoke has largely disappeared in developed countries, replaced by more reliable pharmaceutical approaches. Your doctor isn't going to prescribe therapeutic fumigation for your respiratory infection. They'll give you antibiotics or antivirals. But aromatherapy, the use of essential oils and aromatic compounds for psychological and mild physical benefits, has found a niche as complementary medicine. Essential oil diffusers represent an interesting evolution of smoke practice. Instead of burning aromatic substances, these devices vaporize essential oils in water, creating a fragrant mist that disperses through a room. It's smoke without combustion, aromatics without ash, and a sanitized version of ancient practices adapted for modern homes that have smoke detectors and fire codes. Does it work? Yes and no. The aromatic compounds still affect the limbic system, still produce psychological responses, and still create pleasant environments. But something is lost when you remove the visual element of smoke rising, the slight edge of danger from working with fire, and the ritualized aspects of preparing and lighting incense. The diffuser is more convenient and probably safer, but convenience and safety aren't the only values that matter. The cigarette culture that dominated much of the 20th century is finally declining as health consequences become undeniable, and social acceptance evaporates. Fewer people smoke cigarettes now than at any time since the 1920s in most developed countries. This is undoubtedly good for public health, but it's also removed one of the few remaining widespread smoke practices from everyday life. Some of this void is being filled by cannabis legalization in various jurisdictions. As cannabis becomes legal for recreational use, new traditions and practices are emerging around its consumption. Some of these echo older traditions. The past joint as a social bonding ritual has parallels to past pipes in various cultures. Others are distinctly modern, vaporizers and edibles representing approaches to cannabis consumption that minimize or eliminate smoke entirely. The use of incense in religious and spiritual contexts continues worldwide, relatively unchanged by modernity's other transformations. Walk into a Catholic church during High Mass, visit a Hindu temple during puja, or attend a Buddhist meditation session. you'll encounter aromatic smoke being used for purposes that would be instantly recognisable to practitioners from centuries ago. This continuity is remarkable given how much else has changed. Interestingly, there's been a modern revival of interest in contemplative practices generally, and incense has followed along. Mindfulness meditation, which has become surprisingly mainstream in secular Western culture, often incorporates incense as a focus for attention or simply as atmosphere. The practice has been stripped of religious associations, but retains the basic insight that aromatic smoke can help create mental states conducive to calm awareness. The Japanese incense ceremony, Kodo, has even found adherents outside Japan, though whether these practitioners fully appreciate the aesthetic and philosophical depths of the tradition is debatable. Still, the fact that people are willing to spend hours learning to distinguish subtle differences in aromatic woods suggests that ancient approaches to smoke appreciation can still resonate with modern sensibilities. Environmental concerns are adding new dimensions to how we think about smoke. Burning incense or anything else releases particulate matter and various chemicals into the air. Indoor air quality has become a recognised health concern, and burning substances indoors regularly isn't great for it. This creates another tension. The practices that brought calm to countless generations now face questions about whether they're worth the environmental and health costs. There's also the simple fact that many modern people don't know how to safely work with fire. We've outsourced flame to gas stoves, furnaces and pilot lights, controlled, automatic, requiring no attention. The idea of deliberately lighting something on fire and managing it while it burns is foreign to people who've grown up with smoke detectors that sound at the first hint of combustion. Ancient practices assume a comfort level with fire that many modern people simply lack, yet the fundamental human responses to aromatic smoke haven't changed. When you smell sandalwood or frankincense, your brain processes it using the same neural pathways that lit up in an ancient Egyptian's brain. When you watch smoke curl and rise, you're seeing the same patterns that fascinated Mesopotamian diviners. When you associate certain smells with calm or contemplation, you're participating in conditioning processes that humans have been using for millennia. As we approach the end of our journey through smoke's history, it's worth pausing to reflect on why this matters, why the story of humanity's relationship with aromatic smoke deserves telling, and what it reveals about who we are as a species. At the most basic level, the story of smoke is a story about human curiosity and experimentation. Our ancestors didn't have to figure out that burning certain plants produced pleasant or interesting effects. They could have just burned whatever wood was convenient and been content with warmth and light. But humans don't work that way. We experiment, observe, remember, and refine. We notice patterns and explore possibilities. We turn accidental discoveries into deliberate practices. The fact that humans in wildly different cultures independently discovered similar uses for aromatic smoke tells us something about universal human needs. Across every continent, in climates from Arctic to tropical, people sought ways to alter consciousness, create sacred space, mark important moments, find relief from pain or anxiety, and connect with something beyond everyday reality. Smoke became one tool among many for meeting these needs. This suggests that the desire for altered consciousness isn't a pathology or a weakness, but a fundamental aspect of human psychology. We're not meant to exist in one constant state. We need variety in our experiences, access to different modes of consciousness, and ways to step outside ordinary perception and see from different angles. Aromatic smoke provided this for most of human history, which is why its practices spread so widely and persisted so long. The story of smoke is also a story about the tension between material and meaning. Smoke is a physical phenomenon, combustion, producing particulate matter suspended in air. But humans have never been content to treat it as merely physical. We've invested smoke with meanings, used it as a language for concepts that can't be expressed in words alone, and made it carry our hopes and prayers to realms we can't directly perceive. This capacity to see beyond the purely physical, to find meaning in natural phenomena, to create symbol systems that let us think about abstract concepts. This is distinctly human. Other animals might enjoy pleasant smells, but only humans burn aromatics in specific contexts to deliberately alter their mental states, while simultaneously expressing spiritual beliefs through the act itself. The global spread of smoke traditions through trade routes tells us something about human connectivity. We tend to think of ancient peoples as isolated in their own cultures, but the fact that frankincense from southern Arabia ended up in Chinese temples, that tobacco from the Americas reached Asia within decades, and that incense formulas spread across continents, all this reveals networks of human connection that were surprisingly robust and far-reaching. These trade networks weren't just about economics. They were about shared human experiences, about the recognition that people in distant lands were seeking similar things: calm, transcendence, healing, and connection to the divine. The merchant who carried frankincense from Arabia to Rome was carrying more than a commodity. They were carrying one culture's approach to these universal needs and introducing it to people who would adapt it to their own purposes. The evolution of smoke practices over time shows human creativity and adaptability. The same basic principle, burning aromatic substances and breathing or being present with the smoke, has been endlessly varied and refined. From cave fires to temple censers, to ceremonial pipes to modern incense sticks. Humans have found countless ways to engage with this simple practice, each variation reflecting different values, technologies, and cultural contexts. There's something deeply democratic about smoke practices. Unlike some technologies that require rare materials or expert knowledge, almost anyone can burn aromatic substances and benefit from the experience. Yes, there are elaborate traditions that require years to master, but the basic practice is accessible to everyone. This accessibility helps explain why smoke practices spread so widely and persisted across huge differences in wealth, power, and social organisation. The modern decline of some smoke traditions raises questions about what we're losing. Not just specific practices, but a whole way of engaging with consciousness, ritual, and the material world. When we replace incense with room deodorizers, when we substitute essential oil diffusers for censers, when we eliminate smoke practices entirely due to health concerns, what are we giving up along with what we gain? This isn't a call to reject modernity or ignore legitimate health concerns. But it is worth recognizing that our ancestors' smoke practices emerged from and spoke to genuine human needs that don't disappear just because we've developed new technologies. The need for ritual, for moments of deliberate calm, for sensory experiences that anchor us in the present, these persist whether we acknowledge them or not. Perhaps what's most remarkable is how such a simple thing, aromatic smoke, could carry so much weight across so many cultures and so many centuries. We've developed incredibly sophisticated technologies, mapped the human genome, and sent probes to the edge of the solar system. Yet something as basic as burning aromatic resins and breathing the smoke can still produce experiences that modern science fully explains, but can't quite replicate through any other means. The smell of frankincense or sandalwood, the sight of smoke curling upward, the taste of aromatic vapour on your tongue. These experiences connect you directly to humans who lived thousands of years ago, who found in these same smells and sights access to states of consciousness they valued. It's a form of time travel, not through technology, but through shared experience across the centuries. As you finish this story and prepare for sleep, you might be more aware of the air you're breathing, the way scents linger in your room, and the quality of stillness that can settle over a space in the evening. These awarenesses are part of what smoke practices cultivated. Attention to subtle sensory experiences, recognition that the invisible can be as important as the visible, and understanding that consciousness is not fixed but fluid. The story of smoke is, in the end, your story too. Whether you've ever burned incense or not, whether you have any personal smoke practices or not, you're part of a species that has been exploring consciousness, seeking calm, and finding meaning in rising wisps for hundreds of thousands of years. That's worth remembering as you drift towards sleep. You're not separate from this history. You're its latest chapter, carrying forward patterns of human experience that stretch back to those first cave dwellers who threw aromatic branches on their fires and discovered that the world could suddenly seem different, more spacious and more full of possibility. The practices change, the substances vary, and the cultural contexts shift, but the underlying human impulses remain constant. We seek moments of peace in difficult times. We create rituals to mark the sacred and separate it from the mundane. We use our senses to anchor ourselves in the present moment. We explore altered states of consciousness because ordinary consciousness, while necessary, is not sufficient for a fully human life. Smoke, visible breath, transformation made tangible, the boundary between solid and air, serves all these purposes and more. It's been medicine and sacrament, recreation and therapy, art form and spiritual practice. It's linked distant cultures and revealed common humanity. It's been studied by scientists and mystics, sought by kings and available to peasants. Tomorrow you might smell wood smoke from a neighbour's fireplace, or incense from a nearby temple, or simply the lingering aroma of your evening tea. When you do, you might remember this story and recognise that you're experiencing something humans have found meaningful for longer than we've had written language. You might notice how the smell affects your mood, how your breathing changes, and how the moment feels slightly different from moments without that aromatic presence. Or you might not. You might simply go about your day, unaware of the ancient traditions playing out in the background of modern life. Either way, the smoke will continue to rise, carrying with it meanings and memories accumulated across millennia. The practices we've discussed face an uncertain future. Climate change, urbanization, health concerns and cultural shifts all challenge traditional smoke practices. Some will adapt and continue, others will fade, and new forms will emerge that we can't yet predict. But the human needs these practices address aren't going anywhere, which suggests that some form of smoke tradition will persist as long as humans do. Perhaps future historians will look back at our era as the moment when humanity's ancient relationship with aromatic smoke underwent its most dramatic transformation. Or perhaps they'll see our time as just another adaptation in an ongoing story that continues to unfold in ways both familiar and surprising. What we can say with certainty is that smoke has been a faithful companion to human consciousness for longer than any other deliberately sought-altered state. Before alcohol fermentation, before plant cultivation, before writing or wheels or cities, humans were burning aromatic substances and discovering that the right smoke at the right time could open doors to experiences that made life more bearable and sometimes transcendent. That's not a small thing. That's evidence that humans have always been more than just survival machines focused on food, shelter, and reproduction. We're meaning-making creatures, consciousness-exploring animals, beings who seek not just to live but to experience living fully in all its varieties and depths. As you close your eyes and feel yourself beginning to drift into sleep, imagine for a moment all the people across all the centuries who have lain down at day's end with the smell of aromatic smoke still lingering in their awareness. Roman priestesses after a day of temple service, Chinese scholars after evening study sessions, Native American elders after ceremonial pipe sharing, medieval monks after evensong, Victorian gentlemen after contemplative pipe smoking. You're part of that vast, invisible community. All the humans who have sought and found moments of peace, insight, or transcendence through the simple act of being present with aromatic smoke. The specific practices differ, the beliefs vary, and the cultural contexts shift. But the experience connects you across time to countless others who breathed deeply, watched smoke rise, and felt something shift in their awareness. Sleep well, knowing that the air you breathe has carried not just oxygen, but meaning for as long as humans have existed. The darkness that gathers around you as you sleep once glowed with firelight, and the stillness you enter was filled with the scent of sacred smoke. You're not alone in this moment. You're accompanied by ancestors beyond counting who found in smoke something worth preserving and passing down. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges and joys, its own moments of stress and peace. But you'll carry with you now this story, this awareness that calm has always been available, that humans have always found ways to create space for reflection and renewal, and that something as simple as aromatic smoke has served as a bridge to better states of mind for longer than we can fully comprehend. And if you choose to light incense or simply notice the scent of wood smoke drifting past your window, you'll do so with deeper understanding of what you're participating in. Not just a personal preference or a pleasant smell, but a practice that connects you to the oldest, most persistent human traditions. The last ember glows, fades, and finally goes dark. The smoke rises one last time, thinning as it climbs, becoming invisible as it joins the air. The story continues, even as this telling ends. Rest now.